I think so. I think navigation is going to be super important, especially on that third lap where you don't really know where you're going. There's not a trail. You are making a new trail during the race.
Yeah, I think that lap 3 is going to come into play, just like Jim said. It's going to be the decision about a single seat versus two-seat. All the two-seat cars going to have somebody else to help out with the navigation, going to have somebody else to help out with any type of recovery that has to happen in those trails. Everyone in the single seat, they're on their own out there in the rocks.
Yeah, they are indeed, and we've got some notable single-seat vehicles out there. Our highest-placed single-seat, just looking down the list there, is going to be Philip McGilton in the Brian Cross Campbell car. So it's going to be really interesting to see what he does.
Well, what about Paul Wolf on the front line?
Oh, well, yeah,
you can't forget about him. Come on.
But there's another story in here as well, because we've got some UTVs that have been specially built for this race. So we've got Kyle Cheney, Hunter Miller, and, of course, our Pro Mod winner, Cody Miller, who are going to be racing in this race. Can they have an impact on the Race of Kings?
I think the rock course is going to be extremely difficult for the UTVs. They're nimble, they're fast, but, man, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and let's not forget, we have got a single-seat UTV out there with Cole Clark at the helm. Super fast and super powerful. Unbelievably, that vehicle has 450 horsepower.
Yeah, but the question is, just like you said, single seat in that UTV, that makes life a lot harder when they get into those rock sections. You're going to have to self-correct yourself. You're going to have to basically self-recover yourself.
Yeah,
if
for
you get
winching,
jammed up,
it could be really tough. Winching could be really tough for those single seats, obviously.
I think that, you know what? I think Jim's going to be very happy this year because I think he's going to get to talk about winching a lot.
He does that anyways. He does that in his sleep.
I have a feeling I'm going to have my head in my hands on multiple occasions.
It will be wonderful for me up here when I see people winching because I love talking to Jim about winching when it's happening.
Well, let's just cut back. In 16th position is Casey Gilbert, who put down an incredible run in qualifying to be our highest placed solid axle car. And that's going to be awesome to watch and see how that plays out. Now, there's a lot of desert out there on this particular race. So, Miles, what do you think is going to happen there? Are these solid axle cars going to have an advantage when they get into lap 3?
I mean, it's very possible. Obviously, solid axle is made for the rocks, but there's a lot of desert before we get to the rocks. So those IFS cars are really going to be pushing hard to get us out there, and then the solid axle machines can shine. I mean, we've got so many amazing drivers out there. We have Shannon Campbell, 3-time king, Jason Shearer, 3-time king, Lauren Healy, 2-time king, Eric Miller, 2-time king, Randy Slauson, 3-time king, and the list goes on. I mean, it's going to be absolutely incredible. And it's been a Gomez win the last 3 years.
Yeah, well, let's just talk about that. So JP Gomez is lining up in 10th position, and he is our current king. Has JP Gomez got what it takes to do what his brother did and become a back-to-back king? Interestingly as well, the 2-time king, Raul Gomez, he's been practicing his winching, so let's see what that comes to.
Well, let's get this party started. So from right here in 29 Palms, California, the Marine Corps Air Ground Task Force Color Guard. And now for our invocation with Chappie Steve Hansen to keep everybody safe and sound out on course today.
Please bow with me as we pray. Father, we give you honor and glory because we know that you are the one that keeps us safe. And we just lift you up and just ask for your favor to be upon this desert floor this morning. That all these racers and volunteers from the pits to the guys behind me, that we would all just feel your presence today, and your presence would bring us safety. It would encourage us, and it would encourage us off the race course as well. But Father, I just also lift up the men and women that are represented to my right, and all the our responders, both home and abroad, and those that protect our freedoms, that you would continue to protect them as well, Father, and that their families would feel your comfort too. In Jesus' name, everyone says, amen.
Thank you, Steve. Now, please remain standing. Remove cap. It's time for the greatest song in the world, for the greatest country in the world. Recording artist Emily is going to sing the national anthem.
Oh, oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave on the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you to the 29's Palms, California Marine Corps. So now it's about to go racing. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Okay, if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance, and we are just about to get started here for the Race of Kings. It is the big one, what we've been waiting for all week. Oh my, I can't wait to get this started. I'm Jim Marsden, alongside me is Ian Johnson and the voice of KOH, Miles Hasselquist. Here we go, guys.
Man, this is what we've been waiting for all week long. I just can't get more excited than for this day, for the 4400 Race of Kings, all part of the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance.
Yeah, Miles, this is the race that we're always looking forward to. You know, you and I being the OG Ultra 4 fans, this is it. I mean, this is what started it all. These are our 4400 unlimited cars. No rules. Well, safety rules, I guess.
Safety rules.
Yeah, but you build it, you bring it, you race it. This is the sport that created its own vehicle, being the Ultra 4 4400 car, and we have such a mix of vehicles out there. It's going to be absolutely amazing to see who brought the right knife to the gunfight today.
And it's going to be very interesting with, we have Paul Wolf and Lauren Heath out front, but don't forget we have Jason Shear from the back. And signed up last night is Robbie Gordon. And then Paul Horschel was fighting some issues. He got his car together. I talked to him last night. So we have some very heavy hitters from the back of the pack that will have adjusted time on their side.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can't wait to see what's going to go on here. Now, I'm just going to quickly go through our top 10 because it's just a stacked top 10. JP Gomez, our current king, in 10th position. Then in 9th, it's Waylon Campbell. In 8th, we've then got Philip McGilton. In 7th, it's Christopher Branson. In 6th, it's Levi Shirley. In 5th, it's Bill McGibbon. In 4th, in the UTV, it's Kyle Cheney. Then in 3rd, it's Vaughn Gittin Jr. In 2nd, it's two-time king Lauren Healy. But our pole sitter in the single-seat car is none other than Mr. Paul Wolf in that UFO machine.
Yeah, Paul put down a blistering time in qualifying to get that front row, but as Miles and I were talking about before we jumped on here, having Paul and Lauren off the line could be one heck of a show. go. It's happened before. I believe it was Oklahoma, was it not?
Crandon.
Yeah, Crandon.
Crandon, there we go, Crandon. Yeah, so hopefully we don't have a repeat of that. Hopefully we have a nice clean start. But we have 2 heavy hitters off the line. But I think the most important thing to remember is, this race is not going to be won or lost at that first jump off the start line.
And let's talk about that first jump. We did turn it into a tabletop because for safety reasons, it was just kind of getting a little bit out of control. So we changed that up a little bit. We did inform all the drivers.
Yeah, we had a lot of action yesterday at the gap jump, but this, as Miles was saying, this morning it's been changed over to a tabletop. There's no reason that these guys would have to go around it, so why not just eliminate the bypass, turn it into a tabletop? They'll still take that big jump right off the start.
They will indeed, and we have got nearly 100 vehicles racing with us in today's. In fact, we've got over 100 vehicles now. We add Robbie Gordon into the mix. So I'm really excited about this. It's going to be absolutely awesome. And we're only a few short minutes away from the start of this incredible Race of Kings.
It's going to be an amazing day, so be sure to get your drinks, your snacks ready. We'll be racing. I'm going to guess our leaders will win this race right around that 2:30 mark. So
2:30.
it's going to. I think so.
Miles
we'll
is
see.
going for 2:30. I'm saying closer. I would agree with you. I'm going to say between 2:30 and 3 o'clock is when we're going to have our winner back here. That lap 3, it's such a mystery. We don't even know how long it's going to take because we've never done this before.
And when Dave Cole first told me the idea of the mystery lap 3, he thinks that the first person that goes into the lead that's leading this race probably won't win it unless they have an absolutely perfect day. So I think that third lap's really going to add to the drama out there. Love it.
Let's just talk about that, because in the past we've seen that leading this race is a poison chalice. We see it time and time again. People start this race, they're in the lead, they have a dominating lead, and then all of a sudden something small puts them out of the race or holds them back. We've seen it time and time and again. We've seen Bailey Campbell when we thought she was going to win it. We've seen Cameron Steele, we thought he was going to win it. We've seen last year Casey Curry, we thought he had it. And then Lauren Healy, literally only a couple of miles from the finish, lost the gearbox. So you never know what's going to happen in this race.
Yeah, I was going to say probably the safest bet in this race is to say that whoever's leading it isn't going to win it, because it's kind of
it's going to be
it's
tricky.
really, unless you're leading it when you enter the Ford Performance short course, you aren't guaranteed to win.
And even then, you never know. We've seen some things happen.
We think back to to Josh Byler when he rolled coming down back door on what we would consider to be the easy
That's the
waterfall.
small waterfall.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen, but that's why we love hammer racing.
So if you're following along today, I'd fully recommend getting multiple screens up for the timing. We have timing loops out in the desert. Go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. Get on our King of the Hammers official YouTube. Get that premium package. Just skip the commercials because it never fails right when you want to see something that hits. And then also the Yellow Brick Tracker app.
Now, I'm going to put you both on the spot. Who is going to win this race today? Who is going to be the 2025 Race of Kings champion here at King of the Hammers?
Do I have to pick one, or can I pick a couple? Can I
Go
pick
on, I'll
two?
give you 2.
Okay, so I'm going to go with 2. So I'm going to go with my the one that I think has basically brought the best knife to this gunfight, Shannon Campbell.
All right,
So
he's
I'm
got
going
a
with
good
Shannon
car.
Campbell. But then my mystery, magical, who knows, they could pull it off, is Kevin Stearns.
So I'm
You went with that the other day, so consistency. I like that,
yeah.
Ian.
I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to say Gomez or Campbell.
Oh, that's
so now I got
you
like 6
you
or
got
7
six
of
people.
them. So yeah,
so you're all right. Yeah.
But again, I think any current or any former king could win. JP Gomez is our current King of the Hammers champ, but it's going to be I don't know. It's going to be hard to tell. But I really would love to see. We almost saw Amber Slauson yesterday, so I'd love to see Bailey Campbell be a queen of the
what
Hammers.
happened with Amber Slauson yesterday was a heartbreak, because after all the penalties were assessed, she did drop out of that first overall winning spot. But
By only 6 seconds.
6
did I hear?
seconds. But the benefit to that is that still leaves the door open. We don't have a queen of the hammers yet. So yes, Bailey Campbell, it could be her year to bring it in. I chose Shannon because Shannon is one that really mixed it up this year. Normally running single seat, changed it. He's changed up 2-seat, brought in hot shot co-dog to help him out in that lap 3. So that's why I chose Shannon, because I think he's kind of hedging his bets. We know he's got the skill to drive it, but now he realizes, hey, if I get the right co-dog in that seat, there's a chance that I could actually win this thing.
And he actually has a winch that's capable of doing the job. So we're just keep
Huh,
an
you
eye on
called
that.
it. He's already talking about winches.
Already talking about
And I saw
the
somebody in the
winching.
live chat asking what Robbie Gordon is driving. He is driving Raul Gomez's pre-runner 2-seat UFO.
So a car that hasn't probably seen any miles on it yet so far this
It's
week.
been a pre-runner for Gomez. You know it's been ran hard.
All right, Jim, we didn't hear yours. What's yours? Who are you?
I'm going to stick to who I said before. I think that you're going to be either Jason Shearer, who's coming from the back. I think we're going to see epic things from Jason today.
That
And
first
also-
lap in the desert for Jason, he is going to be on absolute fire.
It's
yeah,
gonna
but
be
I think
fun
it's
to
on.
see
I think
Jason-
it's going to be lap 2. We're going to see him come
All right.
alive. That's where he really shines. Is in the rocks. And then my other one is going to be Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Okay.
He's the most
Oh.
consistent finisher here at King of the Hammers for the times that he's been racing.
It'll be interesting to see Jason because Jason normally is up front.
He
Doesn't-
always starts out front.
Exactly.
So
Very never in the past has he had all that corrected time in his back pocket. So you may be onto something here, Jim, because this year now he's going to have all that adjusted time sitting in his back pocket. If he runs a race anywhere similar to he's run in the past, you're right. All that adjusted time could come into his favor.
And do you know the thing that really excites me today? This is the race of kings, but we've got so many cameras out on course. But not only that, we've got so many cameras on car as well. Thanks to Starlink and Starstream and George Hamill and his team and our incredible production team here in Hammertown, we're going to be able to bring you the best images ever. Now, are we just about to go live, Miles?
it looks
like
like
they're
we're
pulling
about
up.
1 minute away from a drag race with Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf up front. Single-seater versus two-seater. Both IFS, big horsepower. This party is about to get started.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And it's just about to be go time here at the Race of Kings. There is Paul Wolf, our current pole sitter, and he's getting ready to go right now. Engines are fired up, engines are angry. People are ready to hit skinny pedals as we wait to get this race started.
They started lining up this morning at 6:30 a.m. So you know they've been sitting there. They got their helmets on. They got their hands on, and we are live racing off the line. First is the number 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois. Racing his UFO single seat IFS machine.
And right beside him, Mr. Lauren Healy, a multiple King winner in the 67.
Yeah, and as they charge out into the desert, it's Lauren Healy, the two-time king, who has pushed his way into the lead at the moment ahead of Paul Wolf. But Paul Wolf knows this is a long day in the office. He'll be happy to watch Lauren check out, and he'll just sit on his tail as Lauren makes his way into the desert.
And off the line next, number 25 of Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Jeremy Dickinson out of Concord, North Carolina with RTR Off-Road and that Trident Engineering mid-engine 2C IFS Bronco.
And right beside him, our first Can-Am off the line, the number 191 of Kyle Cheney.
Yeah, now this car of Vaughn Gittin Jr. is identical to the car that Lauren is racing. So how is that going to pan out for them? It means they only have to carry one set of spares in each of the pits, which saves them a lot of hassle.
And off the line next is the number 461 of Bill McGibbon out of Ontario, Canada with McGibbon Racing. That Jimmy C, a single seat IFS drag.
And right beside him, Mr. Levi Shirley in that number 81 car out of Off-Road Armory.
Yeah, and Levi Shirley there, absolutely stoked to be sitting in this position, but it looks like Bill McGibbon who gets the whole shot as he makes his way through the Bronco Arch, and they head out round the bottom of Means Butte and towards the cross grain.
And off the line now is another other than Chris Branton and Ryan Webb out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Team Kryptonite in that 2024 QC IFS Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
And sitting alongside him is none other than Phil McGilton, who is driving the Brian Cross Campbell car that we saw racing here last year. Now, this is a new car to Philip McGilton. And Philip McGilton is in this single-seat vehicle and already making his way into the desert. Closely followed by Christopher Branton. Christopher Branton is super chuffed to be in that position right now.
And now taking off the number 3 of Waylon Campbell out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing in that Campbell Enterprise single-seat IFS car.
And right beside him, JP Gomez, number 82 in that Joe Thompson UFO as they make their way up through the Bronco Arch.
Yeah, of course, JP Gomez is our current king, but there will be a new king today. Can he hold on to that title? Can he become a two-time king like his brother Raul?
Off the line next is Casey Curry and Orrin Anderson out of Norco, California with Curry Racing in the Trophy Jeep.
And right beside him is the car that Jim was talking about this morning. That is Cole Clark in that Polaris Razor. That is our second UTV to leave Hammertown today.
Yeah, Cole Clark in the single-seat car. And Casey Curry, of course, he has been a Dakar winner in the past. And Orrin Anderson, normally on co-driving duties for Bryce Menzies when racing in the desert.
And off the line next is Joe Thompson's brother, Brendan Thompson, number 5150 out of Grass Valley, California with Outcast Racing, that UFO IFS single-seat chassis.
And right beside him, another Joe Thompson UFO driven by Raul Gomez, number 83.
Yeah, now both of these cars are absolutely incredible, but let's talk about Raul. Raul was a two-time king back-to-back. He had problems last year. He rolled his vehicle, but he's been practicing his winching. Let's see what the two-time king has for us today.
And off the line now, I hear him is Cody Miller and Cody Taylor out of Greenville, Texas with Miller Brothers Racing in that CT Raceworks Can-Am.
And right beside him, Casey Gilbert in number 618.
Yeah, Casey Gilbert takes the honor of being the highest placed solid axle car leaving the line today in his Miller Pro chassis. Now Casey, of course, he's been there, seen it, done it and won it in 4800. Can he bring those skills into 4400 and do something special today in the Race of Kings?
And off the line next, three-time King of the Hammers champion Randy Slauson and Dustin Emick out of Gardnerville, Nevada with Bomber Fabrication.
And right beside him, Josh Blyler. Josh Blyler, another one of those Miller chassis cars.
Yeah, between them they have 4 King titles. Can you believe that? Josh was won once, but Randy Slauson has won 3 Hammer titles. Absolutely incredible stuff. And we saw his wife yesterday coming first across the line in the Everyman Challenge. And we're already into some in-car footage as more starters leave the line here in Hammertown.
And that is none other than three-time King of the Hammers champion Shannon Campbell and Chris Ray out of Pine Tap, Arizona with the Coupe Racing and Fabrication.
And right beside him, Chase Caprera with Trent Guthrie in the passenger seat. Rock Rage Racing in that Campbell 2-seat IFS car.
Yeah, Shannon Campbell, a man who needs no introduction, 3-time king. Now, if anyone can, Shannon can. This is a brand new car for Shannon, and I can't wait to see it out there. He debuted it last year, had some issues though, but he's back and he's hungry for success. Let's see what Shannon Campbell can do.
And two-time King of the Hammers champion Eric Miller and Nathan Stowers, number 21 out of Cumberland, Maryland with Miller Motorsports.
And right beside him, Dustin Roberts, number 311 out of Decatur, Alabama in that Jimmy's single-seat IFS chassis.
Yeah, Eric Miller, of course, 2-time king, and he's been the nearly man. He could have won this race on multiple occasions, but the stars just sometimes do not align. Will they align for Eric Miller today?
And I hear James Mahoney, number 308 out of Colfax, California with Mahoney Racing and that Faravani single-seat machine.
And right beside him in the Paul Horschel built 4456 is Mr. Brent Harrell.
Yeah, now Brett Harrell, he came second last year in this Race of Kings. Has Brett got what it takes to hit the top of the box this year? And there was drama. He rolled his car onto his roof, managed to right it and still get to the finish and take that second place. Brett Harrell is going to be a threat on this course for sure.
Off the line next is Guy Hollywood Miller with Keith riding shotgun out of King City, California with Chasing Time Racing and that Cabrera Bomber Fab car.
And beside him, Kenneth Goodall, number 779 out of Phoenix, Arizona in that 2-seat IFS Campbell chassis.
Yeah, so Kenneth Goodall is running the same vehicle as Shannon Campbell. They are sister cars, so it's going to be very interesting to see what he can do out there. Oh, look at this, and Kenneth is already all over the bumper.
And off the line next should be Kevin Porterfield, but I believe Brian McVeigh is actually driving that car out of St. Clairsville, Ohio with Porterfield Motorsports in that wide open design, beautiful Adam Woodley built machine.
And beside him, Mr. Chad Hunt with Rick Murray in the passenger seat out of Plymouth, Indiana in their 2022 Miller Pro chassis.
Yeah, now Chad Hunt, part of Team Indiana, and he's switching it up this year. He's moved over to the Mickey Thompson 42-inch tires. Going to be very interesting to see what he can do out in the rocks. He's super stoked and had a fantastic 2024.
And here goes Ian's pick, Kevin Stearns and Stephen Watson, number 11 out of Southern Utah with Seat Time Syndicate and that Triton Engineering 2-seat IFS car.
And number 4409, Matthew McCowan out of Queen Creek, Arizona in that Campbell single-seat IFS.
Yeah, that is the old Waylon Campbell car. that's currently following Kevin Stearns. Now Kevin Stearns used to race in the limited classes, moved up into the unlimited class, and last year put down an incredible set of times.
And off the line right here is none other than Marcos Gomez, number 86 out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in that UFO, IFS, and IRS machine.
And right beside him, Darian Gomez, number 90, and another Joe Thompson UFO, single-seat chassis out of Folsom, California.
Yeah, of course, Marcos Gomez has been, we've seen him here on the podium in the past. He is the only Gomez brother that has not won King of the Hammers, and that's sitting on his shoulders as he goes out alongside his nephew, Darian.
What a great start to this race thus far. And off the line here should be Cole Johnson and Sky Johnson, number 4482 out of Tremonton, Utah, with SXOR Motorsports.
And right beside him, a car that we always watch for, that is the Laser Nut car. That is the number 48, this year being driven by Dan Fresh and Mike Johnson out of San Juan Capistrano, California.
And we're going to keep on rolling, number 69 of Anthony out. And that is Missouri with H&H Bacon. And then Paul Horschel, 2C IFS IRS car.
And right beside him, a person who we're expecting to hopefully come home today and possibly be our first Queen of the Hammers. That is Bailey.
Yep. Head over the ride. Straight ahead to the up. Long side, going up the hill. Over the ride, stay straight. Straight ahead. Straight ahead, come up to the barricade. Straight ahead, straight ahead. Big up, stay out. Straight ahead, come over the ride, off on the side. Straight ahead, stay out. On right, off my side. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. You're good. I'll just follow him out. Side. Straight ahead. Down. Straight ahead to the right. Out. Stop. There's a big bump on the road on my side. Straight down off to the side. Wrong middle. Out. R9 right, wrong my side. Big bump going to the hill, right. Up the hill, have something up the track, down, off one side, off my side, down, straight down, one back, straight down at the bottom, straight up the number, big bump. Run off the hill. Wrong side. Down. no problem. Over the line. Or take a cross off this year. Cross those guys, take off. Turn it back. Take off, take off. And the barrage. White light. And the barrage. And close. Close the corner. Yes, one to the right, one to the left. Yes. Straight up to the back. Take off the bottom. Go. Yes. Take off. Yes. Still one with the corner right. All his traffic. Yep. We might have. Sorry, what? We might just get around it. Yeah, I agree. And we're following this back off to the right. We're off to the left. To the right? Yep, right. Good working on. Got it. So we can definitely know everything. Yeah, and follow it, take left. Take left, go right, walk around. Yep. All kinds of roads. We're way out. We're good. Go fine. Yes. Yes. Go down. Yes. 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 All right, we're going. Just get it up on now. Go right. Hold on. One more now. Feel free to pass it up if you can do. All my time one together on Got passing on the left. We're going left or right? Yep. 2, 1. We're good over here? Yeah, we're fine. Okay. One pole. Got it. Over to right. Woo! Big bump, okay. Good hand. Good hand. Good hand. Good hand. Get real soft here. Okay. Up, on, down, Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Oh, good. You're good. Yeah. Oh, these cameras are different. Really big ball. Got traffic in front of us. Got no eyes. right. Whoa, we're going to take a pass of left. Oh, got it. We're here now. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, for sure. Oh, three. There you go. All right. And one left. That's nothing. Alright, help me out. I feel right now back there. Lift it up. How's that? I know. All this is breath and all this and children and all the that's my way. Here, still down on that at all? You kind of want something else? Okay. And Wayne is open. Camera is still and Wayne is open. Yeah. Yeah, we should have picked them up late. Taking this off so the right line taking the camera to field. Those birds coming up. Coming up for a while. So, long concert, coming out. That's not a road. That's not a road. Oh, there we go. I got it? Yeah, go for it. Right. This was a little hilltop. Street out there. Right. Well, right now, wow. We're in. Water. Contact you, brother. And I had it, and you did it on the hook. You did it on the hook. It was quick reservation on 10, yeah. See what you have.
That did not look like the rest where we were. Hold on. There's traffic right behind. Yes, exactly. I just don't know how to do that. No one wants to stop. Absolutely will. Good hard, good hard, good hard. Let's do it. Good, man. Good. Good, man.
Whatever. If you are able to switch over, there we go. Interstate Bridge Line. Yep, on the corner. It's still there showing the situation currently. That's where the car pulled right now. I don't know. Well, that's where the car pulled passenger. What's the not sure yet. Set. Sounds good. Yes, they are in process of getting put back over right now. It looks like a red car stopped, and it's getting back on their wheel. They're in process of getting back on their wheel. Yeah. Let's try it. Yeah. Back up to the hard driver. Hard driver, back up, back up. Back up, back up. Good table. You're good. Okay. Hard driver forward. Straight ahead now. Straight ahead. Take the hard get out of the way. Good. Sounds good. This is AJ. How copy? This is AJ. How copy? AJ, we got you loud and clear. Are you located, ready for any advantages or anything after the roll? Unsure at this point. We're not sure drivers in that car. We'll start moving in. Fluids, everything seems okay, but this is light block. I got you, man. You're good, you're good. That's fine. No big deal. Just say a lot. They lost Alan or what? Hey, drop the rock out of it. If you were to come through here so we can walk over the car, or you just bypass it? Yeah, I think it makes sense to come through. Just have rock out of the color. Okay. Roger that, sounds good. We'll be there. Looks like we got this fluid leaking out at the rear end where we were laying on our side. Nothing grabbing the heel, probably the fence line or something like that. We'll cover the down. You're good, man. Take that. Got all day. You want to at the distance, you come through and open it up, and if you're in there, you look like it's you want to do. I don't know that we're going to need fuel. We'll still have 36 remaining. I'd like to bypass it to the first time around, run everything, see what that looks like for mileage. Roger that, good copy. your door up. Huh? The door? Yeah, the door flap's broke. Okay, no longer there? Not really. Okay. Just don't go on. Right? Yeah. Who was over? I don't even know. It was not something that was the tow driver. You don't know how my that's on. Okay. Oh yeah. No. I just saw them just fuel at high field. Remember they first did? Yeah. Where am I going? Oh, right here. Help me. Just double tap it, put it back on the tab. Okay. Whenever we talk on, trip station, I'm gonna stop her. Alright, my mom's free. Yeah. What's wrong? Contact fell out. I got in my hand. Your contact? Yeah. Okay. I got in my hand. Alright. Just calm it down. Alright. Good. Just bring that bar over and those trucks right. I'm ready to stop. You got that iPad going balls out? No, I got it in my hand. Oh, the iPad? Yeah, iPad. I heard contact. Oh, no. No, the whole iPad fell out of my hand. Alright, well, I'll follow them. You do too. Rock my side? You're good. Just get that squared away. I'm good. I'm going to hold it up and then I want to rock my side. You're good, man. Alright. All right. Then head it over. Keep an eye on the differential. And with this, we should have on the fluid. good. Fix that thing. I'm going to. I don't even know how the fuck it works. I don't get such a doctor all the time. Yeah, well, if you want to, you can take the thing out. Yeah. And then just put that flat pad in there. I'll go and stop it. Alright. It's going to be clear. Quarter past? Yeah, I mean, it's here. I'm 201 class. Yeah, worth it. Alright. Yep. Yeah. As long as you don't fuck up. Front of them. Yeah. I don't have to have. So, alright, I'll be out calling. Right? Copy, 2. You're going to need to come through remote pit, doing U-turns, come back up on your left side. Okay. We're doing the remote pit. Just use to push this over to make it work. Good. Yeah. Call me here. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead. Alright, brother. You're right. You're right. Got any noises, any issues? Double rack and right down the railroad. There was people coming out of one spot with the back. Just before we were flopping on our side, I think this tube. Other side, I think was good. Right, that sounds good. Join the party. Is it running rough at all? It sounds like it's not hard. Alright, it looks good. We're ready to party. Let's go. Alright, call my next, wherever we're going. Well, okay. You're good, you're good. Okay. There's another table in there for you. Should be somewhere I'm called over there. Oh yeah? Yeah. The middle. Okay. Okay. That's cool. We'll go fuel right now. Oh, that's good. That's good. Water is good. If you get everything that's well, that's water is good. Okay, it's all good. Good. Looks like good fuel. Actually, water is good. This really looks good. Everything else is nice. It's so close. Not very good. Let's go to move on. One is done. So, I'll break down on it. They're good. Oh, shit. Got it. Yes, good. Stay with it. That's good. That did it? Alright. Don't worry about it. Anything should happen. Right? Yeah, help me out on this third. Yeah. Yeah. Now. We're way off of her. Okay. Oh, I thought you said down your nose so that we would have it on all of them. Yeah, just whatever you said to that. Alright, so next year, you're committed to do what he's doing stuff. But Dad, we're just trying to help. That we're just what are you using that? Your iPad? Okay. Oh, fellow. Yeah, the young fellow, go ahead. Need to do a steep ladder, 10 o'clock ladder that we're hauling at. Sure. Good job, 1-3. Good job. For who? Oh, iPhone? Yeah. Stepping out on clear. Good. Oh, God. Good one. Okay, good. It was hot, man. Yeah, I got fuel. Just right off too. Don't do it. Don't do that. Adjusted over.
He's under the truck. We got a torn boot. We got a torn TV boot. Hose band? I don't know. Is the hose band there? Let's see if we have to band these tools. We have to band these tools. It's inner CV boot.
Yeah, they got a fuel leak back here. They're having to fix the hose. You got a little bit of fuel on the ground.
It's just bands off. Hey,
Hey, John's reporting you in 13th place overall adjusted, over.
Give us that cable. Cable. Huh? Give me the cable. No, hey, okay, I got it charging again. It was just unhooked over here. Well, why not take it with us? Yeah, for sure.
Got a diaper for one.
Everything else good? Oh yeah, I think so.
Feel good?
Oh yeah, feels good. Hey Brian, what do you think about this? The clasp on my fucking arms ripped off. I got it cinched with the fucking thing, but it just doesn't buckle on my chest.
Look at plug wires too. This thing's pissed. Simpson?
Yeah.
There's no fuel coming out the fill hole here.
Hey, you wipe the camera on the front on the Bronco? That's what I like.
Is your fuel pump still on?
Is the fuel pump still on? Yeah, it's off now.
Does it show fuel consumption or fuel, like how full it is?
We got fuel on remaining. The lightning will come in. It said 17 PSI. I had to switch to pump 2. So I think we got a fuel leak.
They were looking for the banding tool, but if they can't make that work, I got that.
Hey, Tom. Yeah.
What's up?
What? Fuel pump pressure leak.
What did he think? On the pressure side?
Pressure side.
So out of the tank, between you and the engine?
No. Between pump 1 and the engine.
Okay.
We got a fuel leak.
All right, hang it. Can I make sure all your plugs are on all the way?
I know. Doing good.
Well, I got a car to work on, so. Great.
Yeah.
You guys get banding material?
On our side. Yeah. Doing good.
Yeah. Jack, do you need something?
Doing nice. So you guys said you're 8 minutes off the lead, but you spent 9 minutes back there taking a nap on our side.
Slide off? Yeah. Yeah, they're putting that hose clamp on it. You guys triple band them? Yeah, like that oil dripping down. I was going 3 times around.
Hey, what's up with Bond's car?
Brakes.
Where's the master cylinder?
Yeah.
What happened? I like it on. Anyone put it turn back on?
You're looking okay, from what I can see. Nope, not it.
Hell yeah, dude. So buckle down all your shit. Yep. Supercharged up. Oh yeah. There's still party going on. Oh yeah.
Do you have your water bladder hose?
I do.
Do you have access to it?
I do.
Have you drank anything?
I have not.
Drink a little bit.
I will.
Do you want an energy?
Oh, that's delicious. That's That's a good call.
Need it for your coat.
Oh, dude, you have those energy shoes?
Yeah.
Hell
Get 'em
yeah.
out. How are your brakes?
We have fluid coming down the rear track bar from the middle of the car. There doesn't seem to be any apparent placement coming in. Probably when we were laid on our side. That's fine. Just there's nothing there that doesn't make sense. And it could have been because we're excited.
We watched you guys. 5 feet is pretty good. I think that last one. Yeah. They've got 2 more packets in Gotta bring some water too. Tom, you have water? Sure?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you got to come off over here. As soon as you come around that corner, you got to turn into it.
Yep.
You can't do that. Hopefully they'll let it slide, but you got to go back and forth.
In fact,
Yeah, come around that corner.
okay.
Come up that first hill. Right here. Yep, go. And your direct line to us.
Okay.
Yeah, you still want to go past.
Yep.
He was saying another guy did it too.
Hey Tom, how are nabs?
Huh?
How are nabs?
Okay.
Do you have a problem with this?
Well, besides it falling off, no.
Okay.
AK.
You're going to try and do all the rock trails without refueling.
Now, this was a car that was designed by Tom a few years ago now for exactly this race. So it carries a lot more fuel than most of the other vehicles. So we're just going to have to see how that pans out. But I mean, that second lap is 85 miles. So, but the trouble is, you go, oh, it's 85 miles. But it's 85 miles in the rocks, which means that you're using a lot more fuel. So I would not be surprised to see Tom coming in and taking a splash and dash. Equally, there's nothing stopping him doing most of the rock trails and taking a splash and dash before he gets back out into the desert. So let's just see what he does.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him as well, as we were just on car with our 3rd place vehicle right there. That is Kyle Cheney. So that was him going up the Emerson Ridge line. And so that puts him just a little bit behind our current race leaders, which we're on board with right now.
Yeah, now I'm just looking at the adjusted time right now. On adjusted time, Kyle Cheney's just dropping back down with a 1:51.09. Casey Curry sitting in 5th with a 1:50.29. Brett Harrell in 4th with a 1:50.04. JP Gomez with a 1:49.18. So let me get that straight. Between 3rd and 6th place right now, there is less than 2 minutes. And then we've got Paul Wolf with a 1:44.48. And then in 1:42.30 is Lauren Healy. So Lauren Healy pushing away from the pack right now.
And that is on adjusted time. So that is your current race leader right now with adjusted time. And that is Lauren Healy right now.
But we also have a dark horse coming around for, I say a dark horse, he's hardly a dark horse, is he? He's a 3-time king, and that is Jason Shearer, who was on an absolute charge, and he is running a long way behind these guys as he started in 88th position this morning. So we'll be keeping an eye on that time when we get it. But it looks to me like Jason is going to be almost clear with only 5 guys in front of him. So he should be able to make good time through the rocks.
Yeah, I think we got a great spot. So as we watch, go ahead, Jim.
No, I was just, go on, please.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, so as we watch our drivers come through here, the one thing we do want to talk about a little bit is these RCPs, or rock checkpoints, because what we've done for these drivers is place actual physical checkpoints in the rocks and some virtual checkpoints. So sometimes when you see these racers out racing, you'll see a couple of flags. Those flags, they've done it in a few spots on course. That's an RCP, or rock checkpoint. They have to travel through those. If they miss it, it is a 15-minute penalty.
Okay, as we continue with the action here at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. Let's not forget, Ultra 4 is not just a USA thing. It's a worldwide brand with races in Europe and in Australia and New Zealand. So the action continues here. Let's check out what goes on down under.
Welcome to the 2024 Maxxis Battle in the Bay presented by the Structural Shop. We're here at the beautiful Tech Park and the race is going good.
Soil is different to what I race on down south. I get scrippy as hell.
Nothing's broken that I know of.
Beating the absolute death out of this thing, trying to get where the big boys are going, but absolutely loving it.
The races, everyone has pulled together and I can't thank everyone enough. We're really seeing a lot of growth and a lot of positivity around the sport at the moment, so we couldn't ask for anything more.
Okay, welcome back to the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. I love the fact that Ultra 4 is a worldwide phenomenon. What I really enjoyed is the last car we saw in that sequence was my old car.
Oh, there you
now
go.
It lives on the other side of the world, bless it. But this is back in car right now with the RTR fun haver, none other than Mr. Lauren Healy, two-time king, and he's looking for that third title. And right now he is leading this race.
Yeah, absolutely checking out. He's already gone through Aftershock, and now he's headed up towards Remote Pit. So we'll
that was him going past Remote Pit.
I was going to
there.
say that technically is him going past Remote Pit. I'm just waiting for my tracker to catch up on it. But look at this news here, Jim. That's good news for us. That's Bailey Campbell out on course.
Yeah, no, we saw her stopped in the pits earlier. So now she's obviously off pace here. So, yeah, great to see her back up and running again. A firm crowd favourite. And we always sort of secretly hope that she'll be a queen of the hammers.
We have to have one sooner or later. It would be great to see her win it.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you're just joining us, there has been so much action already today. Our current race leaders looking at now, I'm just going to go to my scoring sheet and I can give you a top 9 at the moment. Cody Miller, Raul Gomez, Josh Byler, Carl Cheney, Casey Curry, Brett Harrell, JP Gomez, Paul Wolf, and our current race leader is Lauren Healy. Now, who was that we just saw there? This is interesting.
This should be Cheney. This is Cheney's car, but they're obviously just changing a spare, or changing a tire, I should say, because the spare is off. We can't see it on that in-cam shot right there. But both driver and co-driver out. Looks like they're changing a tire in that car, and that will affect his position for sure, because they were doing incredibly well.
Yeah, they were indeed, and that's one of the broken cars on Emerson Ridge. But I'd like it to say hello and welcome in the booth to a man who's doing very special things right now. It's none other than George Hamill from Starstream. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Jim. Thank
How
you
we
for
doing?
having me up here. Dude, can you see all the racing action? We're doing awesome.
Now, let's just have a look at this. This is the Brett Harrell car that we're looking at here. And these live images are actually being brought to us at the moment, utilizing Starlink, so that's the internet, but the technology that's bringing that information back to us is Starstream, and that's your baby.
Yeah, man. It's just cool to see technology come so far that we
I'm
can
just going to
actually
stop you
share
here.
these stories.
Right, now here, this is one of the RCPs. This is a rock checkpoint. So there's the flag one side, there's a flag on the other side, and he has to go between them. Sorry, George, I just wanted to point that out so that people can see that. But yeah, this Starstream technology is mind-boggling, isn't it?
Oh, I love it, man. It's just cool because we can share more stories, right? Like all of these guys are being able to like show their journey through the race. It's insane.
It is. Now, where did this idea come from? I mean, obviously Starlink suddenly arrived, but I mean, literally within what felt like only a few short months, Starstream was straight off of the back of that and utilizing the fact that we now have internet in these vehicles.
Yeah, totally. Well, interrupt me, but I'll do the shortest story I can. I used to be a professional off-road racer myself, and I didn't see very much value in what we could provide back to sponsors. And now we have a network that we can put on a car, and we can share these stories. And you're in the car, right? Like you feel like you're driving with these guys. Like it's so much more connecting for all the fans. So I think we have a really good opportunity as an industry to be able to step up and start getting outside sponsors, getting more money in, and getting all of these cool things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's just talk about that because, I mean, this system at the moment allows us to have 2 cameras. I think some systems are even 3 cameras now, aren't they?
Yeah, it just depends on how good the internet connection is with those Starlinks. So Starlink has got I think, 7,000 satellites or something in the sky now, so it's
If you could send a few more over to Europe, because we're struggling to get ours to work. But
we got to call Elon.
Yeah, exactly. I'll have a word with Mr. Musk and see what he says. Ah, that's your man there, Kevin Stearns, running up there, Ian.
Yeah, we're watching Kevin Stearns right now. He's definitely off pace. We saw him sitting in remote pit for quite some time, so it's good to see him moving again, but obviously they're having issues. Hopefully they'll be able to get it back. That is not Robbie Gordon, by the way, but that's
not.
okay. So let's talk a little bit more about this Starstream. So obviously we're seeing it used here in race cars and race car technology. This is exactly what we're using for right now, but you can use it pretty much anytime you want, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We have backpacks. Cameron Steele did it with King of the Motos. It was pretty insane to be able to see that, and you can also do remote production. Like.
Hey, take it! Yeah! Get back on the track! Hey, this car, when you keep the pit, immediately get back on the track! Watch it! I'll get over now. Water. How do you do that one? Over the right, to your right, straight down. Strong, and straight down. Over up on John left. Yeah. Well, right, stand up. Right. Right. Off my side. Oh, I didn't know. Finish to the right. Just head down. Just head down. Travel from the I know it is. So now for the time of the I can't. Big long. Big long to the center. I gotta work on this. You're doing on the right. You're here. Good enough. Good enough. No, we're way off. No, we're not. Fuck, you're right. Alright, just 3 or 4, let's get that. There you go. Good. No. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. Oh, there's fun. Fuck. Straight ahead. A little right, a little right. A little right, a little right. Come out. Check out. Up. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. We need to get over to the right a little bit. Right here. One. I can't hear you. This one. It was always be a file one of this one. The water's coming through. I have no fucking idea. I'm here. Alright, we're only one flat tire for somebody else off the lead. You know? So if we stay these tires, we're going to be good. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, let's see that one. I don't even know what it was. A little bit right. A little right. Right. Straight ahead. I think left. Yeah, whatever you want, whatever line you want. No, this is where we messed up. Got a tree running. Oh, shit, my bro, yeah. Yeah. You okay? Oh, yeah. It's just crazy how big the hole was on this last time. Oh, yeah. Big visual off, it's in the sight. Yep. This is left. Back right. Yeah, let me just watch coming out. Right here, Alright. Right. Sit down. There you go. Right here. Wonderful. Big love. They're not our fault. No. I'm surprised the car is looking like that. I'm fucking badass car. Looks good. Yeah, looks good. Got it. Okay. I'll go with this number 2. It is 2. Right. right. Back left. Okay. Turn ahead. Right. That's right up 3. That's 2. That's 1. Right, front wall 0. 4 on 9. Right, up. Right, ahead. You want to go up? It's up. Whatever you know on side. You said the same thing last time. I remember this. How did you say that to all girls? I believe that's the line up here. On that right. Sit down. One covered. Yep, sit down. Hang on. Up to the big. Here to the left, to the right. Up, back, covered. What's wrong? Good? Yeah. Good. I thought it was a bird or something. This is way better with no dust. Yeah. Walk up there, yeah. Long on that fork here. Okay. Turn the ball up like a little bit down fast. Off to the side. And then it's a run. Moving right. Big bump on the back. Steady. Big bump on the back. Big one in here. Out. Oh, that hurt. So something just wonder. Oh, yeah. I feel like, wahoo! Yeah, I'm doing good. Right, just now. Now. Good call, good call. Oh, on the pirouette. Oh, yeah, you sit on front number, that number 9, over. Yeah, good call, good call. Right, that one, said it did. And, another picture coming up here. That's on. And here's Sean. And then, Danger. Yeah. I don't know. That's wrong. No. We're putting, no, that's the other court. Oh, you're right. Yeah. I feel that. Oh, we're good. Yeah. No problem. No, I know. This is why I don't make it pull over. Oh, that's Jack Savage. Yeah. Come on. We're going right in front. We're going in front. Pull. Good job. Got it. We'll call out on a harder left. Yeah, harder left. Big bump coming up on the right corner. Go right, right 21 to the line. Yep. Stop it. There you go. Good now. Oh. Good left. Not yet. Not traffic. Auto shot up top. Got a road over there? No. No, they did not like that. Okay. That's a little road. No. Oh, that's a yeah, let's wait for it to stay. Up. It's also in the top. Yeah. Up. go back in. Okay. You want to fucking undo the mount, however, make it more comfortable for you. No, okay. Right? Yeah, we're going a little fast. We don't need to go fucking 95. It was great. Oh, that's who you're talking to. That wasn't even very big. I think it was just sharp. Yeah, it wasn't very serious. Right here, right in the corner. Oh, rabbit. Oh, there's the big mom. We'll go ahead and that motherfucker down. I couldn't believe we were in it down. He was a long way down. No, but so that? Okay. Alright, we're not going to touch this up this time around. We got it this time. Last time we cracked it, we got that out of the way. Roll over drill. Hey, talking to us. We're fucking right side by side. Got it. I'll go grab it. Grab it. Once an hour. Now we're entering right. Fall down. Got it. Right over rise. Right. Back up. Down. Pick up and over. Then left. Down and down. Cross that right. Straight, right. Right. Back up and myself. Straight ahead. Right. Get no back. Got it. Oh, that was a big hole. Yeah. All good, man. Over your side of the car is fucked up. Everybody's gonna know. I know. Forward, right, wrong side, wrong side. Left. Over the right. Look at that, they're both. Move down and bring up. Okay, out. Yeah, straight over. Okay, let's work this. Alright. Right. On my side. Look, you definitely remember that one. Right, on my side. On my side now. Right. Off my side, off the side corner, right. Off the side, off the rear, off the side. Right, left. This is right. Right there. This is left, left, right. Yeah. over the right, straight, go right, straight. Wait for the helicopter. Down, right, straight ahead. Straight left, down, hold on, close right. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. Straight right, on close right. Straight left, downhill left. Going right, look hard. Up my side, up zero, one side. Straight down, cross. Back right. Up and over, back left, straight left. Straight down, straight left, left. On one side. Up middle, my side. Down, left. One, strong, both sides, strong, both sides. Strong. Right, off the side quarter. Right, just left, two. We're in half strong. Very well. Right, going to the right. Strong high. Yes. Strong high. Up middle. Left. No matter. Straight. Yeah. Good. And accelerate. All right. And straight up, help. That's the turn. Okay. Solid. Right. Up my side. Right through here. The front right. On my side. On my side. On my side. Stay down here. I'm going to go up there. Oh yeah, there's that. He's up in the corner right here. Yeah. And, oh. Yeah. There was, right, Jimmy. Right. Yeah. From my side. Yeah. From my side. One, yep. Very good. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no doubt, or still up there. There's no market. There's no there's fine. Off there. We're under the one for the hot. So right where we're at, we've lost power steering. We're out
65 miles to target.
We gotta pull
You
this
want the
pin.
hood off, right?
Huh?
Hood?
Yeah, we gotta pull that pin up top here.
Yeah.
65 miles to target. 65 miles to
And then
target.
you have to fuck with these things?
Yeah. Hey, when you get back in, I want you to look at your GPS real quick. I do not see an RCP in this waterfall. Okay.
So you might have to switch the power off to recycle the vehicle to actually get everything back up and working. Now, if he does that, his Starlinks will drop out and they will need time to actually re-establish themselves and find their satellites before they'll start transmitting again. So let's keep an eye on that story and see what happens. But yeah, that's why we love this style of racing, as we watch the badass himself. That is Mr. Tom Ways in the 321 car.
I love that he's got blue flames on that thing. That just looks so awesome. He's so cool.
Right now, I've just had a tracker update from Paul Wolf, and it is showing him at 0 mile an hour right now. So let's not worry about it at the moment. As we said before, if he has to stop, if he has to do a reset, it will automatically slam him down as stationary. So we'll keep you honest on that as that story develops. And that's the 888 of Cody Addington. That is the old Red Dragon. Oh, that is Paul. And that's it. Paul's out of the car.
Paul is out winching.
And now this is interesting because this is an RCP. So
they have to go between those two flags.
They've got to go between those flags, otherwise they're going to take penalties. Now, what's Paul doing here? Because it does actually look like he's not. Is he actually winching, or is he's round the back of the vehicle, which would be making me think he's not winching?
Yeah, but I saw him at the front. It looked like he was pulling something out. But Lauren here taking a minute to figure out, going to get that co-driver out. Lauren looks like he's going to be winching through here. And it's just a matter now of who can winch the quickest.
Yeah, now they've got a good time gap between them and third place at the moment. But let's not forget, we have the most incredible driver in Jason Shearer, who's charging at the moment, and I'll tell you, he will know all about this.
Now Lauren is backing up just a bit. They are at the top of Check Me Out. This is a really, really awesome rock obstacle up here, but they do need to go between those two Ford flags, unless if they don't, they're going to get a 15-minute penalty. So we know that Vaughn has got his co-driver out, and let's see what he decides to do. He might decide to take that penalty, thinking that, you know, it's going to take him too long to winch through this. I don't think that he's going to do that, but he certainly is backing up quite a bit away from this obstacle.
Nope, we're out here. Yeah, nope, we're out here. Oh! Go, 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 go. I would pull over and move around here some back up. Right here. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, shit. What? Oh, I don't know. You don't have a phone? I think the rat internally is letting it go. Really? Yep. JR3. Outside. right now, our steering rack has let go. We have no steering, no power steering, and we can't even make it up the trail without power steering. You guys could talk through maybe what the difference is. We're going to look around and see what we can come up with on topic.
Intentionally skipping RC.
Right, there you go. We've had it from the event director. So yes, but I think we're learning this as we go with the RCPs.
So now the question is can he get Paul Wolf out of the way? And it looks like
he
able
has.
to get around him.
Paul Wolf's out of the way now. Now this is interesting because he's getting his co-driver to take the winch line through, which is the right maneuver. And I think what we're going to see here is we're going to see him put the winch line on to bring him through. I mean, you can see the size of these rocks. They're absolutely enormous. Now it's interesting, you can see here, we're looking at his GPS and his dashboard, and you can see the green lights flickering. Those green lights would actually be solid lights normally, but it's the speed rate of the digital filming is making the LEDs flash.
Yeah. So tough break there for Paul Wolf as he was winched out of the top of Check Me Out by Lauren Healy.
Yeah, this is interesting because I can see that he's got his winch has been used. So you can see he's got the winch line out there.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what's happened. So we can see that Lauren is he still winching?
No, it looks like co-driver is.
So Lauren Healy here, who's our current race leader.
Now, I think you can hear the in-car on their feed. We can't hear it up here, but that's pretty cool that you can hear actually what is going on.
Absolutely, and he's making his way through right now. So Lauren Healy looks like he's made his way through the top of Check Me Out. You see him beckoning to his co-driver. Go, come on, dude, in the car. Now, this is interesting. A lot of teams spend quite a bit of time, I know we do, and making sure that your harnesses are set up so they're very quick to put on, and so that you can get in these kind of situations, get back in the car, get harnessed in very fast, get that door net secure, get your intercom plugged in, then get your pumper put back in. Then, because you're the navigator, you've also got to tell your co-driver where you're going, and all of this while you're absolutely out of breath, breathing hard, trying to sort everything out, and your co-driver and your driver saying to you, "Come on, dude, let's get this going."
Well, there we've got the number 97 car of Jeremy Hammer looking good through that desert. There is so much racing that is happening here today at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And again, there is Lauren Healy. He has made his way through Check Me Out, going down into those next rock obstacles of Highway 19 and Highway 20, and then he will come into remote pit 2. We'll see if he actually takes a pit or not. I would imagine he might stop, maybe get a splash of fuel, maybe have someone check out their tires. But we've got plenty of racing here. Now, number 82, JP Gomez, he is slowly making his way as of 11:15, that was 2 minutes ago, shows him going through on his way to Sunbonnet. Sorry, past Sunbonnet and on his way to Check Me Out. And then Kyle Chaney is close behind, followed by Josh Blyer. And then we've got Casey Curry in the trophy Jeep just coming through legit.
So that's Brett Harrell there going past Bill McGibbon. So tough luck there for Bill McGibbon in that Jimmy chassis. Bill, of course, come all the way down from Canada to race with us.
Now, through Jackhammer, I'm showing Shannon Campbell, Cody Miller, and Jason Shearer. So those guys have actually gotten through, but we still have quite a few people down in Jackhammer waiting to get up and over.
Yeah, and JP Gomez is going to be coming up to Check Me Out very soon. Now, I'm just trying to see where Jason Shearer is right now. Yes. Okay.
Jason is through Jackhammer.
Yeah, he is indeed, and he will be making moves on people.
Yep.
In fact, he's already made the moves on people. I believe that Jason should be
It looks like
around
Jason,
about 6th position right now.
Yeah, Jason is ahead of Cody, and he's battling it out with Shannon Campbell there as they come up and around into upper sledge.
Yeah, that's one of our bomber cars there. That might be Josh Sal.
Ooh, our tracker just updated as of 1 minute ago. Shannon is still hanging out over, has not come around the loop to upper sledge, but Cody Miller and Jason have pulled ahead of Shannon.
Now, this is going to be very interesting indeed. And the reason I say this is Shannon's running a co-driver this time in Chris Ree. So it'd be interesting. And Shannon's running one of the bigger winches in the field. He's got a modified Warn 8274 in there. And that's Chase Capera, I believe. Oh, no, that might be the Brian Capera car, which is being driven by Cody Young.
Yep, that's Brian.
Yep, so that is Cody Young, who was yesterday's race winner in the 4800 class and the overall in the Yokohama Everyman Challenge. So great work there from Cody Young. And that
is Jason.
That is Jason. Oh, look at this. We've got a battle going on now. Now, this is one of my favorite things in the world, is watching Jason Shearer drive through rocks.
Yep, he is chasing down Cody Miller there.
He is indeed, and it's looking like Cody. Is Cody going to let him go? No, we've got a battle now.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Look at that. All right, so Jason got past that Can-Am UTV of Cody Miller as they head up through upper sledge, coming down and around into legit.
Now, that's an image we've seen so many times over the years, isn't it? Jason Shearer in the shot as we watch the Race of Kings. I can't help but smiling. What a fantastic view that is Jason Shearer, and sitting alongside him, none other than Jason Berger.
So that puts Jason up in right about 6th place on course. So Jason, again, started 88th and slowly picking his way through. We might see him come up. He's got to get past Casey Curry as well as Kyle Cheney. Now, those two are pretty far ahead. They're coming into, like, Sunbonnet minivan area. So Jason still has his work cut out for him, but I would not put it past him.
Absolutely. I think Jason's in a fantastic position right now. You wait until you see the adjusted time.
Yep.
You wait when they come into town. But right now, it's all about this man. This is Lauren Healy, our current race leader. He was leading from the start of this race. Then in Jackhammer, Paul Wolf managed to get past him. And then Paul Wolf had problems at the top of Get Me Out. Or Check Me Out, sorry.
But he did.
I think
he
it's
was
more
saying
likely
Get Me Out.
Yeah. We're going to have to rename that one. But, so here it is right now. The RTR fun haver himself, Lauren Healy, making his way on track. But who's this? So this is whoever it was. They've just got going again. Still trying to find out and get confirmation who that was rolled over on their roof.
Oh, if you can go to the Wolf live feed, everybody, he's taking the camera off to show us what's going on. So if we can see what's going on with Wolf out there, we can maybe get a view of what has happened to his vehicle. Oh, and it looks like he's going to also help JP Gomez winch as well. So Paul Wolf is going to be doing some work up there, even though he is stopped. And that's what I love. You know, you're out there, maybe your vehicle is, you're out of the race there, but you are going to help all of your fellow competitors. So Paul Wolf off of the course, but he's going to help everyone else run some winch line to get them over here, save them just a little bit of time, because out here, you know, it's all about camaraderie and it's about sportsmanship. So you can see Paul Wolf standing out there running that winch line for JP Gomez as he gets through those forward flags, making sure to get that RCP. We don't want any penalties.
Okay, I'm just getting confirmation. That car that was on its roof is actually the 4464, not what we were being told. So, and that is Guy Miller. So thank you very much. Thank you for keeping me straight there. That's Jaron there. So thank you, Jaron. It's a team effort to put this on.
No, it is a team effort. I mean, we've got people from that are helping us on our WhatsApp chat. We got people here just from the spectators that are coming out. You know, we get text messages from people, we get Facebook messages from people. So please, if y'all are out on course and you see something cool, please let us know, because we want to bring that information to the world.
Indeed, and we're watching Cody Addington now, who's making his way up through the rocks, and this is the original Red Dragon. Now, I do love this story. So Cody Addington making his way up through. Now Cody Addington first race, I think it was 2012 or 2013. Used to race in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class and the old Toyota. And I believe he's still got that vehicle as we watch Joe Gatlin picking his way through. And there is so much racing here to come. We have not even got... We're about halfway through lap 2. Pardon?
We have not yet begun to fight here. We have so much racing happening.
Oh, yeah. Now, at the moment, we are just setting positions. That's all we are doing right now.
Again, after this rock race, this rock lap of lap 2, they're going to go into lap 3, which they have not seen. We have not seen it. We've just seen a line on a map. There's no trail burned in. They're going to be it's definitely going to be a choose your own adventure there.
Oh, it is indeed. And we're watching the Miller car here of Chris Hicks. By the looks of it, oh no, it's Rusty. Is that Chad Hunt? That's Chad. Sorry, Chad. I should have recognised that. And these running the new 42-inch Mickey Thompson.
42-inch tires.
42-inch. Check out my 42s, Emmy.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, Chad Hunt, of course, coming off the back of a fantastic season. And look at the way this car just climbs up there. Oh, this is impressive stuff here from Chad Hunt, part of Team Indiana. They'll all be shaking their fists in there and whooping and cheering for Chad as he makes his way up through.
So it looks like we've got a few people up there at Check Me Out, where Paul is helping people winch. Josh Blyler is going to get there soon, as well as Kyle Cheney. And here's Kyle Cheney on our tracker, on our live feed here in the 191 vehicle. Looking really good as he makes his way up there. Plenty of racing happening here. The story here right now is definitely Jason Shearer starting way far back and just on a tear, making his way as he goes through this rock course here. But we have plenty of racing. I see a lot of folks here hanging out in the lower part of the course.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just getting confirmation now that Josh Byler has also just cleared Check Me Out. And also, we were talking about Starstream earlier. We're obviously bringing information from that Starstream, bringing it into the live show. But so many of these teams have their own live feeds as well that you can follow them on YouTube or on their own channels, etc. And at the moment, on Paul Wolf's channel, he's actually explaining to everybody what's happening. And it would appear he has an electrical issue in the vehicle and he's trying to get it fixed on trial.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Now, that plays back to, that's the 190. That is, that's not 191.
That's Hunter Miller.
Check. Yeah, that's Hunter.
Yeah.
Now, Hunter had some problems earlier with the exhaust melting the cooler fan.
Right, right. And that rear end doesn't look right to me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe they're using that rock as a jack to get underneath it. Maybe they've still got some heating issues, but both driver and navigator out, that's never a good sign.
Well, they've got man tyres on there now, so they need 2 of them to carry them.
Oh, my gosh. You're the worst person I know. Yep, it looks like they're unracking here.
They'll be getting out the rattle gun, which is a bit like your impact wrench, or your dugga gun, if you want to call it.
It's the Ugga Dugga. It's like, how many Ugga Duggas is it? 3 Ugga Duggas, 4 Ugga Duggas.
Right, if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Ultimate King of the Hammers Powered by Ford Performance. Big shout out to all of our viewers around the world. I know there's watch parties in Australia, in New Zealand, in Asia, in Russia, and in the UK and Europe, of course. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for being part of this incredible Race of Kings as we watch the 4400 doing battle here. And right now, it is Lauren Healy, our current race leader. He was sitting in second place on the grid this morning, and he was leading. He lost his lead for approximately 30 minutes and then took it back as Paul Wolf had problems. And this is a fantastic in-car shot here. You get to see his co-driver working on the GPS. You can see all the other digital instrumentation inside this vehicle. These cars are spaceships these days.
Yeah, they really are. There is so much complicated technology in here. You know, we always talk about the newer vehicles being rolling computers, and that's where these things are going.
But we say they're rolling computers, we say they're massively complicated, but actually let's look at the reasons for doing it. So they can actually remove nearly 1/3 of the wiring that you would over a standard fuse and relay system, sometimes even up to 50%, as we're watching Oracle Lynn picking his way through the trails. up to 50% less wiring, plus also that these are the PDMs they have. Instead of having a fuse that just goes pop that you then have to replace, you can digitally control that fuse and have it retry it as many times as you like and have preset parameters in there. So yes, they're complicated, but also they should give you a lot more reliability, as we watch Kevin Condon on stream right now.
And he is looking good, and it looks like Lauren Healy has gotten at least 2 remote pit 2. Not sure if he is going to stop or not, but he is making his way down, making sure that he's got everything that he needs in his vehicle, and he's going to be starting on his lap 3. Now he needs to come back out through the desert back to Hammertown. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, he's going to be dropping down. He's got to go down in through to outer limits and through Spooners. Then he'll be working his way into the desert via the Spooners exit. Then he'll be working his way through the desert and on the way back into town. Then when he leaves town to go out on lap 3, if he gets there, of course, then he has to go all the way back out through the desert, the same trail that they utilized during lap 1, and then he'll come back into the rocks again, somewhere near Emerson Bridge, and then things get real. That's when we start doing our lap of mystery.
And this lap, because we're technically on a rock lap, he's going to be coming down and have to do resolution and backdoor.
Yeah, indeed, and
now,
it looks like we're on
this?
car with that. Now, AK Watley's got a car that colour, but I don't think it was him. But Emmy, I'm going to step out of the booth now. I'm going to let my great friend Ian Johnson pop back in, and I will continue watching the action as you do a fantastic job.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Jim. Always a pleasure. Glad to have you here as we are at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. This, of course, is the big race, the 4400 Race of Kings. We've had a lot of great racing out here. We've had Lauren Healy started off in the lead. He lost it a little bit to Paul Wolf, but then an electrical issue took out Paul.
I'm gonna send you pictures, okay? And if you can have somebody send parts, awesome. If not, no worries. If you can come up with a solution, okay? No, we do not.
No, not at all.
But the Ram looks good. It's just the bolts and clevises and shit.
Without the fucking steering.
Okay, send me a picture. Well, I'm seeing if it turns out you want to
Okay,
hike,
bye.
it's not far.
Hey, AK.
Yep.
I'll hike for the parts if we
Yeah, if you can't find somebody to bring you parts, it's not that far.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're trying to do, is put together
Yeah.
what parts we might need.
I mean, it'd be nice if someone could bring you parts, but
Otherwise, it's gonna take a fucking helicopter to get this down here.
Yeah, it is.
Huh?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
We can go back that way once
Yeah.
the race is over.
Be kind of a cool video to get the helicopter to pick it up.
It's only $10,000 to sign up for that before the
Is it? I thought it was 5.
The race, they have a mechanical issue with the car. They don't think they
Just
can
half
get
off?
fixed. So that leaves my dark horse pick out. But I still have my number 1 pick, Shannon Campbell, obviously still in the race. But as you said, the big story today is 2 people, Jason Shearer and Lauren Healy.
Yes, now your pick, Shannon Campbell, coming into minivan here. Waylon is a little bit ahead of him according to the tracker, and then we've got Cody Miller, and then Jason Shearer is up in front leading that little 4-pack right there.
Now, it'll be interesting to see what Jason does, because Jason, in the past, it's been a long time since Jason has started really far back in the pack. Jason historically has basically been either on the pole or been sitting right beside the pole starter on this race for many, many years. I think he's got like either 8 or 10 pole starts or front row starts in this race in a row. And so for him to have all that adjusted time, it'll be interesting to see how they use that to their advantage as the race goes on.
Yeah, for sure, because his team is doing that math and seeing where he is. He's like in I think physically he's in 5th or 6th place, but on corrected time he's pretty far ahead. So we've got some timing loops out there. So when he passes through, we'll be able to get a better indication of where he actually is on that track.
Yes, and this is right here. This is actually Jackhammer, or yes, this is Jack. Sorry, yesterday we had it coded wrong. So this is Jack, and that's a couple vehicles struggling with that line, and that's an in-car with Paul Wolf. But I'm hearing we have an update from Tiffany Stone out at Remote Pit.
Thanks, guys. As you can see, the number 83 of Raul Gomez has made his way into main pit. He was actually a little limping when he was coming in here. You can also see that they're changing out that upper shock mount. It was pretty much hanging down to the ground. The coilover was down to the ground. I had a chance to talk to some of the team. It looks like when he was in aftershock, he just hit a rock really hard, obviously, and it broke that mount for him. The team is getting ready. You can also see Max Gordon in the back helping them out, making sure that everything's good for Raul. I did ask if he wanted to chat. He said not right now. Obviously, you can see why. He just wants to make sure that he can get back out there. The team, once again, is looking over everything, working very, very hard. Luckily, they do have this crane to be able to bring the back up just a little bit to make this repair easier. He's only been here for about 3 minutes, hoping to get him back out there. My guess is he should be back within about 5 to 10 minutes. Simply my guess here. Some other things could be diagnosed as they're looking through there, and then they might have to fix. So hopefully we can see the number 83, Raul Gomez, get back out on course. Back up to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Always great to hear from you as Raul Gomez is working on that vehicle. But out here is our leader. That's Lauren Healy as he makes his way through outer limits. He's going to be coming through Spooners, down through the desert, and then we'll get a timing update from him.
Yeah, we did just see him pass somebody, but I believe that was lap traffic. So that could be somebody basically finishing up a lap.
On our tracker, it says it's Zach Savage, who is indicated as being on his second lap, but
that's obviously not correct.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what. Someone just popped that up in the chat and mentioned it to me. They said they just saw Lauren pass someone. They didn't understand who it would be. I guess it could possibly be lap traffic, but we may have a issue with our tracker on that. We'll have somebody in race ops maybe chime in on that for us on our PCI race radios. But right now, it is all about this man right here. This is Lauren Healy, currently leading our race. He's traded the lead maybe once during the day.
Yep, he's traded it once. Tom Wolf had it from him for maybe 15, 20 minutes or so until Tom got up there to check me out when it all went wrong for him. But what's great is he's helping people winch over that one obstacle run and winch line for his fellow competitors. So we love seeing that. We love seeing that camaraderie and that sportsmanship here at the King of the Hammers.
Yeah, and where he was stopped, there were 2 flags in the trail. And as we said before, that's one of those RCPs or rock checkpoints. Those are spots on the trail that they have to physically travel through. So we have basically GPS locators on the trail, these RCPs that the competitors have plugged into their GPS systems in the vehicle, and they have to be within 50 feet of that RCP or rock checkpoint. And in the case where there's flags, they have to go between the flags. But right now, I believe is this Cheney?
Yes, Cheney.
This is on board, on car with Kyle Cheney, one of our UTVs still charging hard through the desert.
Now, if we go back in the tracker just a little bit, looks like we have plenty of traffic happening in the idle issues, her problem area. Robbie Gordon is there, Paul Herschel, Oracle Lynn. So plenty of action happening down there. I know that's a really good spectating spot. So it's kind of fun to see all of the big guns that are still down there. I would love to be able to watch Robbie Gordon kind of charge through the desert. I haven't seen him in the desert out in this, and I'm sure he's moving really, really fast. Him and Max Gordon will be piloting that vehicle as they make their way here through idle issues and her problem.
Yeah, they got to come down through Chocolate Thunder and then make that turn and go up through idle issues, which is where we saw a lot of our Everyman Challenge cars yesterday have some issues, and we saw a lot of the UTVs, but I don't think we're going to see any problems with these 4400 cars in that section. They should be able to basically take that trail easily. As we watch right here, here's our current race leader once again. This is Lauren Healy in that RTR Fun Haver Bronco, making his way up through. This is the waterfall. This is the section, if you remember yesterday, this is where we saw Amber Slauson make this turn and make a pass in this exact section. So there's a little stair step here, and then they have to come up and then huck a left up through this pinch rock section right here. She made quick work of it, and it looks like Lauren's doing the same.
Yeah, these things, they're just absolutely unstoppable.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. It'll settle back down on its tires. Yeah.
Phew.
That shows you right there someone who spent a lot of time in the rocks. If he'd pinned it right there, it could have been bad, but it's better just to get off the throttle and let that thing settle right down, which is exactly what he did. Now he's got to decide how hard he's going to hit it. No, it's not. Yeah,
It's
I'm just
not
hearing in
always
my
when in
ear,
doubt,
it's
throttle
not
out,
always
right?
when in doubt, gas it out. In that case, it was not. If he had gassed it, he would have been into a worse position than he was before. He made a very smart decision, got off the throttle, and just let the truck settle back down. Unfortunately, now he's basically getting hung up. He's getting pinched on both side bottoms of the vehicle. So he just got to pick a better line, and he'll get up through there, no problem at all. He is shedding a little bit of time here, but I don't think that there's anyone pressing up behind him quickly, but he does have to worry about the amount of adjusted time that Jason Shearer's got sitting in his back pocket in this race.
Yes, JP Gomez is up in that section as well. He is behind Lauren, but JP Gomez would be the next person physically on track.
Yeah, and at this point, there's really nowhere for JP to go. He can't go around him. This is the line that they're going to be taking to get up through here.
Yeah.
This is one of the waterfalls they have to climb, and this is the pinch rock section. So you can see Lauren just sort of struggling to find the right line, and he will get it. This is the exact example that Jim was talking about this morning about the difference between a front engine vehicle and a rear or mid engine vehicle. When we watched Amber Slauson on this trail, obviously that Bomber being a front engine car, all that vehicle weight is above the rock at this point. Unfortunately for Lauren, with the engine being in the back, he's got to drag all that weight up the rock. So that's probably one of the reasons why he's struggling right here. And this is exactly what Jim was talking about this morning when he was comparing the two vehicles. So sometimes having that front engine is really, really nice.
Yep.
Sometimes having that rear engine is really nice as well. It's kind of that game. We talked to Vaughn yesterday about it a little bit, and he said, you know, he always had the front engine vehicle. Lauren always had the rear engine vehicle, and he kind of liked the two. He actually took Lauren's for a drive to try it out, and he said that, yeah, he felt like he was giving up a lot of what he was used to, but he felt that having matching vehicles was actually a benefit for the team.
Well, it looks like they are going to winch over this, right? Try it a few times. If you're wasting a lot of time, go ahead and pull that winch line and make sure that you get up and over that. Again, we know we've got Jason Shearer on adjusted time, as well as Raul Gomez coming up the back end. But we are here at Jackhammer. That is the 4464 vehicle, I believe, that is rolled over. And we've got a little bit of a traffic jam here happening.
Yeah, you can see that vehicle that's rolled over. It's on the right-hand side. There are two lines there. We just saw, I think that's Blyler on screen left, just make that climb. And there is two lines through this section. There's that one big rock in the middle. You can go on the left or you can go on the right. But now that we have a vehicle rolled over here, obviously you're not going on the right, so you'll see competitors move over to the left. I believe that is Blyler because that's one of Miller Motorsports car. It's easy to see, but now he's just stuck in traffic right now.
Yeah, and you know, that's the reason why you want to get there early, right? You don't want to get stuck in this traffic. There's nothing more frustrating than just waiting for people to go. And we've had backups here that can last that people have come in and said, like, I was sitting in Jack for 45 minutes. I was sitting in Jack for an hour. And that's just got to be so mentally taxing.
Yeah, I think the reality is the cars that we're watching race today really shouldn't have that much of a hard time in Jack. We saw a lot of issues in Jack with our Can-Am UTV competitors, as well as our Yokohama Everyman Challenge cars, but these cars really, they have multiple lines in this trail. I think what we're watching unfold while we were watching Lauren come out, as I say that, look at this, here's a perfect example. We may have a pass going on right here, which is exactly what we do. It looks like Blyler might have been able to get by. He just lost a little bit of traction climbing up that rock. He just has to reset and give it another stab. That's an example of when in doubt, throttle out.
Absolutely. Yep, as he makes his way there up the right side of the race course. Plenty of spectators there as well, but here is Lauren Healy through outer limits. He has winched. His co-driver is going to get back in, and we're back on board with one of our UTVs here. Is this this is Cheney?
I believe this is Kyle Cheney. Yeah, I think
Kyle.
it absolutely is. I think Kyle's got the he's got the yellow A-arms in the front, so it's easy to spot. But yes, note for all competitors: next year, put your number on your dash, so we have an easily identify you when we jump to that in car. But yes, this is Kyle Cheney right now in one of our Can-Am UTVs. These purpose-built machines are absolutely amazing out here, tackling the same race course as our 4400 cars. But Emmy, I think what we noticed there, I think when we were talking this morning with Jim, and Jim was saying, oh, I don't think this is going to be a course that is decided by IFS or solid axle or this or that. It's going to be 2-seat versus 1-seat, and I think we just witnessed that with Lauren in that section of trail. He was certainly glad to have a co-driver to quickly get out and winch him over that rock, and I think we're going to see that all day long as we move, especially into lap 3.
Well, JP Gomez making his way through outer limits and into Spooners. He is our current second place, both on time, I believe, and also on course. And then behind him is Kyle Cheney in the 191, as well as Josh Blyer. So we still have plenty of switches that could happen here between our top 4 as we go through this 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance.
Where is Jason Shearer, though? I thought we'd see him a little bit closer to that mix, but no.
Jason Shearer is back, and he's gotten through Check Me Out.
Yeah, I just popped him up on the tracker, and it looks like that. So, yeah, he just has to push up towards remote pit. I thought we'd see him maybe a little bit closer to that grouping of our leaders right now. But, yes, as you said, if I jump on the tracker, we've got Lauren Healy. For some reason, I'm still seeing a Zach Savage on there. I don't know why that's there. We have a JP Gomez, Kyle Cheney, and then Josh Blyler, who we just saw. And if you remember when we were watching that in-car camera from Kyle Cheney, you can see the Josh Blyler, you can see the traction boards on the back side. You can see that basically stand out, very, very distinctive to see in the front. And this, I believe, is JP. This is where we just saw Lauren struggling on this trail. So let's see how JP handles this spot.
He handles that like it ain't no thing.
Well, that's the first climb. The second climb is this one right here. Yeah, so he made it up the first climb just like Lauren did, but this is the spot where we saw Lauren just have his co-driver get out and winch. So let's see what happens here. Oh,
yep,
very good.
easy.
Looks like he made easy work of it. So the question would be, obviously, I think JP's got a little bit more wheelbase on Lauren in that car. So that's going to be good for JP because Lauren had to stop and he had to winch, and so that gives JP a definite little breathing room right there because the time it took Lauren's co-driver to get out, the time it took him to run the winch line, pull the car over, and that's not Lauren on the screen in case you're wondering. That's Zach Savage, who we don't know why he's there, but that is yeah. So I'm sure JP will be happy. I'm sure he's in communication with his team, and I'll bet you they're telling him, hey, Lauren had to winch there, you did not, so just keep pushing. So he'll be happy to hear that.
Yep, JP certainly just got a lot more time. We've got Cody Miller is going to be coming up into Check Me Out, where he'll get hopefully a little bit of help winching over by Tom Wolf. There we have Cheney again with those yellow A arms. Thank you for giving me that little cheat sheet. I appreciate that. Now I've written it down and I will never ever forget it.
Yeah, and we should see Blyler in front of him. We did a few minutes ago, but obviously that shows you that maybe Blyler's moving a little bit faster through the rocks because the last time we cut to this in-car, we could see Blyler in front of him. He wasn't right in front of him, but you could just get glimpses of the traction boards that he carries. All the Miller Motorsports teams, they normally see them carrying those traction boards on the back of the car. It's just sort of like, why not? It doesn't weigh a lot, and it's one more thing you might need when you're out in the rocks, but obviously Josh has been able to put a little bit of space between himself and Kyle.
Yeah, I have the tracker updating 2 minutes ago with Josh behind Kyle. So there might have been a pass there. Then we've got them on screen right now.
Yeah, so that's Kyle. So the tracker obviously pinged at a different time. So
Yep.
that's Josh at the bottom of the screen. That's Kyle at the top. So even though the tracker did show him passing, sometimes that's going to happen, especially when they're out in those rock canyons. I know we say this many, many times for people to remember. But one thing, when you see that tracker update, sometimes it's not 100% on the exact time. They ping every, I believe, 30 seconds. So if a driver is moved a little bit further up course, sometimes you'll see them leapfrog. So if you're watching the tracker, don't get excited because if you see a pass, just give it a couple seconds to refresh, and then you'll get honest. Right now, I'm still also seeing Jason Shearer. He has broken free from Check Me Out and those rock trails, and he should be heading up towards Remote Pit 2 pretty soon. Hopefully, we'll see. Maybe Tiffany Stone can give us an update. We keep calling it Remote Pit 2. That's just force of habit. I apologize. We should just be calling it Remote Pit because we only have one Remote Pit this year, but that used to be Remote Pit 2, and that's why we keep accidentally calling it that. I apologize.
Well, I've got a story about Zach Savage. It looks like he is a little bit lost. He went the wrong way at Remote Pit. He went right instead of left and then bypassed the entire entire rock section.
So he did the exact same thing that Eric Miller did 180 degrees
Right,
in reverse.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
So he made the wrong turn. The problem for Zach Savage, unfortunately, is his only solution for that is going to be to run all of Spooner's, all of Outer Limits, drop back down in the desert, and he might be able to catch the dirt road that goes back up into Remote Pit 2, similar to how Eric Miller did it, and then drop back into the rock trail. So unfortunate for them, but there is a solution where they wouldn't be backtracking on course. We're very serious about that. We do not want competitors turning around and driving backwards on course. It's incredibly too dangerous. We don't want them doing that. So it's illegal. That's why it's illegal. It's there for a reason. You wouldn't drive backwards on a racetrack. Don't drive backwards on this race course either. Another thing to mention, if you are out and about in your vehicle looking for a good spot to watch the race, just remember, oh, here we go, stop. I'm going to stop that thought and jump into this, because this is Vaughn Gittin out of his car, or at least the co-driver's out of his car. And it looks like helmet off, and whenever the helmet's off, that is not a good day.
Always bad news when the helmet is off. And that looks like driver and co-driver are both out of the vehicle as well for Vaughn Gittin Jr. hanging out there in aftershock.
Yeah, I know he was struggling, having issues with no brakes when he went into Remote Pit 2 and brought it all the way back home into Hammertown. And I think they were talking about trying to fix it, and he said they spent a lot of time on it and they think they had it fixed, but it's looking here like either that problem's come back up to bite him again, or there's another problem with the car. So that's just unfortunate for Vaughn. He was doing so well early on in this race. That's unfortunate. They may be out of the race. We won't know officially until we hear from them, but right now that's all we can assume.
Well, I've got a message here from Tiffany, Remote Pit Tiff. It sounds like Casey Curry came in to Remote Pits and decided to change a left rear, but it wasn't flat. They just wanted to make sure that it didn't get punctured, so they were trying to kind of preemptively change that tire, taking a little bit of time in Remote Pit 2 before he takes off into Outer Limits and Spooners.
Well, I think that's, that speaks a lot as to what happens inside this race. We're talking about this race, and we're talking a lot about Lauren because he's currently leading it, but the reality is we still have a lot of racing to do. We are into lap 2 only. We've done the rock trails for our leaders, but that's just the first batch of rock trails. They have to go back out again, and they have to run rock trails, and then they have to run in what I'm calling the magical lap of mystery. So
magical lap.
Yeah, it's just a lap of mystery. It's the magical mystery lap. And so they have to go out, and they were not given that GPS file for that race course until yesterday. So no pre-running, no course marking, and so they have to go out, and they were basically given the trails, given where they're going to run, and this is going to really change this game, because this is going to have our drivers really relying on their co-driver and really relying on their navigation ability.
Yeah, and God forbid anyone who is out there and has to do this at night, do that magical mystery lap at night.
I'd never want to be anywhere at night.
I don't either.
But here we are right now. We're jumping out. This is our current race leader. Once again, this is Lauren Healy. He has made the exit out of Spooners. He's off the rock trails. This is just that 2-track, we kind of call it a goat path, I guess. It's just kind of like a spot where it's really, really hard to pass. Obviously, he doesn't have to worry about that right now. But this is a section where we watched a lot of our UTVs and a lot of our Everyman Challenge cars kind of get bunched up because there's just really nowhere to go around. But Lauren does not have to worry about that right now because he is out there all by himself.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him drop down into the desert and see what kind of speeds he's going to put in on that vehicle as he comes back around into Hammertown and into our main pits. Now, Tiffany has also sent a message saying that Raul Gomez is still at Remote Pit, so it's possible, that fix it.
Terrible news for the Gomez camp. That's 2 cars down out of the team, and they come out here and they put on quite a show out here. But this is Lauren Healy right now. So just to give you an idea, so right now this puts him about, if he's keeping the same pace that he had on lap 1, he's maybe 25 minutes out of Hammertown before we see him come back in. We'll see him come back into Hammertown again before he heads out onto the mystical, magical mystery lap 3.
I feel like every time we say that, it's just going to be different.
I'm going to change the name every single time. I haven't registered the domain yet, so I can't stick with one name. So as I said, this is our current race leader, Mr. Lauren Healy, having an absolutely amazing day so far. But as we said before, this race is far from over. Dave Cole actually made a point to say, if you're leading in lap 3, you are not going to win this race at all.
Well, I believe we have an athlete check-in with Mr. Dan Fresh. So let's roll that. Let's hear what Dan Fresh has to say here at the King of the Hammers.
Hi, I'm Dan Fresh. I'm with Laser Nut Racing, and I'm racing 4400 class. You know, I started off-road racing all the way back late 90s is when I actually got into a vehicle. Started in 1600, worked my way up to a stock class truck, 7S, 7SX, trophy truck, spec trophy truck, all the way down to a 1600 car. So I've been involved in the sport for over 20 years. 2018 was my first year actually racing Ultra 4, and I was fortunate enough to get picked up by Savvy Off-Road with Gerald Lee, and they brought me out to give it a try. So our first year out, we were able to not only win the class, we actually won the overall that day. Since 2018, I haven't missed a Hammers yet. And I started off with trying to race a bunch of different classes. I tried doing UTV, and then EMC, and 4400. Last year was the first year I actually just went, you know, I'm gonna stay focused. We're just gonna do 4400. And we got a top 5 last year. And it just felt like, you know, you weren't so beat up, you weren't so tired, your head was in the right space, the car felt right. And even though we didn't have a car that we got to prep really well, and we were able to go out and get a top 5. This year, I really feel like we've done the homework. We've spent the time out here to be able to put on a good show. You know, it's great working with Cody, great working with Rodney, just the whole team in general, just been super people to deal with. Any little change I want to make in the car, I just mention it and I come back the next time and it's changed. I don't like the way the pedals are. Maybe the steering feels a little heavy. They've changed everything to the way that my driving style is. It's helped me a ton, just those little things, you know, so that you're comfortable, so you're not giving it too much throttle when you hit a rock. They're a very professional team. They bring their A game. They're super, super serious about the race, but they're not putting a bunch of pressure on me. What they're asking for is just, Dan, go do your thing, bring it to the finish line, and wherever we end up, we end up. Obviously, I put a lot of weight on my own shoulders because at my age, I don't show up just to race anymore. I show up to do well.
So that was a great check-in with Dan Fresh. That car is an app. And speaking of the devil right here we are. We're on car, on screen, live with Dan Fresh in car, driving that laser nut, absolute missile of a machine. But he's not obviously having the day that he hopes he would have.
No, he's still on lap 1, so something has happened there. He's between race mile 7 and 8, but certainly looking good there from his in-car footage. But here we are back to Jackhammer. Let's see if we've gotten all of those cars out. That is a Paul Horschel car in the number 19, and it looks like traffic has cleared just a little bit.
Yeah, they got to get through this bottom section, and then they'll get up to the top where that little bottleneck that we saw earlier. Be interested to see if the car that we saw on its side has been able to fix itself, because we had a car laying over blocking one of the lines, but they obviously were not. They weren't here quite yet.
They were. Winching the last time we saw that, so hopefully they've gotten righted up and we can get more vehicles through there. But again, this is Paul in the number 19 as he makes his way up through the back part of Jackhammer.
Okay, right, this is news right here. We are in car with Lauren Healy, stopped on course. They're not getting out of the car. They seem to just be sitting right now. So we're seeing cars go by them. That may have been Gomez going by him on the right. If it was, they were going by fast. So we're going to have to see if we can find and get an update from the Healy camp, but that cannot be good. I'm trying to see what we see on the dash. It's looking like we got some lights flashing on the screen on the right. The co-driver does not look happy, but we can only assume that this is not good news, and that could have been JP Gomez making the pass on the right. We'll jump on the tracker and see if we can figure out if it was.
Now, I've got a little bit of an update on Paul Wolf as well. On his own personal feed, it looks like he was outside of the car looking like he got his issue fixed. I still have him not moving, but it looks like Paul Wolf might be fixed as well. So we've got plenty of action, plenty of drama here at the 2025 Optima Batteries, King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. But we have some very special guests up here on the desk, Ian.
Yeah, but don't make it seem like it's a happy visit, because I don't think this is a happy visit, is it, Cameron?
It's not. Yeah, it's not. Definitely. It's bittersweet to be up here, but Dave asked us to come check in. Wayne and I were out racing, still got our pajamas on or our killer whale suits on, depending on if you're in the race or out.
I like the killer whale suit.
Yeah, I got that from Jesse.
And I did my hair special.
I can loan you some gel if you need, Wayne.
Yeah, no, I got a helmet. Works.
It doesn't. I've tried it.
Well, what happened to you guys out there? What's the story?
Oh, we just had a great run going. Wayne was just high-fiving. We're passing a bunch of cars, and we kind of had sloppy brakes all day. And I came into the pit and tried to bleed him. We ended up finding out we think we have a master going, so we bled it, and we were going to go up to pit 2 and get a master, but we broke.
We broke a 40 spline inner stub axle in the rear diff out in the desert, so we just had to come in.
And that car is IFS, IRS,
yes,
right?
that's
So
correct.
that's not a simple repair in any way,
No.
is it?
No, it's not. And what a great car. We had so much fun. I really want to thank Craig Allen for teaming up with us and the Pellegrino family from Genrite, bringing the number 16 Monster Energy Yokohama car to life here today. And just unfortunate, just teething pains, new car for us, and just learning the ropes. It's after yesterday's awesome pre-run to the podium, we were like, hey, we know all the data, let's go do it. But we didn't do it very good. We're not very good.
That's how the Hammers works, right? It's either, and it's either going to be your day or it's not. You know what they say, you're winning until you're just not winning.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that.
Okay.
We definitely weren't winning. Well, yesterday we were actually winning until we're not. I just saw on the screen, what a bummer. Our teammate at Monster Energy, Lauren Healy, pulled over. Is he still sitting there?
We don't know 100%. We only went to the in-car when he was, but he has pinged at 0 miles an hour. So I'm going to assume, yes, he's still sitting there. And according to my tracker, JP has passed him. And that's what I think we saw out of the side of the car. So, yeah, that is a bummer for Lauren for sure. He was on an absolute tear. But you know yourself that you've had this problem. You lead this race, doesn't mean you're going to win this race.
Yeah, Wayne and I have, I think, led it 3 times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And had some great races and just smart driving, and King of the Hammers comes up and bites you. That's why they call it the toughest single-day race in the world, right? I mean, the Baja 1000 is longer and probably takes more logistics, but trying to tune a car to race in the desert and race in the rocks, so you got a kind of a half and half car, it's difficult. And I know you said the Gomez guys are maybe moved to the front with JP. Man, those guys, their cars are tough. Really
That's what I
tough.
call an amazing segue, because I have Mr. Suspension Tuning right here beside me, Mr. Wayne.
Yes.
Wayne, let's talk about that, what Cameron just said, tuning a car for fast in the desert, crawling over rocks. This is kind of, you're the shock man, you're the hero of all of us. So what's the secret sauce for that?
Well, I'm just a professional guesser.
You just turn the tubes, do you, and see what happens?
Yeah. So I've done this Ultra 4 since the OG, and I have done tuning for everything, and I have only found one thing you can do to a shock that will make it worse in the rocks and better in the desert. So what we do is don't do that one thing, and then make them as good as they can in the desert, and then we go put them in the rocks.
And if you want to know what that thing is, you got to hire his.
I was going to say, that's something you're not just going to share, right?
There's probably 50 people out there that I've told before, so one of them will shout it. But yeah,
That's amazing. So it's a fact. You're right on that fine line, right? Because it's so different. The shock that's going to perform well in the desert is not the same shock that's going to perform well in the rocks.
it really is the same shock.
Oh,
once you
okay.
get the damping right, the rebound is controlled by, it only controls the spring. So once you get the rebound damping right and get the compression damping so it works on high and low speed, in the rocks you can get high and low speed events, although they may be bigger low speed and slower high speed, but they're the same event. So it's just managing energy. Once you get the energy managed, they're pretty dang good. But yeah, so you just find that balance. But we always go put them in the rocks after you've done a desert tuning session. Like if you go out and go through the bumps on my loop or whatever, and you go put them in the rocks, see what they do. But they're always okay.
Awesome. That's amazing to hear. So just
Nothing's
wealth of
tricky to
knowledge.
Wayne. He's a
I know,
guru,
like he just
right?
feeds that out like, oh, it's simple. You just do this, 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 and this, and you know you can go fast in both.
It's just professional guessing. Yeah. Well, let's go this way, and if it says no, if she tells you no, you go the other way. I've been married 36 years. That's how I learned that, right? My wife Kathleen supports me, and if she wants it, okay.
There we go.
Race car is the same.
Yep.
Right. If she asks for it, you give it to her.
Absolutely, makes perfect sense. All right, Cameron. Well, hey, listen. I'm sorry to hear that your day ended the way it did. Cameron, we're absolutely gutted. We saw you out there. I was so excited for you to be in another new car. We love watching you race. Congratulations on putting it on the box yesterday, but sorry to hear you out of the race so soon today.
It's hammers, right? I can't go cry in the rocks. I'm just going to go back and sulk a little bit.
That's
Think about
right.
how we're going to do it again next year.
And we'll see you again
right,
next
we're
year.
already planning. We were already planning for next year as we were driving in.
Over tacos, though. Let's go eat tacos.
Yeah, we got to go eat tacos. La Bufadora Tacos is calling Cameron Steele
I've
right
already
now.
I've already had mine today, Cameron. So enjoy your tacos. That pepper will change your life, right?
The pepper is the most amazing thing I've ever tasted. It's unbelievable.
Awesome. Thanks for stopping by,
Hey,
Cameron
thanks.
Steele, Wayne Israelson. Thank you so much for stopping by the booth.
And thanks to all the fans for the support
sure.
and everything they do. God bless. Everybody stay safe out there.
All right, thanks, guys. Always cool to get the big guns up here. Cam and Wayne didn't have the day that they wanted, but we're really glad that they were able to come up and have a chat with us. Now we're looking here at the top of Resolution. We should be getting.
This is our leader right now. This is JP Gomez. So this is that far side of Resolution that we've been watching all week long. So this is the sand climb that comes up, drops into Resolution. They come down the Resolution trail, and then they have a choice. Do they either go down back door, drop the two waterfalls, or do they go up over the sand hill? This is your current race leader right now. This is JP Gomez. We saw him pass Lauren Healy when Lauren was stopped with, we can only assume, being a car problem. But this will be the first car to finish lap 2. So here is JP Gomez making his way down through Resolution right now in that Joe Thompson UFO Fab car. He's coming back into town. I'm sure Miles will be super excited. He's going to be down on the in the pits to catch up with them. But he has now physically taken first position on track. But remember, everyone watching at home, remember, this is still an adjusted time race. We have a heavy hitter, Jason Shearer, at the back of the pack, who's got a pile of adjusted time in his back pocket, and he is still pushing through the rocks as we get through this race. I'm still checking the tracker to see if we can get an update on whether or not Lauren Healy is moving at all or whether he's still stationary. I don't see him moving quite yet, and it looks like Kyle Cheney may have already passed him in the desert, and that would be the next person that we see back on screen right now. But joining us in the booth, Dave Cole, awesome to have you here. We love having you here. Obviously, to be honest with you, Dave, I'm going to need you here for lap 3 because you've got me lost on these blue lines and these trails, so it'll be great to have you here to talk us through it.
Looking forward to it. So, what do you have, JP and Josh Blyler?
JP has passed Lauren. Lauren was stopped in the desert. We're still trying to get some updates on that. We saw in his in-car he was physically stopped. So JP will be the next one in, then Kyle Cheney, and then, yes, I believe you're right. I think it should be Josh after that.
Spectacular. Good looking race. This is awesome. You guys have been killing it.
I appreciate it. Dave, it's been a hell of a race to call. It's been tons of fun.
I've just been enjoying watching, so.
All right, so as we've said before, lots, and there's still lots at play here because we get excited when we get someone running away with this race just because of the fact they're leading it. But as we said before, there is still a lot of racing to happen today. We saw exactly what can happen to Lauren Healy, could happen to any of our racers out there. We can only speculate as to what is going on with his car out in the desert, but it was a dead stop with both them just still sitting in the car. We saw the same. Von Gittin stopped on the trail, both co-driver and driver outside of the car. But right now the story is the first car to get back into Hammertown, finishing lap 2, is this car right here. This is JP Gomez coming back into Hammertown.
Starting lap 3, here we go.
So Dave, while we're waiting for to throw down to Miles to talk about this, let's talk. Just give us a brief rundown on lap 3. Don't give me all the trails, but give me what are the where are these guys going to have a lot of trouble in lap 3?
Well, the first one off when they come back around to Emerson Lake Bed and they get up on top of Emerson Ridge, they're going to turn right. They're going to drive down about a half-mile trail they've been on before, but then it's going to turn right and go up in a place they've never been before.
So none of them have ever touched tires onto this before.
Nobody has.
This is awesome.
Maybe in the last couple of days, but when we marked it, we didn't actually drive it to market. We walked it to market. So
Awesome.
To make sure it was doable. So it's doable.
All right, so this is going to be so exciting. I'm super excited to have Dave up here for lap 3 because we're going to be calling out some amazing trails that, as he said, some of these guys have never even seen before. But right now, it is all about this man right here. This is JP Gomez coming in to Hammertown, the first vehicle to finish lap 2 here at the Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And today, it's all about the race of kings. I'm thinking Miles is down in the pits, so let's hear what you got, Miles.
Thank you, Ian. Yes, I am down here with JP Gomez, our reigning King of the Hammers champion and physical up in that first position. But on adjusted time, I think it's Jason Shear that everybody is worried about. And Flacco is showing JP some notes. The car, they are changing all 4 tires because they want to have fresh tires going into the deal. And it says, pick up the pace, Shear is moving. So JP knows that's what's going on. So they're trying to get the tires front and rear off. They can only do the rear at first. Now they are doing the fronts. So all 4 tires going on fresh for lap number mystery 3. But the UFO still looks like it's an amazing shot. And look at the Gomez team, just absolutely amazing getting all these tires on there. It's full of fuel. JP Gomez has won this race from the back of the pack, and Shear looks like he is trying to do it. So I think it's about a 19-minute split between JP Shear physically and JP Gomez, so they know what's going to happen. We'll see how it all shakes out. JP Gomez knows he has to pick up the pace, and he is in and out of the pits at 12:08. So we'll see. So 12:27. So JP is out there. We'll have a quick chat with Flacco. You had some tough luck earlier on the day. I hate to hear that for you, but to see JP physically out front, that's pretty awesome.
Hell yeah, I had some tough luck out there. We were running good and was trying to have a good pace out there, and unfortunately I had a motor give out on me, so it sucks, but we'll come back next year. But right now the man on the move is JP, and we got a good strategy coming into lap 3, and we're hoping to make some time in front of Shear and Blyler. So
yeah, so Gomez's route, your dad won the 2 years in a row, and now it's JP. And JB, could he back it up? Could it be Gomez 4 years in a row?
That's the plan, and we're going to make it happen.
There's that laugh that I love to hear. So Gomez is in high spirits, but like I said, it said pick up the pace. Shear is moving, so JP knows he has to pick it up here, but he's going to be the first tires on that new track. It's going to be very interesting to see. I know Josh Blyler's coming through, Casey Curry, Kyle Chaney, but I'm waiting for Jason Shear. That's the one I'm expecting to put up. Man, I'm just excited. I can't wait to see how it shakes out. So I'm going to send it back to Ian Dave at the Optima Battery booth. Let's see what happens.
Thank you very much, Miles. And also joining us in the booth now is none other than Team Awesome Casey Shear. Casey, thanks for coming back.
What's up, guys?
All right, it's great to have you here. So Dave wanted a special request, jump into Jackhammer. What do you see going on here, Dave?
I see Bailey has created a problem. That car doesn't look like it's going up, and I don't see a windshield attached to the front of it, and it's undercut, and now the guys are going around the right line. Not sure what's happening there at all.
Yeah, I think he's actually been in there for a while, Dave. I think we saw that happen earlier today. So unfortunately, I think that car has not moved for a while. But yeah, you're right. It's definitely blocked that line for sure.
Seems like if Paul or somebody pulled him back, the white car pulled him back out of the way and just dropped him in that hole, they'd open up 2 lines again. But they'll get out of it.
That's what it's all about, and it's fun. We talked about this yesterday. We said this is where we're going to see a little bit of bottleneck happening on this race course. We did not fully expect to see, what is happening here? We got a tire off. That is Shannon, co-driver. We're assuming just a flat.
It's Chris Ray.
Chris Ray out there, co-driver. Both Chris and Shannon out of the car, so maybe more than a flat.
I would say they just pulled it off, found out what the problem is, and they're on the radio calling their team and telling them they need X, Y, and Z.
But the big story here is Jason.
My bro.
From the back, maybe.
Yeah,
so
started 88.
He's not used to having all this adjusted time in his back pocket.
Nope.
Does he even understand how that works?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, they're very calculated, that's for sure. They know what's going on, and their team has awesome comms and the Starlink and everything, and Starstream. It really helps out.
Yeah, so let's talk about that for a little bit. Casey, you know, Jason's starting from the back, but you said they're going to keep track of comms. Get me some secret sauce here. Like, let me know, were there talks about, hey, let's lay up, let's push later, let's push early? Was there any stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. There were some unknowns, right, with lap 3 being kind of the unknown variable here. So I know they pushed real hard at the start of the race. You guys all probably saw that. They had 77 cars, I think we counted, he passed up there. So when they came through remote 2 car, everything looked great. So they just kept on charging, and I think that's their mindset right now, is to just put it down, keep going.
Well, speak of the devil right there, I believe that is your brother. That is Mr. Shearer right there. And it looks like he could be making a pass, or trying to make a pass in this section. And it looks like maybe he was able to jump to the front of the car, and we'll find out. But yes, that is, I believe that should be Kyle Cheney. And I think what was we saw it, yeah, that's Jason's dust right there. So I'll just jump on the tracker quickly and see if that's exactly what happened. And
yeah, that might have been from a little bit. That might be a replay, I think.
No, that's Spooner's exit right there. So that would be, yeah, that I have them basically mixing it up 100%. Actually, that'd be Cody Miller, Jason Shearer, and then Casey Curry should be in there somewhere too. But that was definitely Jason putting a pass on this. I believe is Cody Miller right here. Yeah, all right, I'm getting confirmation. Yes, that was Miller in car. So that was Cody Miller, and then we saw that was Jason making the pass right there. So that puts Jason just ready to almost drop out of the trail. This should be the wide shot of what we're just watching. So that's Casey Curry right there, and that does not look like he's moving fast at all. And that should be, I believe that's maybe Miller behind him.
Yeah, Casey's off pace for sure right there.
Yeah, it looks like Jason did not get the pass because I believe that's Jason up at the top of the screen. So I don't think Jason actually got the pass. We've been talking about this section of the race course all week. It's very difficult to get around anybody in here because there's so much rocks and just basically debris on either side of the race course. Very difficult to get around anybody in this race section.
Yeah, it's pretty too tracked out. I mean, there's no options, and to see Jason make a pass right there is pretty awesome to witness and get all this awesome coverage that you guys are putting out for sure.
Yeah, so right now we are still watching. It looks as though Lauren Healy is still sitting at 0 miles an hour out in the desert, and the car that you're riding along with right now is Cody Miller. Cody Miller, we're looking at Jason Shearer, Casey Curry should be in there, Cody Miller, and Waylon. According to my tracker, Waylon should be somewhere around there, but I did not see him on that wide shot at all.
Yeah, and I'm looking at one of these shots too. Shannon and Chris Ray are still out of the car working on it. Doesn't look like they're working on a tire though. They must be working on some type of steering part.
Oh, that'll be a shame if that's a problem. We've seen. I stopped down to one of the other pits with Kevin Stearns, and they were trying to. And
looks like Bailey moved up out of that hole.
Yeah, it looks like they got him either pulled back or he was able to get back. But yeah, I think exactly what Dave was talking about happened, and he was able to clean up another line. As we are watching, I believe this is Kyle Cheney coming out of main pit right now.
Yep, going through that awesome Bronco arch. Going back to the wash.
So that would put Kyle Cheney out on lap 2, and I believe that is or lap 3, sorry, and that is the only other car. No, I apologize. I believe we have Josh Blyther also out on lap 3 right now. And I hear we got Miles in the pits.
Thank you, Ian. Yes, I am down here. Josh Blyther did have a front tire he swapped out, it looked like. Kyle Cheney came in, and all he did was fuel and go. He is on the move. So out front physically, it's JP Gomez, and then it's Josh Blyther, then Kyle Cheney. But again, I think the man to be watching right now is Jason Shearer. It's been a great day. I hope everybody back at home is having just as much fun as we are. It's been an absolute blast down here, and lap 3 is going to make or break this race. It's going to be exciting to see how this race comes together, and I'm telling you, it's going to be wild. That new trail has no tire tracks on it, so the first one is making a new trail, and right now it's JP Gomez that's going to be hitting it first. It's going to be interesting. We'll see how it transitions, but I'm going to try to get over to Jason Shears to see who comes in next, and it's going to be wild. So take it away back to the Optima Battery main stage.
Thanks, Miles. Thanks for that update. That's great to hear. Yeah, I have now I have some official times right here now that our leaders have come through. So JP Gomez came through at a 4 hours and 4 minutes 24 seconds. Josh Blyler behind him, 4 hours 9 minutes and 23 seconds, and then Kyle Cheney, 4 hours 13 minutes and 35 seconds. And those are the 3 vehicles that are currently out on lap 3 of this race course.
Yeah, this lap 3 is going to be really interesting, especially for the leader to go through that trail. It puts Jason in a pretty good spot. Hopefully they make some tire tracks on some of those rocks, see where they went.
I think we talked about it earlier today. You know, Jim was speculating. We always say up here, you know, what's the best setup? And I think this year is definitely the question is, do you want to be in a car alone or do you want to be in a car with a co-driver? And if I'm going into a trail I've never been in before, I really would like to have somebody with me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that if you have to get out and winch, if you have to get out and change a tire, all that's way more difficult without someone helping you out.
Yeah, or even, you know, just like you said, never had tire tracks on it. Sometimes it's easy. We've done a lot of these trails over and over and over again on this race course.
Yeah.
They're kind of burned in. You know the line. You know where to put your tires. But if you're going in somewhere it's never been, you know, it's easy to spot a line, but sometimes that line might not be the right line.
Yeah, it's a great separator, right? So you go out there, and Jason's been doing this race for so long now. We always say a lot of these guys, they know where every single rock is out there. Well, here we go. They don't know now, and so it'll be a neat separator to see how it plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm getting an update from Tiffany Stone up in remote pit 2 that Levi Shirley is officially out of the race. They're calling the race. They were going to try and do a transfer case swap, but obviously that did not work. So Levi Shirley is out, and he's going to be staying out at remote pit for the rest. So he's calling it a day out there. So bad news for him. But as right now, we're on car with Brett Harrell. Brett Harrell not moving, co-driver out, assuming winching what it looks like from here.
Yeah, I asked them to pull up that shot. They've been stuck there for a minute and going back to the pack. I haven't seen Paul Wolf move off of Check Me Out. I know he got pulled off of it by Lauren earlier in the race. Paul's still sitting there at that same point. So
yeah, we haven't got anything official for them, but we're assuming that he's done, and he said he's going to stay there and help people winch over that spot. But yeah, the sneaky story that I heard, I don't know how true it is, but someone mentioned to me that his winch just not working, and it may have not been working when they left out on the lap. So there was an issue that they kind of were trying to fight, but wanted to get out there, and I think they just ended up in a bad spot. So
that's a bummer. Paul was on a tear.
He was absolutely on a tear, but yeah, what we were told was he was going to be staying there and helping people winch over that. But yes, you're right, Dave. He hasn't moved at all. Speaking of someone who hasn't moved, if I jump on the tracker right now, I do believe that yes, once again, Lauren Healy is still not moved from where he was. So at this point,
looks like the 5 car got going again. Shannon Campbell.
Oh, that's good to hear, because we were kind of just speculating as what was that. I just got another little piece of updated that it sounds like Lauren Healy is might possibly be out, lost fuel pumps and the front end in the car.
Oof, that's a lot.
But you know what? We saw that yesterday. Someone lost their fuel pumps and then they got back. It was Cameron. Cameron lost his fuel pumps, I believe, and then got back in the race. Or no, Cameron lost, transmission, got back in the race. But
they may carry spare fuel pumps on the car.
It's that's a small enough part that, yes, you're right, they might carry.
Yep.
It's a shame because, you know, you would think they'd always have in their back pocket that maybe, well, if that happened, maybe Vaughn could, their teammate would be able to help them out, but Vaughn's broken further back in the race, so they can't rely on that. But according to my tracker, Jason has passed where Lauren is broken down. Waylon is right behind him, and then Casey Curry is behind them. So if my tracker's being true to me, those should be the next 2 cars that we see coming up through Resolution and dropping back down through that section of trail. So we'll have to keep an eye on that shot that we like to keep up with, and we can sort of spot that dust trail coming in. But that's the next grouping that we expect to see get back in.
So I've been looking back through the tracker. I've got we got JP and Josh out front. Kyle Cheney and Jason coming in right now. Lauren's out there broken. Hopefully we can get that fixed. Casey Curry's coming out of Spooners.
Yeah, Casey was definitely at not pace, though. It was weird to watch him kind of crawling along. Maybe he has a problem, too.
Cody Miller's right there with Casey Curry. And Waylon Campbell was just behind them, all coming up out of Spooners. Zach Savage looks like he probably took a wrong turn on lap 2 and he ended up in Spooners.
Well, we actually saw that, yeah, we got information from his team. What they did is he left remote pit 2, took the wrong turn, ended up on into outer limits and Spooners. So he finished the trail, looks like he finished the trail, went all the way out, back down onto the remote pit road. He's driving back up into remote pit. And then out, hopefully, he kind of did the exact opposite thing that Eric Miller did this morning, where Eric took the wrong turn out of remote pit 2, and he's kind of fixing it the exact same way.
All right. Well, Shannon's fixed now at the bottom of outer limits, or at least rolling the bottom of outer limits, coming back up Spooners.
Looked like his tire on the rack back there is pretty flat, so that, to me, seems like it wasn't a steering part or anything, just a flat.
Well, or as Dave said, maybe they got the flat, pulled it off, saw something else, they were evaluating it, then just put it on and then said, well, let's deal with that when we get back to main pit, because that's where they're headed right now. Hopefully we'll get Miles down there and get us an update on that when he gets back into town.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's got the Ultra 4 Escort with him, so he knows this place better than anybody, in my opinion.
So Brett Harrell is winching in Highway 19 and 20, or Highway 20 at this point. Paul Wolf at the top of Check Me Out, and Tom Ways just clearing Check Me Out now with Eric Miller behind him at the bottom of Check Me Out. Then that's Eric's running, and then the next 3 cars after them, that's including Paul out and Lauren out. Tom Ways will be running 10th on the road, Eric Miller 11th, and then the next 3 cars after them are in Sunbonnet, and none of them moved for a while. That's Justin Wicks, Jeff Wagner, and Rusty Blyler's been at the bottom of Sunbonnet since he came in a minivan. He hasn't moved in a minute. Chad Hunt's coming down. So that's your top 10, 15 on the road right now, and then Caprera's gotten out, Cody Addington's gotten out of Jackhammer, Chase Caprera's gotten out of Jackhammer, Robbie Gordon's out of it, Chris Branton's moving, he's at the top of it right now, and Bill McGibbon has already cleared it as well. So cars moving down. Oracle just cleared the jam up at Jackhammer as well. So that's hopefully clearing up, and the rest of the course is moving.
Yeah, and speaking of Jackhammer, this is it right here. This is what Dave was referring to. This is just a huge traffic jam that all of our competitors are trying to work their way through. We saw this play out yesterday with our Everyman Challenge cars as well as the the UTVs.
When I stepped off the microphone a little bit ago, you see the cars coming up on our left, driver's right.
Yes.
We had a recovery rig in that line. That's the bypass. And that's the line.
That's the right. Yeah, because there's two lines in that. There's a right and a left.
So Paul is winching. It's a fairly difficult winch up, but he'll get around Bailey right there, and then all the rest of the cars down the way, they can start moving up, and they'll just come cruising up that side.
Yeah.
Winching, as long as no one tries to hero it. If they hero it, they're gonna make a second blockage, but such is life.
But that's what racing in the Hammers sometimes happens, right? That's the whole point of this. We throw these cars in the rock trails, and it's all about trying to get through it. These are the obstacles. Sometimes they're rocks. Sometimes they're other cars.
Sometimes you make it on that side hill. Sometimes you don't.
I'd hazard a bet. I'm still standing with anyone's leading on lap 3 isn't going to win.
I think that's a safe bet.
I will say that someplace behind Eric Miller, between Eric Miller back through Robbie, is the 3rd place finisher.
You know, we kind of joked about that this morning, Dave, because I think it's very safe to make that bet that if you're leading the race, unless it's when you're leading when you enter the short course, you're not guaranteed to win this race. Because we've seen people break within a half mile of Hammertown, within a mile of Hammertown. Just because you can see town doesn't mean you're going to win this race.
The announcer's curse, right? We start talking about them, and then they end up breaking.
Yes, or we say they're having a good day. And then it all goes downhill.
It's crazy, though. Last year, how many lead changes were there? So you're like, wow, this is just nonstop. The next guy that got in the lead, they fell off. One right after the next. It was crazy.
Yeah, and I think this year is going to be very, very similar. But right now, I believe we are on board with Kyle Cheney as we jump out. Oh, so here we are. So this is Resolution. So this is who we got coming down Resolution. So right here, that is Casey Curry in his Jeep. Above him is that Jason?
Jay. Yep.
So that's Jason above him.
So you got the 14 of Casey Curry coming down, almost to backdoor.
I'm going to call Brett Harrell out of the race, too. Based on his tracker location, he has come back down below 1920, and he's coming out the dirt road, heading out towards, come back over Pomo Passway. So.
Yep, so they're about 2-3 minutes outside of Hammertown to come through the Bronco Arch. And they'll come into their pits for their last time, going out to lap 3.
It's like Jeremy Hammer is out there driving on lap 3 right now. That's cool.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dave. Good afternoon, Casey.
Hey, Jim.
What a race we've got on our hands here. Absolutely fantastic. This is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And today it is all about the Race of Kings, the 4400 class, going head-to-head to find out who will be the king at the end of the day. How many cars have we got out on lap 3, Dave?
3 cars on lap 3, I believe, right now. JP, Josh. Oh, no, we haven't had Kyle Chaney through yet, right? Or Jason? So only 2 cars have gone out on lap 3 right now.
I've been watching from the wings. See Shannon Campbell having some problems there as we got cars making their way towards town.
Yeah, Casey Curry definitely picked up his pace from what we saw earlier. He's hauling the mail for sure.
Yeah, now Jason's been sitting behind him for a little bit now, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's something he's strategically doing because he's got adjusted a little bit on his side. So,
well, if I was Jason, I know your pit crew are one of the best in the world, but also so is the Curry Enterprises crew that are going to be pitting for Casey. So let's see what happens.
Casey, Jason, and Cody Miller all coming in together.
Yeah, this is going to be epic. So this is going to be a battle for pit position as they come in.
And to clarify, I was wrong. Kyle Chaney is on his 3rd lap, and he looks like right in the dust of Josh. And there comes Miles. Give us some updates, Miles.
Thank you, Dave. Yes, I'm down here with Jason Shear. So Casey Curry and Jason Shear all in the pits at the same exact time. It's going to be a wild one. Lots of action. Jason Berger and Jason Shear in here. He's asking for some water. The front tires are a little chewed on. This thing's definitely the tires are definitely chewed on. They're changing the rear tires for sure. The fronts are definitely chewed on, but they're still looking like they're in great shape. But yeah, I'm glad they're choosing to change these rear tires. They are smoked. So one more to go for Jason Shear. He's about to head out for lap number 3. This truck is looking absolutely great. This Ford Performance machine is ready to rip. And I haven't seen Casey Kerr if he's came through yet. I think he's still at his pits. So far, so good for Jason Shear. Could he be the first 4-time King of the Hammers champion? We are about to find out. I believe it's a 19 to 20 minute advantage for Jason Shear against JP Gomez, our current King of the Hammers champion. He's having a granola bar. He's having a drink. They're trying to give him some snacks. Jason Berger's getting a little, some worn, winch rope handed to him to make sure everything's good to go in case they have to winch out there. And here comes a Miller brother. So physically 4th out front is going to be Cody Miller out there. And we do have Kyle Chaney as well out there. So we have 2 Can-Ams in the front. This is going to be interesting. I would not want to be one of those Can-Ams with Jason Shear with his laser focus right now, getting ready to chase him down. And they are getting those rear tires put on. Looks like they're getting close. They're fueled up. Looks like they want to check the left front tire. Oh, and they do find a bubble, so they are going to check it. Good catch on that. Glad they caught that before they sent him out. So now they're going to have 3 of the 4 tires changed out. This is costing a little bit of time, but it's so much better to do it here in the pits with all your help out here. And again, I'm just kind of doing a walk around. This car is looking like it's in great shape. And Jason Shear has what it takes to make it happen. Man, it's going to be exciting. And I don't know how long this next lap's going to take. It's 12:30. I'm going to say 2.5 hours. So we're going to be guessing, 2:30, 3 o'clock for the finish. We'll see. But who's going to be the physical finisher? Is JP going to be out there? Josh Blyler's in the mix. Don't forget, Josh Blyler is in a solid axle machine, which is going to be, in my opinion, an advantage in the rocks. But the UTVs are nimble. But JP Gomez in that single-seater, and Jason Shear has Jason Berger in the shotgun seat. And I don't think of a gnarlier combo you can have with Jason Shear and Jason Berger out there taking off. And it looks like they are close. One more drink to go. They're full of fuel. They got 3 out of the 4 tires replaced. And Jason Shear and Jason Berger getting a little thumbs up from Shear right there. So what a great run. A great pit stop for Jason Shear. And they've got a load of people making sure everything's going on. I'm trying to see. Yes, Casey Curry is still in the pits, so I'm not sure what they're checking out. Maybe we'll run over there to check on Casey Curry, but Jason Shearer is out. What's that going to be? 5th physically. Man, it's going to be interesting. Well, let's run over to Casey Curry. So, Jim, take it back.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Wow, what an update. It's all going on here. Now, Dave, you're watching the timing clock right now. What's happening?
Well, JP Gomez in first, finishing his first lap in 4 hours and 4 minutes and 24 seconds. Jason Shearer in second. 4 hours, 5 minutes, 37 seconds, 9/10. He is, before his pit stop there, which will give him about 3 minutes on the pit, he was 1 minute 13.706 behind JP, corrected time at the end of lap 2.
That's absolutely astonishing. So we've got 6 vehicles that are starting their way into lap 3, and Jason Shearer, who started in 88th position, is physically 6th on course right now. Oh, sorry, 5th on course right now, but is 2nd on adjusted time. That is absolutely remarkable. But that's why he's a 3-time king, isn't it? The man is an absolute legend. Now, Casey, obviously Jason is your brother. We were watching the pit crew down there, you know, and there was the real battle as they came into the pits there between Casey Curry and, of course, your brother Jason Shearer. And we were sitting there going, you know, well, how's this going to plan out? But Jason's team, absolutely 100% as always.
Yeah, it's awesome to watch those guys. They're really calm in the pits. They communicate well. So if one guy sees something wrong, they kind of just stick to their plan, and then they'll get over there and they'll work on it. I mean, they are fast in the pits. With the time advantage going on right now, they're probably even taking a little bit more time just checking everything out.
Now, Ian, you're just joining us back again. We saw Jason Shearer taking 3 tyres there. Now, this is really interesting, and it brings up a whole new meaning to this type of racing, because cars are coming in not just replacing flat tyres, they're now thinking about the future. They're now thinking about the next lap and actually putting new tyres on. Now, this is something we see more in desert racing than we do see in rock racing.
Yeah, and that is something that we were speculating earlier in the week. We were trying to decide, were these guys going to possibly even utilize our remote pit to put tires in fresh for the rocks? And so it was interesting to see Jason's team do that. I think it was definitely a smart idea. I think I'd want to have the best piece of equipment I could have underneath my belt as I headed out into these trails, especially since this is just a whole new world. It's a mystery to everybody, but I think this is very interesting. This could play out exactly like Dave said it was going to play out. He said whoever's leading lap 3 isn't going to win this race, and right now we have JP Gomez out, but Jason Shearer with all that adjusted time in his back pocket, and he's headed into the rocks.
It is, but one of the things I absolutely love, we've got 6 cars out there at the moment going into lap 3. Oh, let's just talk about those cars for a moment, because we've got JP Gomez in a single-seat UFO. We've got Jason Shearer in that 2-seat car. Then Josh Byler in a solid axle 2-seat car. Carl Cheney and Cody Miller in UTVs, and Casey Curry in that enormous trophy Jeep. I mean, Dave, it's amazing they bring so many different knives to this fight, and yet they all work.
Well, they're all working right now. Not all of them. There's a lot of them broken out there, but yeah, that's been one of the coolest things for me. Still don't think we figured it out yet. Everybody, after last year when Kyle came really close to winning, and everybody blew me up like, you must be really upset if a UTV wins, and I'm like, well, why? Yeah, I mean, we're advancing the technology in such ways that no one can see where it's going. I don't think it's the current iteration of a UTV is quite there yet, but someplace between like what Jason and JP are driving right now and a UTV is the future of off-road motorsports, and everyone's working to figure it out. It's pretty amazing.
Well, that's what Jim was speculating earlier when we were talking about this. He was saying it looks like the UTVs are, they're getting bigger, wider, heavier, larger engine, and then you see some of our 4400 cars looking to shed a little bit of weight, get a little bit lighter, get a little bit narrower, and I think you could be right. We could end up with something just meeting right in the middle at some point in time, but we certainly haven't found the one thing that works. But it's also because it's hard to find the one thing that works when the course changes every single year.
Well, it's cool to see
the course
the
changes,
evolution.
but it doesn't really change. It's hard, and then it gets hard, and then it gets hard. I mean, it's not like there isn't a physical thing about this course that makes it harder for IFS or solid axle. This is a course that just tests your team more. There's nothing about the rocks that are significantly harder than we've ever done them in the past. It's just not letting up. So it's just more of a challenge. I still don't think this is This isn't like some kind of like a solid axle course and like that's what we're trying to make or anything. It's by having 100 and whatever 80 miles of desert, you're evening that out pretty quickly. So I just think it's cool, exactly what you guys are talking about. The recipe's not quite perfected yet, but there's a whole bunch of good eating out there.
Oh yeah. Now,
It's
speaking of
progressing the
recipes, we're
sport.
looking right now at Waylon Campbell, of course, from the Campbell stable. Now, Waylon had a really good race going on here, but it looks like he's got problems and he's back in main pit. Now, what's going on here? We've got one car coming from one direction, one car coming from another direction.
That's Waylon and
Yeah, so that wasn't Waylon. I think that might be Rob Graham we just saw in the pits, actually, with the Nitto on the side, even though it came up with Waylon Campbell written on the side there. I'm going to check that out and come back to you.
That looks like Shannon right there in the 5 car.
Yeah, that's Shannon. I think you're right. I think that was Shannon. We saw him with that tire off earlier, and that would be where he would be on course because he'd just be exiting out of splitters and out
Kevin
of limits.
Condon was finishing lap 1 on the desert bypass of the rocks, and that's what you're seeing. Kevin Condon's in the 833 car there in front of Shannon Campbell. They're both coming down returning back into town.
Yeah, so that'll, as we said before, that's that last little sort of like sandy goat trail section that we saw some exciting battles before. But yeah, this is Shannon. We saw him out of his car before messing with something on the front wheel.
We're gonna throw it into Miles in the pits, but I can tell you that Lauren Healy's tracker is making its way back to town, directly back down, not on the race course. So
I actually do have an update on that, Dave. I have heard they have 2 burned up fuel pumps and no front drive, so they are calling it and bringing the car back in, or being towed back in.
That's a bummer.
Oh,
all right,
that's terrible.
Let's throw it to Miles. I think he's got some information out there for us.
Diff fill and getting it all topped back off. She's probably a little dry.
All right, sorry about that. We'll have to restart that one, Waylon. So, yeah, you're in here. You're putting some fluid up front. What exactly is going on up front with that mustache?
No, we're just topping off the diff. She's getting a little warm, spitting some fluid out. So we just want to make sure we can get through this brutal lap 3.
And when I snuck up behind you, you said, man, Shear came out of nowhere. That guy's on a mission, isn't he?
Yeah, he's always moving pretty quick, and I love trying to pace him and, roll with him and stuff. So I hope I see him back out there again.
Yeah, we'll find out. Are you getting ready to head back out, you hope, or what are you waiting on now?
Oh, yeah, the interview, and I think we're about ready.
Well, I'm not going to hold you up, buddy. Good luck, and we'll see what happens. And an update that I keep forgetting to give you guys is I did talk to Lauren Healy's team, and he is fighting front driveline and a fuel pump issue. So I'm not going to say they're out of the race, but it's not looking good. He was calling for a tow, so tough break for our physical race leader early on. And now we'll see if, woohoo! Got a little backfire there for Waylon. We'll see if he'll get it fired up. Uh-oh. Well, he's having a little bit of drivability issues here for Waylon Campbell. Tough break there. Hopefully he can get something figured out. But, yeah, what a great start, or a great start for lap number 3 out here. Lots of drama out there, and it's going to be exciting to see how this all shakes out. And, man, again, the story right now is Josh Blyler and Jason Shear and JP Gomez. It's going to be wild for this 3rd lap that nobody has driven yet. Let's see how it plays out. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always good to hear from you down in the pit. I thought that was Waylon Campbell down there. It wasn't going completely crazy.
Yes,
but,
that was Waylon. Yeah, that was Waylon down in the pit. Shannon coming back into town, but as we were just up there, that was Jack that we were watching before. That was Jackhammer with that traffic jam that we saw happening. But it looks like now, unfortunately, everyone's climbing all over Waylon's car to find out why it's not firing off.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. We are here for the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. This is the Race of Kings, the 4400s going head-to-head. And let's have a quick update. So off the starting line this morning, it was Paul Wolf alongside Lauren Healy. Lauren Healy took the lead and was leading for a considerable time before Paul Wolf got past him. Paul Wolf then had problems, and Lauren Healy took the lead back on again. But unfortunately, he suffered problems, and JP Gomez, last year's King, stepped up and is now in the lead. And our current physical top 5 at the moment are Cody Miller, Jason Shearer, Carl Cheney, Josh Byler, and JP Gomez.
And don't forget, if you're watching at home, you can subscribe to the premium feed. That premium feed is going to give you access to all of the cameras that we're looking at here up live on stage. And if you're out there watching us on YouTube, make sure you jump into the chat. We'll be monitoring that chat as we go, answering any questions you have. We can check on your driver if you want. We have people monitoring that chat all day long. But subscribe to that premium feed. Lots of benefits, and you'll definitely want it as we make our way through lap 3.
Well, looking back to the field a little bit, it looks like Eric Miller is stopped where Paul Wolf has been stopped for a while, and Eric's been there now for about a half hour, and cars have passed through. We'll know for certain here because Chase Caprera is going to make them. It looks like he's making a move through that group. We're working on trying to find some content there. Brett Harrell has pulled off the bottom of Highway 19 and 20. Justin Wicks is in 19 and 20 where Brett was broken at. Rusty Bleiler is stopped in a place that would probably most likely just be a flat tire or something broken, but he's past the hard spot of Highway 21 coming down to the pits, and Jeff Wagner has made it past him there. So Jeff Wagner is coming into pit 2, and then the only racer we have on outer limits and spinners right now is Tom Ways, and then you're back up to Shannon Campbell. So, the top 10 are starting to space out a little bit. The traffic jam on Jack is clearing. Race is long from over.
This race is on, as they say, and that is with one of the Miller brothers now. So that has got to be Cody Miller. So we're making our way out into the desert again as he starts lap 3. I'm just looking up on my tracker, and I can see that our current physical race leader right now is JP Gomez, and he is making his way flying across the desert and towards Emerson Ridge with every rotation of his wheels. Now, always amazes. Sorry.
Well, a little while ago, Casey asked me what their racers are going to experience. We can probably wait for that when Raul gets there. Maybe we'll be able to see. I'm not sure if JP has on board or not. If we can get drone shots over there, but they're going to. When they get to that first lap 3 diversion, the top of Emerson Ridge, it's not terribly difficult wheeling. It's just that it's cross country, they haven't done it before. And then when you get to the mine over there, at the very corner of the route, there's an old mine up there in that little hairpin up there, and then you come down a trail that we've raced before called Hell to Pay. It's difficult, but not for these guys not coming down. I mean, wouldn't want to be there at 10 o'clock at night, but would love to be there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
There's Lauren getting towed in. Looks like he's officially called it here.
Yeah, that's a tough break for our race leader and two-time king, Lauren Healy. But sometimes spaceships just don't want to fly.
Speaking of spaceships flying, Paul Horschel's still flying.
Is he? That's great news. I was chatting to Paul earlier this week. Did you know that he wasn't the hubs that he's had made, those incredible portal hubs, they weren't quite working correctly. They'd made a small mistake or something had happened inside. So they had actually found somebody in Vegas who could make 4 new hubs for him overnight. Now these things are monstrous. They're nearly 2 foot high. Okay, made in 7075. Let's go with it. Aluminum.
Oh, so proud of you, Jim, for saying that right.
Okay, and he found someone in Vegas who could get a 5-axis machine to spin those out for him and get them here in the lake bed, get those built, put on the car, and then get the car through tech and then racing.
Serious determination, right?
America. Yeah, America, baby. Yeah, just absolutely amazing.
Dave, do you have Shannon still moving over there?
Shannon looks like he stopped there just past where Lauren was stopped originally.
Yeah, I'm getting a ping on our comments on YouTube that someone just pointed up that Shannon has stopped, and he was also live streaming, and his live stream is shut off as well.
Okay, so we have a camera over there, I believe, at the Desert Spectator area. Maybe we can get some kind of visual on Shannon. Looks like Paul's not moving. Paul and Bailey are still having a little conference there in Jackhammer. There is a right line that has opened up. I've seen 4 or 5 cars go by on the right there. Looks like the recovery guy is trying to pull Bailey up and out.
Yeah, Paul looks like he's kind of struggling there. That's Paul on the middle of the screen.
He's going to drive right across Bailey's hood. That's cool.
So what you're looking at right there, that is Jackhammer. That car at the very front, that's one of the course worker recovery cars. That is Bailey Cole's car, the yellow car at the bottom screen, and that is
It's no
Paul
longer a
Horschel.
car, now it is traction.
It is now a rock. It is now
Yes,
just a
it's
very
big,
bright
big
yellow
rock.
It's a Jags rock.
Jags. Now, the thing about this is, if you're going to find a car to drive over you, it wouldn't be this one, because this one weighs over 7,000 pounds. It's a big lump of machinery, this Paul Horschel thing, and my word, it is a thing of beauty. If you do get to look at it, please stop by and have a look, because this Paul Horschel car is like nothing else out there. Now, that is none other than Rusty Byler there, isn't it? That's not Josh.
That is Rusty. He is probably cleared. He has cleared pit 2, I'm assuming. Yeah, we saw him stopped coming out of Highway 1920. Let me look at the trackers here real quick.
Yeah, it's still showing him as
If
stopped.
we could see a little farther out, he's either coming into pit 2 or leaving pit 2. Can't really tell by there.
Yeah, but he's still showing stationary. So
actually, that is Josh Byler, sir. Then he is not anywhere near there. He is second on course, and he's moving up the MDR course. He's probably just turning off the Marine base right now.
But Josh has a blue car. Rusty has a green car. That's a green car, isn't it? Or are my eyes completely...
I'm just going by the number. I'm reading the number. It says 41.
In that case, it's 41. Yeah,
And
in that case, that's Josh. It'd be incredible, isn't it?
Once again, we are back into this traffic jam that we've been seeing unfold here. We have, as David said, on screen left, our screen, driver's right, there's a line there, and that line now appears to be moving. I'm wondering, Dave, if Horschel got in there just to clear. I wonder if he's broke, because he kind of pulled off that line and winched himself into that center part of the trail and hasn't moved in a while.
Yeah, they might be just turning that little corner into a parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they might be moving the course workers vehicle as well to maybe open up a new line there. That would be my best guess.
Is that Justin Wicks?
Yeah, SCI Racing.
Oh,
Yeah,
Dennis Sterndal. I apologize. Looks like he's making the transition. I'm going from just sight. It looks like he's getting ready to come down Blanco Tortuga. He just came up out of Claw, moving his way across the top of the mountain.
So nice to have Dave in the booth to tell us all what these trails are that he made out here and a lot of other people. And you pick it up so good. It's so awesome that you can explain it to all the fans out there.
No,
that would be...
Is that a Campbell car? That looks like Shannon.
That's Shannon that diverted off the course, drove down. Have to see what happened there.
Yeah, it looks like he just came from no man's land, huh?
We'll have to get with Miles and see if he can get into the Campbell pit and get an update.
Oh, you know, that's where he was stopped. He was stopped up there. That was along, that was the fence line along the spectator area. And he had driven down to the spectator area. I'm not sure if it was to just get off course so they could fix something or what was going on. I picked up the end of it there.
Yeah, we'll see if Miles can jump down into the pit and get us caught up into that. This is the section that we've been talking about a lot for the past 3 days. This is right after idle issues. This is where there's a lot of RCPs in this Laser Nut Alley section that these drivers have to check off as they make their way through the rocks.
We didn't really give them a lot of RCPs in it. What we did was put fence at the bottom of it because I wanted to keep the cars in the rocks there. There's 30 rows of cars up there watching them. I mean, it's the most amazing spectator area.
It is, I agree, yeah.
And there's actually a row behind it, like a whole mountain behind it. You can look down over top of the first bit, yeah, it's crazy. And it's great to see them instead of the cars going through there at speed and having the fans only see them for a little bit. they're seeing them for a while do the things that they do the best, and that was the goal. So, right on.
Yep, we did exactly what we wanted to do, was get them into the rocks. And if you're looking for, if you're out here in Hammertown wondering where is a good spot to watch the race, you can fire up your Onyx Off-Road app, the official mapping partner of King of the Hammers, and they will get you out there. You can see the race course. You can't see lap 3. I tried this morning, but unfortunately it has not been added yet, so I was trying to sneak in there. But yeah, you can go out, you can see all the good spectator areas, and make sure that you stay safe when you're out in the desert. Make sure you stay off the race course as well.
Yeah, I think that's the Lasernet car of Dan Fresh there, making its way round.
So he'll be coming in. He's still on lap.
He's lap 2.
He's on lap 2.
Yeah, he's had significant problems, but it's great to see Dan still fighting, still out there. Oracle Lynn now making their way out through the rocks. Now let's talk about Starstream a little bit, Dave. It's completely changing the world and the way that we view off-road and extreme sports.
It's all of it. The combination of the internet availability with Starlink, the way that cameras are exploding, and the be able to keep them running and be able to get good footage. Like, I mean, this gimbal unit on Oracle's car, look at that shot. It was amazing. Yeah, it's been 17 years of it's mind-boggling to see this. Quite honestly, it's mind-boggling, and I'm really cool and thankful that we get to enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can only imagine what the future will bring. I know you've touched on it in the past, and it's exciting.
Jim, you got a taste of what the future can bring the other day in the Jags General Store, trying out the driving simulator. I don't think you should be too happy about that.
I'll tell you, so Oracle, that guy they just showed, he texted me and said that he bought a simulator once we launched it. He did it like 150 times. He got to the point that he could consistently do 3 minutes and 56 seconds in qualifying. And then he went out and laid down a 3 minute and 56 qualifying time.
No, that is awesome. My only beef with the simulator was it was a little too realistic. I'm used to just standing on the gas in the video game and not worrying about my consequences.
Well,
but
Ian,
I rolled it a
why
lot.
You're here with us and not out there racing anymore, Bubba.
Exactly. That's right, my friend. Exactly.
I love you, but comma.
I think the simulator is so cool because you see like other sports, other types of motorsports, and all their drivers are practicing on the sim, and now we got the off-road guys practicing on the sim.
Indeed, we just saw our physical second place car, Josh Byler, making his way around, and I'm checking my tracker, and our lead car, that is JP Gomez, should be heading up into the Emerson Ridge and into the lap 3. This is Carl Cheney on a charge right now, and he's hunting them down.
JP has turned off onto lap 3. He is probably just leaving the area that he's aware of or knows. If you're looking on the tracker, you see JP on the line. He's going to make a kind of turn to the right up a wash. When that wash turns 90 left and starts heading towards the west, that's the section that hasn't been driven before.
Well, let's talk about that, because JP's in a single-seat car, so he's having to navigate, he's having to drive, he's got to do absolutely everything himself. And, of course, there's been no pre-running, so he can't go out there and put notes into his thing. So he's just running off his GPS.
You're driving by sight.
Yes. So that is Josh Byler there, hauling through the desert right now, and he's trying desperately to catch up to JP Gomez. Solid axle Miller chassis, Nitto 40-inch tyres.
That would be Josh just coming around the spot where we saw JP about 10 minutes ago. So maybe about 10 minutes of gap on the trail. I'm looking at about 4 miles apart.
And where is
about
Jason?
7 minutes.
Where is Jason in comparison to this right now? If we pull up on the tracker.
Well,
Jason should be out in the military base where he is. It's the far edge of the military base. He's just turned the corner, 75 miles an hour with Casey Curry doing 70 behind him. So he's made it around Casey, Cody Miller, and Waylon Campbell are about 10 miles behind them on the military base. So that's probably be pretty epic with the caliber of racers between Jason Shear and Casey Curry going around the desert up there. It's probably a pretty cool video as well.
Now, just looking, JP and Josh have tripped the secondary timing loop as they make their way around the desert. JP passed through with a 4 hours and 44 minutes and 18 seconds. Josh Byler with a 4:48 and 37 seconds.
4 minutes.
So there's 4 minutes between them. And this is in with Chad Hunt. Chad Hunt in the Miller Pro chassis.
Should be in Spooners right now. This is about where Lauren was originally having problems when he was winching at the bottom of Spooners earlier. That's about where Chad's at there, right there at the very bottom of Spooners.
This is Emerson Ridge. So this is Josh Byler making his way up. Now, Dave, where does he turn off of this ridge?
Well, hopefully this drone can stick with us if it can go long enough and if it can pull to a high. I mean, we're going to make this up on the fly. If that drone can pull up to like 2,000 feet, then it will see JP down in the next valley over. It'll give you a different perspective.
You can see here the course at this point.
Drones have a ceiling of 500 feet, so that's what we're going to see from the drone. Understood. Thank you.
Those silly FAA rules get you sometimes. But right now, as you can see, I'm making up Emerson Ridge. This is the section where we saw a lot of traffic going on early on, but all the horsepower being laid down to climb that dusty climb as he comes up to the top of this.
So when Josh gets here, he's going to get right there about another 50 feet and turn 90 right. And he's on lap 3.
There we go. He makes the turn. So Josh Byler is the second car to enter lap 3.
And that's the section that we have raced before. It goes over that ridge, it crosses over 2 ridges, then drops down in the valley about a half mile ahead of him there. And then that's when it starts to become newer.
I love this completely. I mean, I know so many people are sitting there going, oh man, but this is actually what the racers wanted. The racers wanted this. They wanted to be challenged. They want to have the toughest rocks. They want this to be the hardest rock race in the world, and that's exactly what it is.
So from our view right here, you can see the dust going down the left, and there's a big mountain out there to the right, and there's a valley that goes to the right of that mountain. That's what they're doing. They're going up that valley to the right, when you can see the old race course goes down to the left. We're going down right to the bottom of that road that's out there on the horizon, turning right, go up the wash, and go across the next valley.
That's amazing. And I believe that this is our third place vehicle. I think this is going to be Kyle Cheney coming into view at any moment.
Yeah, this should be Kyle Cheney, where we just saw Josh come through. So this should be Kyle Cheney, physically third on course right now in that.
So as we watch Kyle Cheney going around the edge of the bluff rock here, we're going to pass it off down to Miles in the pits. He's the man with the wrench mic. Miles, what have you got for us?
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, we're down here with Campbell Enterprise down here with the Coop Fabrication and Racing, and Shannon stopped. He's not moving, and you don't have comms with him, but you're texting. What's going on?
Right. Co-driver text said they lost oil pressure. They got it going again. They started some sputtering. They shut it off. They tried to refire the car, and it won't refire.
Yeah, they cleared some codes. They said it was running good, so who knows if it has oil pressure or not. But now it just won't fire, and he's just sitting there, right similar area where Lauren Healy sat for a while. So there must just be a little glim of doom out there.
I hope that's what it is, because not having the comms is really annoying.
Yeah, no, it's tough. So let's see what happens, but best of luck, and I hope to see Shannon here at any time, but we're all patiently awaiting and watching that yellow brick tracker.
Thank you, Miles.
All right, we'll go back there and see what happens, and then Tom Ways is probably, I'm going to say 20, 25 minutes behind that, so we'll see. So we're going to take a little break and wait on Shannon and Tom Ways. So I'll send it back up. Jim, Dave, Casey, take it away.
Thank you, Miles.
Thank you very much, Miles. Now, we saw Shannon actually pulling away again and getting back onto course. Was he getting back on course, or was he just driving back on the wash?
No, he probably pulled off the course to diagnose what the motor problem was, get out of the way, because it's a really fast line there. There's only one real big track through there. He got out of the way, diagnosed it, got it running again. Now he's re-diagnosed.
Back in the race.
I see him.
He stopped again.
No, I see him at 0 miles an hour. I think he stopped again, and I think that's what they were talking about when they were texting. I think they had an issue, got it started, and then it died again. And I think
JP Gomez has stopped on the lap 3 in the unknown spot. I really wish we had video there. So he has made the turn. I'm pulled in on the tracker now. I'm not sure. Can we share my tracker for a second? My screen.
So yeah, where JP's stock right now, is that an area you would expect him to be driving? I mean, quite often we see these trackers showing the vehicle is stopped, and it's just a difficult section. Here we go.
Yeah, so what I was trying to explain is this path, we're right here, and we're showing Josh on this. This was all known race course. We came this way, and then we went over here and dropped into Hell to Pay right here. This is old school race course. In fact, we went up here and put a VCP here. This was all has been driven, kind of played on, but right here, we went this way and made a new trail last year. No, we never went this way. So from this point to this point has been nothing but walked. It's not terribly difficult. It's really just driving up and down hills, but like kind of like you're just driving cross country because it's not. You got to drive it on site.
Yeah.
And right now JP stopped. I'm not sure for what reason.
Now, we haven't seen this visually, this area yet. Are there points that you can winch to? Are there rocks you can winch to if you get stuck, or is this a real wheeler's paradise?
There's not a lot of rocks. It's not really big rock trail like that, like deep canyon rocks. It's more if you found a place like Fisher Mountain that hadn't been driven on yet. Like,
okay.
It's more through the valleys of not terribly hard. But
so this is one of those places that's absolutely terrifying, because if you do get caught, you're in trouble.
Like off-ramp is.
That was going to be my question, Dave. Seeing that he is stopped there, is this a situation where you would expect someone to stop at this point in the trail and winch, or would you expect this to be drivable from one end to the other?
I would expect it drivable. I didn't think there was going to be any winching through there.
And the fact,
unless you had a problem.
Yeah, and the fact that we see Josh just pinged up and picked up a little bit of pace. So obviously he has been stopped for a little bit. Now, as we said before, there is a chance that this tracker pinged when he was at 0 miles an hour, and Jim's got his hand up in the air for a reason.
Yeah, we're just waiting for my tracker's just actually refreshed and is now actually showing Josh Byler has stopped, and now showing JP Gomez as moving. So I think that we've just got a really difficult section here as they make their way through. But that's what we expected. This is lap 3 of the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance, and this is the Race of Kings for a reason.
Paul Wolf is moving again?
Oh, is in car with Paul Wolf? Yes, moving again.
However,
look at his body language.
Well, I think
he's out of the race.
Yeah, I was going to say we got notification that they were calling the race, so I don't think he's actually racing at this point.
I'm going to go just by the stuff the area he's in. He didn't go through Highway 19 and 20. I think he's just rolling back into pit 2 right now. Yeah, there's all the cars in pit 2. He's pulling in and calling it a day. It's a bummer.
Oh, that's super tough, and that's Pip Justice.
Josh Brodler missed the turn where he could have made a left. He's at 0 miles an hour as well, and JP is moving again, has gotten off that little ridge, so that they're doing exactly what I was hoping would happen, is they would get to a place that's not terribly hard, and the fact that it was new would make it hard.
So I'm getting an update here. So Vaughn has been out of the race for a while or stopped on course rather, for a while with a steering rack issue. But what we're getting an update from Tiffany Stone up in remote pit that AK Watley has the exact same steering rack. So they are trying to get parts out to Vaughn so he can fix his car and get it back moving again.
Where's Vaughn located at?
We saw him stopped on course. I can tell you in a second, Dave.
Because AK rolled over out there on Emerson Ridge. And I think we just showed the front of his car wadded up. That's going to be an effort. JP's moving well.
Vaughn is in Spooners and Outer Limits.
Okay, I'm just getting some news that Paul Herschel has a seized portal hub inside Jackhammer, so that's why he's trying to pull off the line at the moment. So thank you, Justin, for keeping us up to date on that.
That's a bummer for him after he just spent all that time making those new parts. And
yeah, but when you push it, as you know, Casey, when you push innovation, sometimes innovation pushes back.
Yep. Don't know if you don't know, right?
Exactly. But thankfully, we do have people like
Guess who else is on lap 3
the
trail
boundaries.
coming right there is Kyle Cheney. He's just coming in right up behind Josh Butler right now.
So has Jason made the turn onto the new race course yet, or is he still?
I would think he's probably just getting on out to Emerson, but I'll pull back and look at the tracker. Emerson, Casey, it's Cody Miller's gotten. Let me check the times here. Yes, Cody Miller's got in front of. We got a heli on lap 3.
So this is right here. So there's that's Casey.
That's Casey Curry.
Yep.
So yeah, that's Casey, and then if the heli keeps coming forward on that, we'll see Jason, and you keep coming forward from there, we'll see Cody Miller. It'd be kind of cool to see that depth from the heli. If we can get that from a higher shot, you'd see all 3 of those guys in the same shot.
Well, that's really interesting because, as you say, those trackers are pinged at exactly the same time as well. So we're going to see all 3 of these cars very closely matched together. I find it very odd, though, that Cody Miller will be able to catch 2 bigger desert cars.
But I think we sort of saw it earlier with Casey, Jim. I think we were looking at Casey, and he seemed to be just a little bit off pace, and it sort of I'm assuming it just sort of still feels that way watching him make it through this section.
Yeah, that trophy Jeep, though, is an absolute work of art. We talk about spaceships. That car, would you believe, now has an electronically controlled TH400. That blew my mind. As we're watching the Porsche entry here.
Why would you put an electrically controlled Turbo 400 when you can just put an electrically controlled 4-speed?
I don't know, mate. You'd have to ask that question. No, it's a unit that bolts onto the side of it so they can electric control, and he can actually drop it into reverse at 5 miles an hour if he wants to, so he can get himself
I've tried
out of
that. It doesn't work. Maybe it works better electronically than doing it the old manual way.
Hit it in there. But again, it's about
so
that
Josh
innovation.
has not moved off that spot. JP now has gotten to the VCP and made the turn and coming down to hold a pace. So he has gotten through the navigational challenge of that part of that trail. JP has cleared it. And Kyle is slow right next to Josh, stopped. And then backing out, I would say that Jason, Casey, Cody are 15 minutes away from being, maybe 20 tops from being in the same place. Once JP gets down the bottom of Hell to Pay there, it'll be fairly easy dirt, back around to Aftershock and stay easy until he gets back past pit 2 again. That's when lap 3 trails pick up again.
Yeah, so we've got Chase Capera here, making his way through. His dad, Brian, was supposed to be racing, but unfortunately, back issues have stopped him from getting out there in the car. But he said, you know what, I want to see my car racing. So he's handed his car off, and Cody Young is taking out those duties today. So it's Chase Capera. Now, Chase has won in 4,800 before. Fantastic driver. Great to see him up here in 4,400, putting that big car to work.
Kyle Cheney got by Josh Byler, but Josh is moving now as well.
And that is the news right now. Our current race leader is JP Gomez, followed by the car 191, Kyle Cheney, and then it is the solid axle Miller of Josh Byler. So we have 2 kings in the top 3 right now.
Yep.
Yeah, it does
So
look
the
like
tracker's pinging back and forth. It does look 1304, 13. I'm going to go with Cody Miller's, the way the trackers are updating. Cody's either right in front of him. If we can get the heli shot. There's JP. No, is that no, that's Roll.
That's
I apologize.
Raul. Yep. JP's in that black and
red.
Black and red. Yep. So this is Raul Gomez. They've had some bad luck today. The Gomez camp.
That's damn fresh, isn't it? That one?
No.
No.
No, that's Raul.
Okay, sorry. Yep. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's my massive 4-inch screen here.
All right, as we see Raul Gomez drop back onto the desert and head back out, the big story here is currently right now. Jim, how many cars do we have on lap 3 at this point?
At this moment in time, we have 3 currently sitting in the mystery part of the lap 3. Then we have Jason, and we have Casey Curry, and of course Cody Miller. If I just look back down the course, we have got Waylon Campbell, but Waylon Campbell is showing at 0 miles an hour right now.
All right, so those cars have completed the 2 laps. They're into their lap 3, but they're not up onto the what we're calling the mystery part that Dave's been talking us through. So far, we only have 3 cars in that section. As we jump back, we're back again into the traffic jam that has become Jackhammer that we kind of expected to see. We saw a little bit yesterday, and now that we have a couple broken cars in place, it makes it even harder. But now we'll jump back out to this helicopter shot of Casey Curry.
And somewhere behind him is 3-time king Jason Shearer. Now, this is the bit that blows my mind. In our top 5 at the moment, we have no less than 3 former kings.
Well, they know what it takes to win the race, and they know what the pace is to run it. But we're jumping right back now in car with, I think this Kyle?
This is Cheney.
This is
so
Cheney.
this is in our... Now, Dave, talk us through this.
Okay, so see how he's literally driving blind. He's trying to find a new way to get across the country. It's not, as you can see, it's not terribly hard. There's places he can roll, but there's places he can drive too. The mine is right out there in front of him. You see where his co-driver's pointing at that silver building? That's the mine that's been there forever. The VCP is just past that mine. As soon as he gets to that mine, he's going to drop off pretty steep. He's going to turn left, and they're through that. That's the navigational portion of that trail. There's that mine that's been up there forever. And he'll drop down, right here, and it'd be at the top of Hell to Pay.
That's a perfect example
For everybody
right there,
out
as you
there
can
that
see
likes
that.
rock crawling a lot, there's an entire universe and galaxies of rock trails out that way. They're amazing. Go wheeling forever out there.
And what you're watching on screen right now is exactly what Dave is talking about. If this was burned in race course, we would see him basically just drop off that ledge and know where to go. But because this is a navigation section never been on,
this is the hardest part of this trail technically, is right here.
Is just finding his way through this section, because as you can see on this on-car camera, there is no burned-in race line. This is all fresh rocks.
Here comes a waterfall that's going to step off, but if he stays right, he's okay. There's a hole to the left.
Absolutely amazing footage out here, and he's doing amazing work making his way through this section. This on-car camera so we're going to jump out of that as we lose that. And I think
this is Cody Miller.
So yeah, this is Cody Miller and another one of our Can-Am UTVs.
Now, this is the interesting thing, because he's going backwards and forwards with three-time king Jason Shearer, and of course with
what's interesting,
Casey Curry.
I see this and I don't see dust.
No,
I don't see, like, he's not following dust. So does that mean Jason's behind him?
I'm looking at the pings here, and it's really difficult to tell.
They just turned around. They just turned around the rock on the edge of Emerson, and they're heading back down to Emerson Lake Bed right now.
Yep.
So there would be, if Jason was in front of them, there would be dust. He would not be seeing that.
That is dust, isn't it? Off just a.
It gets pretty flat out there, and it's really chalky, so it kicks up a lot of dust right there.
All right, now we are, okay, so I'm glad we got back in with Kyle, back in this mystery section of trail, and you can see he's fighting his way through these rocks.
Whalen is now moving again as well.
So for those of you who are watching at home, it's really easy to see the difference between one of these trails that's been used multiple times on this race course and this trail that they've been in before. This is why Dave was saying it's going to be a navigation challenge in this portion of trail, not necessarily a challenge for the cars. They got to be able to pick their line through these rocks, because there's no burned in lines that they can obviously see how to get through.
Now, I've got some news as well. Josh Byler is now showing us moving again and on track, so that's great news for Josh Byler.
If we had a back of, I bet you Josh Byler's 30 feet behind Kyle Chaney right now. I wish we had that view. My gut says that Josh got a little lost there. Kyle passed him, and Kyle passing him gave him the impetus and the direction to lead, and he went, and now he's chasing him.
Now, I'm just getting an update on our live scoring at the moment. It is JP Gomez currently leading on 444, Josh Byler on a 448, Kyle Chaney on a 456, Cody Miller on a 507, Casey Curry with a 508, and Waylon Campbell on a 508. Currently, Jason Shearer has not tripped the lap timing out in the desert, but we saw this earlier on lap 2, so I'm not that worried about it right now.
Dave, there's the shot that you wanted. So this is out the back of Kyle's car. And we expected to see Josh right there, but
not seeing him. Nope. He's clearing air behind him.
Yeah, I thought I saw a little glimpse, but I don't think it was. So yeah, so he has a good amount of gap between him and Josh.
I want to thank all the racers that went through the effort, time, investment to put cameras on their car like this. It fundamentally changes our ability to show the race. So thank everybody that made that investment. Well done.
All right, as we're jumping out onto this section of, this is another one of our UTVs. I think this is
that would be Cody Miller, I would assume.
We were just in car with Cody.
So it does look like Cody has got past Jason Shearer and Casey Curry and is heading up towards the turnoff for the lap 3.
It seems odd to me that the UTV had speed on Casey and Jason in the desert.
That's the bit I'm getting.
That seems odd.
Yeah, when we saw Casey earlier, he was off pace when he was in the desert. So we were assuming that there might be something wrong with the car. We haven't got any information yet, but it certainly seemed earlier in the race that he wasn't traveling at the normal speed that we would see him in the desert.
I'm just going to do something a little bit cool here.
Oh, you're going to do your rewindy tracker thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I like when you do that. All right, so right now we are watching. This is that section of race course we've been talking about, the big, long, sandy hill climb. And at the top of this hill climb is where they make that right-hand turn onto the first new rock section that's part of lap 3 on this race. The magical mystery lap is what we're calling it.
JP has cleared all the difficulties coming back into Aftershock. He'll be passing Vaughn and AK Watley. So,
wow, look at this trail.
Vaughn and AK are now in the same location.
I think Cody Miller passed them in the pits.
Oh, this is absolutely amazing watching this car
He did.
make
He
its
left
way
the pits
through
before
the
him. And they just never caught him. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think he blew through. I think while those two cars were sitting in the pits, I've just done the wind back. So there's a really cool feature on the tracker. If you look at the bottom of the tracker, there's a little bar, and this little triangle next to it is a circle. If you pick up the circle, hold it, and drag backwards, you can replay the race course. So you can replay where people were on the race course. And it looks like Cody Miller was ahead of Jason and ahead of Casey coming out of the pits. I think he passed them and we missed it.
All right, but as we're watching Kyle Cheney right through this, look at this. You were right, Dave. This is just amazing rock crawling sections right in here. Okay, right here on screen right now. So now we have Miller. Is that the turn, Dave?
They just turned. Yes, that's Cody Miller turning up and Casey Curry turning up into the wash away from the known road.
And that would be so. That's them entering that new.
They're 200 yards away from Newness. Yes.
Newness, yeah. So and that was basically Casey right on the back of
Right
Miller.
on the back of Cody.
Yes.
And then you expect to see Jason.
Right behind him at some point in time. But there's our current race leader right there. That is JP Gomez.
Working through Aftershock.
So he's made his way out of the mystery lap 3, and now he's into Aftershock. So now, Dave, after he clears this, what is the next new section he has to get into?
Once he goes past pit 2, where everybody else is going up off ramp and going around and down Big Johnson, they turn down Bigfoot, and there's 2 RCPs and Bigfoot on the 2 big waterfalls. There's Vaughn rooting on JP. That's Vaughn or AK.
Yeah, that's Vaughn right there. Giving him the
High
high
fives.
five as the way they go by, yep. And it looks like they're still working on Vaughn's car, trying to get them fixed. So that is JP right there. That right there, everyone, is your physical race leader on course. He is on lap 3 right now, race leading, and he's made it through the first section of the new rock trails in part of this lap 3 section, and now he has to basically navigate through a good chunk of lap 2, and then he'll start even more new rock trails.
The next lap 3 trail is fairly easy down. The one after that is one of the hardest sections because we gave him all of the waterfalls in full height. And so that's some of the hardest rock crawling they can do on this race. Will be the 2 trails out in front of them. Then after that, when they bypass Jack, they end up having to go down Bloody Mary and up Whiskey in the Rocks.
Yeah, as we continue to watch the action here and watch our current race leader, JP Gomez, our man with the mic, Miles, is down in the pits and he's got some news for us. Miles, what have you got?
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, we're down here with Tom Ways, the man, the myth, the legend. 3-2-1 in this King machine. Everything's looking good. One more lap to go, Tom. What are you feeling right now? You doing all right, buddy?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear nothing. He's in the zone. But it sounds like they had some, his fan on his radiator wasn't working, so they kind of came unclipped, so they're going to tape it up and get him back in action. But the tires look like they're in pretty good shape. Looks like they have a fresh front tire on it at some point, and they fueled up at lap number 2, so they're not too worried about that. Still waiting to see where Shannon Campbell is, but they're trying to, if you can't fix a race car with zip ties or duct tape, you aren't trying hard enough, and it looks like he's getting ready to take off as we speak. And Tom Ways is out for his 3rd and final lap of this race for the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, presented by Ford Performance. And I see somebody else is coming. Can't quite tell who it is because they're throwing a lot of roost. I don't see the Campbell crew getting ready. So this, I believe, is a lap down of some sort. But yeah, man, it's fun to watch you guys keeping everything going. That's Jeff Wagner pulling into the pits all the way down there, so I can't quite make it there. But yeah, it's man, this third lap is going to be wild, and it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes between JP Gomez and Jason Shearer. It's going to be down to the absolute wire. And Josh Byler's still in the mix, and Kyle Cheney. Man, man. Let's see how it shakes out.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always good to hear from you down in the pits. If you are just joining us, this is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance, and we are here today for the 4400s, the big dogs, for the race of kings. I nearly said it again there, Ian. As we continue with the action, and we're now hard into lap 3. Our current race leader is number 82, JP Gomez, last year's king. Can he do what only his brother and Jason Shearer have done before him? Have a repeat back-to-back victory? But right behind him is Josh Byler and of course Kyle Cheney, and we are looking at the three-time king Jason Shearer, who's been making his way into one of these new trails, closely followed by Cody Miller and of course Casey Curry.
And I think, Jim, the most important thing to also talk about here, as Dave mentioned it just briefly before we jump down to Miles, is the term that they're making them hit every waterfall in full of hate. That means RCPs. I looked at the map originally when it was released to everybody. The number of rock checkpoints, or RCPs, that is in full of hate. These guys have to hit the hard lines in that trail.
Now, this is interesting because this is Kyle Cheney and he's following Dust. So I'm going to surmise that he has just been overtaken by Josh Byler.
I think you're absolutely right, Jim. I think there's a good chance that they were down in the rocks down there, and I think maybe Josh was able to get up around them in this sandy section, but it looks like I'm trying to get a glimpse through the front of the car if we can see those traction boards that we normally see on the back of those Miller cars whenever they're out racing, and I think that's right in front of us for sure.
I'm going to ask you this. Have you ever actually seen them use them, or is this a sponsorship thing?
I think I've never actually seen them use them, but I think, Jim, I think it's like sometimes, us Americans like to have some things around. We have a saying here in America, Jim, it's rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
And yet that's the weirdest thing, because you still buy your winches in Harbour Freight. But anyway, as we go backwards here, we're going to Kyle Cheney on track. There's people in Europe right now high-fiving, I can assure you. As we go back, we start watching Kyle Cheney making his way down through Mystery Lap 3. I am loving this. The racers, they said, we want harder. Dave said, okay, I'll give you harder. Check out Lap 3 in 2025. And that's what they're doing right now. Casey Shearer is in the booth with us now. Casey, what's Jason thinking? I mean, he has got a bucket of adjusted time on his side right now, and he's mixing it right up with the leaders.
Yeah, anything can happen out there, so I'm sure he's, the old saying is just keep going, and hopefully it'll pan out for him in the end. A lot of competition out there still, a lot of race course, a lot of rocks to go over.
Yeah, no, we were talking about this. Now, this is the new car. Now, if I'm not mistaken, he has not won Hammers here in that new car.
That's correct. His last car was the 18 winner, I believe, that he ended up selling to Monkey with a Knife Racing.
Yeah, that was a beautiful car, and still out here racing with us today. But this new car is an absolute work of art as we watch Kyle Cheney making his way through. And it's worthwhile, let's talk about these cars one more time again, Ian, because these are innovation in themselves.
This is exactly right. I think we kind of hit on it a little bit earlier when we were talking with Dave, is what is the right car to win or to come out here at King of the Hammers? Is it a UTV or is it a 4400 car? And I think at this point in time, based on just looking at these UTVs, I think these are far from UTVs. These are basically full-blown race cars. We just happen to call them UTVs because they have that similar Can-Am drivetrain inside them. But just like every other Hammers car, they're very, very heavily modified. In this case, full custom chassis, full custom suspension, all set up, all to run that 37-inch tall tire. That's what's more surprising to me, is how well this car works with only a 37-inch tall tire, because a lot of the 4400 cars at this point have moved up to that 42-inch tall tires. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, well, some of them moved up. I mean, I believe that Lauren Healy's actually moved back onto a 40-inch because they could only get the 42 in a 20-inch rim. They were having issues with the rim being damaged because they had a less sidewall, so they've moved back to that 40-inch package. But as we watch now, this is Kyle Cheney. Now let's just quickly now I've got some news. Car 82, that's JP Gomez. He is currently in the pits, remote pit. So let's hope that RPT's out there and she might have some news for us shortly.
Yeah, we definitely have to ping up remote pit Tiff and find out what's going on.
Okay, I can tell you now that I can tell you now that JP Gomez has a right front flat. Exploded on a rock a moment ago. He's changing at the remote pit. So our current race leader has a flat tyre and is in the pits. So if you're going to get a flat tyre, do it near the pits.
Yeah, well, or the question is, did he get a flat tyre and then make it to the pits to fix it?
Well, we saw him going past Vaughan Gittin Jr. and he certainly had all four wheels on his wagon as he went past there with high fives. But this is what we're talking about. Happens every time. One momentary lapse of concentration, and
speaking of the
everything
devil,
changes.
right? So here we go, right here. So we are on car with Kyle Cheney. That's Josh Blyler right in front of him. That is, and this is the section. I believe we're going to come up on Vaughn here. That is Vaughn right there, still working on his vehicle, trying to get that steering rack issue fixed. This is where we saw JP go by a minute ago when everyone was giving him high fives. So this is Spooners and Outer Limits. So they'll be coming around through this section and they'll be dropping up into our remote pit. But this is, and here we are right now, high shot. This is Josh Blyler right here. So the question will be, does Josh stop in remote pit or is he able to just continue going?
Well, JP Gomez has got a bit of a buffer at the moment. So it's going to be interesting. I don't think that Josh Blyler can actually catch JP. I think JP will be out of the pits and clear one more time. Now, let's just talk about adjusted time here. So JP Gomez started in 10th position this morning and Josh Blyler started in 18th. So it's still too early to start really worrying about these things, but you are going to be looking at around about 4 minutes of adjusted time.
Yeah, but when it comes to adjusted time, we're only really talking about one person who's got all the adjusted time, and that is none other.
When you say all of it, you mean a big bucket of it.
He's got a whole pile of adjusted time, and that is your brother, Casey. That is Jason. So what is he? Is he happy about that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he loves starting in the back. You know, he was out here, I think he was on pole position or on the front row for the last 9 years, so it's a definite change.
I'm going to say this. It's going to ruin Power Hour if everyone starts getting a rear start. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I can tell you now that JP Gomez is back on track. He has left the remote pits, and he is heading down the trails and making himself towards the next of the 3-lap mystery trails.
Yeah, that GBR crew changes parts fast, so he was in and out of that pit.
Yeah, Dave was saying, as we asked Dave what the next trail is, so if you're on your tracker and you're looking at that remote pit, there's that turn off after remote pit when they head out. It's not the blue line at the before, that's an exit right there, but if you look on your tracker right now, you see JP, he's driving up this section, heading up into Big Johnson, but they're going down this trail, so he doesn't expect any issues there, but it's not until we get over to this next section, which is full of hate, which is not an easy trail, and the fact they put so many RCPs in there, that's where we're going to see everyone catch up, I think.
Now, the interesting thing, an RCP, so it's a rock checkpoint. Now, people are automatically assuming that they put them in the bottom of the trail and you've got 50 feet either side of it. Oh, no. That would be far too easy. So what they're doing is they're looking at the hardest part of the trail, then they move the rock checkpoint up the canyon side, okay? So you have to go through that heavy rock. So there's no chance of taking the easy line. You have got to push your way up through the hardest part of the trail. And that's what these guys are going to have to undertake if they want to be the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers King this year. And that is Josh Blyler, and he's making his way around here, and he'll be coming up towards remote pit very shortly.
Yes, absolutely. This is what we were talking about a few seconds ago. We basically have Josh. He's made it through that section of Spooners and Outer Limits, and now he's going to basically shuck his way through this desert section, and then he'll be up into remote pit, where then he'll pull out. So then the question is, do we see Josh stop at remote pit, or does he just keep going, Jim? That's going to be what we want to see. But it's interesting that we've got Josh already clear of this section, and we see Kyle Cheney still working his way through the rocks.
Yeah, Kyle Cheney's going to be pushing out of here any moment now, and he'll be getting out into that sand wash, and he'll be able to put down the skinny pedal and start making his way towards the remote pit. Now, what's the pit strategy here? Are these guys going to have to take on more fuel? I mean, in theory, if we look at this trail and we look at the rock trails, there is lap 2 was 85 miles, lap 3 is 75 miles. In theory, they need less fuel for this lap. So are they going to have to take a splash in remote pit, or are they fueled and ready to go?
I can't remember, did Kyle one of our Can-Ams was filling at remote pit and one was filling at Maine. I can't remember.
I believe it's Kyle stopped at Maine, and I think Cody Miller blew through Maine, which is why he got ahead of Jason Shearer and Casey Curry.
Yeah, so right now this is JP right here. So this could be him on that. I think this could be him on that first section of, I'm kind of looking on the tracker to see. This might be him on that very first section of the new lap 3 trails.
Yeah, that is JP Gomez, definitely.
Yeah, he has to just basically make it's almost like, it's not necessarily a shortcut, but if you're looking at the tracker and you'll see lap 2 is in white, lap 3 is in blue. So they're going to be doing some of this rock section in lap 2, and then they're going to be these little blue lines, they're going to be added in, and that's what they have to do. But the big one, as Dave had said, the one that we're all going to be waiting for is when they get down into this one trail that's going to happen at the bottom of this sort of like loop that comes around this section. I think we've been calling it Big Johnson, but that is where we're going to end up in Full of Hate. And David said there's going to be rock RCPs or rock checkpoints at all the waterfalls in Full of Hate. So that's going to put a hurt on anyone who gets in there.
Yeah, Full of Hate's one of my favorite trails here, and it is nasty. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these cars make their way through. And let's not forget, coming up behind our current race leader, GP Gomez, is none other than another king, Josh Byler. Just behind him, a man who just knows nothing else apart from winning, is Kyle Cheney. And then behind them is, of course, 3-time king Jason Shearer with Cody Miller and Casey Curry.
Yeah, still lots of movement. You know, we'd say it all the time when we were calling this race. We get excited when we see someone running away with a lead, but we saw it earlier today. We had Lauren Healy running away with the race with the lead, out of a car problem. He's out of the race. It just happens. Just because you're leading this race does not mean that you're going to win it unless you are leading it when you enter that short course, and then you better hope that the adjusted time doesn't come back to bite you, because the person who's packing that gun of adjusted time in this race is Jason Shearer, and he's got a lot of it on his side.
Yeah, now I think that was Robbie Gordon we were just watching there, coming the car 77, one of the Gomez pre-runners, making his way out and making his way back to complete lap 2. Now I'm just looking down on my tracker. We're concentrating on the lead cars, but I can tell you that Jeff Wagner has started out on lap 3. We've also got Tom Ways on lap 3. Waylon Campbell is at the furthest end of the desert course, but he is still stationary, so tough break there for Waylon Campbell. But right now, there's I believe there's 8 cars on lap 3.
Wow, that's amazing. But right here, this is JP. This is coming down that section that Dave was just talking about a few minutes ago, coming down Bigfoot. So they come down this trail, almost taking a little bypass around that sort of loop of lap 2. So they're going to come down this section of race course. At the bottom of this, he's going to turn left, and then he's got a little bit of a wash to get through, and then he'll be back into the rocks right away. And he is there, and as I'm saying that, I'm seeing Josh Blyler is in remote pit 2.
Yeah, Josh Byler has just come into remote pit 2, so it'll be interesting to see how long he is going to be in there. I know that RPT Stone, so remote pit Tiff, she will be making sure that we're staying up to date.
And while I say that, I'm jumping back trying to see where is Jason Shearer in this mess. He is just so I have got Jason Shearer just coming out of that first new trail section right now. He's about to get into Spooners and Outer Limits. So if we see Jason, we should see him coming past where Von Gittin is broken, where we saw him earlier on. So that would be it right now on screen. This is Justin Wicks out with his bomber car. And he is on his way back into Hammertown. So this is the wash that all of our drivers come in after coming down Resolution and making the bypass around back door.
Yeah, we're just having to confirm that Shannon Campbell has got motor issues and is out of the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance. So a tough break there for the 3-time king, Shannon Campbell.
Yeah, that's just unlucky for sure. I feel that's just a shame to have him out. But right now, I believe that is our current race leader. Right now, once again, that's JP Gomez still leading this race.
Now, I'm just looking ahead onto the next few trails because he will be making his way down through to Chocolate Thunder. He will be coming up round past Idle Issues and Her Problem, and there is traffic there. So that's definitely could maybe cause a problem, but I doubt it. He's a consummate professional. He knows exactly what he's doing. And I can tell you now that in second place is Kyle Cheney.
Yeah, let's take a look back and see exactly where Kyle is. According to the tracker, he has cleared remote pit 2, so he passed Josh while Josh was in the pits. Josh seems to have been in the pits for a while now.
Yeah, but again, waiting to hopefully get some news from Tiffany Stone, who's out there, and all the other teams that are giving us information as we go. But, I mean, Josh looked like he was going really strongly, so I'm hoping it's just a tyre.
Yeah, it seemed to be working. Everything seemed to be working well. The car seemed to be working well, and everything seemed to be operating what we assumed to be correctly. So we can only assume there might be a problem with Josh, unfortunately, right now. But he is still in the pits as we speak, and we aren't sure why.
Okay, we've got another vehicle coming into the pits right now, and they are pitting at the Rufus pits. So I'm wondering if that is Chip McLaughlin there. And this is our number 2 car right now. This is Kyle Cheney, physically second on course. Now, Kyle Cheney started in 4th position this morning and is having an absolutely fantastic race. He was a 4-time repeat champion in the 4900 Can-Am UTV Championships here at King of the Hammers. Unfortunately, he had some issues this year that put him out in lap 1, and he's after redemption. And redemption comes in the shape of winning 4400. Can he do it, Ian? Can he be the first person to win and be an official king in a UTV here in 4400?
Yeah, I think that. Oh, and speak of the devil,
Jason
right there,
Shearer.
that's Jason Shearer right there. So that's Jason Shearer. That is the, I believe that's the exit of where we were looking before. I'm going to pull up on tracker, see exactly where he is. But yeah, he's getting close by to. He's obviously just past where we saw earlier, where we saw Vaughn broken down while him and they were trying to fix his car. But this right now is JP Gomez on screen. But man, somebody who we don't want to talk to this early in the day is in the booth with us. So Lauren Healy, welcome to the booth.
Yeah, I always like to come up and chat with you guys and let you know how our day went.
Not when it's this early.
Should we just talk about lap 1 and lap 2?
Yeah, we could. If the race would have ended at like 1.995, we'd won it. But we had to go out for lap 3. So
come on, talk us about it. I mean, we saw you get the whole shot off Paul Wolf this morning, leaving the line, and then you just absolutely checked out in the desert. I mean, it looked like the car was working well. We could see your hands in the car. You have one hand on the wheel, one hand on the shifter. It looked like you were cruising down the highway.
Yeah, I mean, that's my conservative pace. So that was the 80% pace. Don't go burn the car down in the desert. As soon as we got out here, I felt a little bit of a click or pop in my front locker. Right away, like just an initial, the way it reacts, I know exactly how that car feels, and something felt a little bit off.
So what are you using in there? Is it sort of like a 9-inch or a 9.5 or a 10-inch, something like that?
Yeah, it's a 10-inch, 9-inch base ratcheting style locker. With the portals, we've had great luck with them. We haven't seen this problem, but it showed itself to us today. And so I'm sure you saw us get into the rocks, and as soon as we got on the real vertical obstacles, I just didn't have any bite on that front tire. It would ratchet and pop and get a little bit, and like you saw me get all hung up in jack, and then we had to winch on check me out, and then we had to winch in spooners again, and I was trying to keep that locker from
let's explain to the people at home. So normally, if you're in an area where you require traction on both wheels, the locker would auto lock and you'd have traction to both wheels. But what's happening is then when you turn a corner, it's supposed to unlock to allow you to have basically an open differential.
Right.
But it sounds like the automatic part of that is just jumping away, so causing it not to lock, so you're just losing drive constantly to one wheel.
Yep, exactly. Which is fine in the desert. It shreds in the desert like that, no problem. But as soon as you need all 4 wheels turning and the rocks going up, jackhammer in the highest traction situations, when one isn't spinning, that's not ideal. So
no, it's amazing, isn't it? Because you take away the 4-wheel drive capability and take away even having a switchable front differential, and it's almost like having no drive on that front axle at all.
Yeah. So, but ultimately, we were still moving through the rocks, and the nuisance rocks everywhere else. The 3-wheel drive was fine. When we got on the really hard obstacles, Jesse was jumping out. We winched 3 times on lap 2, but it was fine. The car was still moving through the obstacles, and we were going to keep going, as long as we can. Probably would have been a problem on the last lap, some of the lap 3 trails.
Yeah, so let's just look here now at our screen. I don't know if you can see this.
Yep.
This is Kyle Cheney now. He's currently running in second place behind JP Gomez.
What trail are they on right now?
So this is coming down the same. This is the drop-in on the lap 3 trail.
That's
so.
that new lap
The first
3
one,
split,
lap
the
3, the
Bigfoot.
drop-in.
Yeah,
Okay.
after pit 2, they've gone up and they're dropping down into that new sort of Bigfoot Canyon.
Yep, it'll drop right into Claw.
But I've got some news as well. I can tell you that Josh Byler is very close behind Kyle Cheney. Do not expect, or you might expect to see Josh Byler coming up at any moment now.
Yeah, that's good to see because we saw Josh in the pits for quite some time. So, Lauren, car was you had 3-wheel drive, but occasionally 4-wheel drive, and then out in the desert.
Yeah, we
could just stop.
We got out of spinners and out of limits. We're going to get into the pits and see if there's anything we could remedy. Really, I mean, pull the whole front end apart and put a new differential in it. But we were going to keep going. We had lost a fuel pump on lap 2 out in the desert, and the Motec, we've got a whole backup secondary system. Other fuel pump kicked on, everything was fine. And then we lost the second fuel pump. So I have some sort of suspicion something came apart inside the fuel cell or twisted the lines up or something happened inside the fuel cell. We've never lost.
Well, these are not the old-style fuel pumps that everybody thinks about. These are probably you're using the brushless ones, the latest generation, which, to be honest, should be absolutely bulletproof, never go wrong kind of thing.
Which is why I have a suspicion that something inside the fuel cell, something weird happened inside of there. To lose 2 fuel pumps like that in, what were we, not even 200 miles in, something weird happened. So that's what ultimately killed the car. You saw us all come to a stop. We had no fuel pumps. Probably could have stuck our heads in, taken the fuel pumps apart and taken the fuel cell apart and made a big old mess, but just wasn't realistic where we were at. So unfortunately, that's how our day ends with King of the Hammers for this year.
Well, that's an absolute shame because we saw your day end certainly not the way you wanted to end the other day as well either, correct?
Yeah, maybe I need to do the Jason Shear thing this year and start 99th and not ever lead the race until it's time to win the race. Because the last couple of years of leading the race.
What we were just saying about this is if everybody starts aiming to start at the back, Power Hour is going to be very boring.
Right, yeah, it is going to get boring. Good call. And I love qualifying and starting out front. And I actually enjoy being the rabbit, knowing that there's not crazy, bottlenecks that are, I'm ahead of the bottlenecks typically. So, hi, Dave.
So Dave Cole's just joining us on stage right now.
Thanks.
As we watch Kyle Cheney, our physical second place vehicle, making his way down through, and he's going to be turning back onto. So which part of the trail is this here, Lauren?
So he's getting ready to come back into Claw and then turn up full of hate where things are going to get real.
And I'm showing JP Gomez in full of hate right now at 0 miles an hour. So, but as we said before, you got to run every waterfall.
Yep, and being in that single seat car is going to be a pretty tough disadvantage. Wolf was trying to winch his car through, check me out through the feathers when we got to him.
Yeah.
And he was in and out trying to hook up winch
Speak
line.
of the devil right here. Here we go.
Right
so
there.
this
He's
is JP Gomez. He is in full of hate right now, out trying to winch the car. Just like you said, not what you want to be, single seat car out winching yourself.
No, it's really hard because then you got to get back in the car, try to suck up the winch, jump back out, disconnect it. Like it's very tough in a single seat car, and really why I quit racing a single seat car.
That was going to be my next question because you used to be a single seat guy. You jump back out and out into a 2-seat, especially in a race, especially on this race. And Jim was literally saying that this morning that this could be the race course that is that deciding factor. Do you want 2 people or one person?
And it changes every year. I go back home and I have to make a whole new plan for whatever craziness Dave is going to throw at us that I'm guessing at next year. So it's awesome.
All right, Lauren.
You won't be able to see it from down
sorry,
there.
I love the challenge. I keep coming back every year.
You wouldn't have been able to see it from down there, but Dave just gave Lauren a very sideways glance then, so I can only imagine what's coming in 2026.
It's the patented Dave Cole sideways look.
Can we rerun 2025 tomorrow? Can we have another try at it? I leave here every year going, God, I wish I had one more shot at that right now. I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
Well, you can. You'll just be doing it by yourself.
No, you could do it on a simulator.
We could do it on a simulator.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
It's cheaper.
Yeah, a lot cheaper.
All right, so as we're watching, here we are back with Kyle Cheney. So Kyle Cheney is still in this section, but Jim was suspecting to see Josh Blyler right on his tail, or possibly
this is Kyle coming into full of hate right now.
And he's going up the right line, right?
He is. Not in the bypass, but he's not on the line. Looks like he's trying desperately to fall into the VCP.
Yep, get around the bottom waterfall.
I don't know if that did it or not. That's, to me, he's pretty far right.
Yeah.
And his co-driver's telling him the same.
So are there feather flags for these RCPs inside of Fuller Haight? No.
No, but there's no way to miss it. You're either on a dirt road or you're in the rocks. That there isn't a middle ground. He's fine where he's at. What we saw there, that left was actually Claw. He was coming in the left-hand side of bottom. He's in the rocks.
But he didn't go up the bottom waterfall, the very first kind of gatekeeper of Full Haight.
I didn't see that. Okay. Well, we can play back the trackers. I have no doubt. I mean, I'm not even worried about that stuff now because we're catching it.
Well, and it's whether he hit the RCP or not.
Yep.
And if he did, he hit it. And if not, it's just a 15-minute penalty, right? That's a
15-minute penalty, but 15 minutes is a lot.
That's a lot.
So you can see there, and he's doing it. He's going on. That's the road. And his co-driver's clearly telling him to go back to the
Go
left.
back and get in the rocks. You're missing the RCP. Yeah, they're doing good.
So there we go. We see in action exactly what this whole RCP plan was to create. It's to keep them off the dirt roads and get them back into the rocks. We watched it play out right there live on TV. We saw them on the dirt road where they should be in the rocks, and they got right back in the rocks.
Yeah, a bit of sideways
now
action.
you see it. Now you see why independent isn't awesome in the rocks sometimes, because the rear doesn't hold you up, does it?
Yeah, it's not pushing you up on that side.
When you did a full car independent.
Oh, look at this. Sorry to interrupt, Dave, but right now we got Josh making
Yeah.
a pass right here. So Josh is staying in the rocks.
Yep, and yep.
So here we have Josh in the rocks where we want him, in these, clicking off these RCPs right now.
The next one is right up there in those neck boulders.
Yeah, now was Carl just pulling out of the way there to let Josh go through?
Either way, he didn't bypass anything. He went and got the first VCP. He's in getting the second. This is called the pinch. And both cars should be okay here. Yeah, Rusty's right through. Kyle will go right through this because he's narrow and small.
Is that Rusty, not Josh?
That's Josh, sorry.
That's
Josh, sorry.
yeah.
So Josh made the pass in Full Haight. I can't imagine there's any place that Kyle could get back in front of Josh on this trail unless Josh breaks. So that's a big pass. And JP is still in the rocks at top of this trail. So this is a single seat JP going slow in the rocks trying to get up. And
I think I see JP walking around underneath the car, Dave. I'm waiting for this image to clean up, unless that was a course worker. I can't. Waiting for it to unpixelate for me. But yeah, JP has not moved for a while. We saw him out pulling some winch line. But that's 1, 2, and 3 on screen right here in this trail section.
That's good.
Okay, as we continue with the action here, if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance, and you are watching right now the Race of Kings. This is the 4400s, and right there in front of us is one-time king Josh Byler, and that is Carl Cheney, and we are in car with him right now.
It's so cool with that forward-facing image out of Kyle's car. Like, that's just so rad.
We spent a lot of time watching that forward-facing image out of your car.
Did you see my fuel pumps quit and
We
my
did.
car just die and
we saw
quit
when you
moving?
both looked very sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right.
Gomez
so I'm
has
hearing.
cleared the top obstacle.
Yeah. So JP's cleared that top obstacle that we saw him winching at earlier. So he is moving again and on his way out of this trail.
Good job, JP.
Now, Josh is one of the best rock wheelers out there, and he's putting that Miller to work. Look at this. Picking a line. Oh, it freezes. Oh, my word, he's making it work.
And we'll jump back inside with Kyle Cheney as he's battling up through this rock trail in that Can-Am. You can really see the difference of how the two machines work in this trail.
There's probably not a trail on this course that further separates a solid axle in 40s from a UTV on 37s, right?
Yeah.
Everything about this is hard for a UTV. It's the independent rear doesn't get you good bite in the rear to push you up.
Right.
And the car's not long enough to reach over top of some of these ledges, and the rocks are bigger than most of the rocks are bigger than the tires.
Kyle's doing great on it.
He is. No, he is absolutely fighting. It's just we've been talking earlier about how there's your car, like there's independent front, there's solid axle front, and the different things, and in the desert, they're faster. In the rocks, solid axle's faster.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit, because the solid axle has one advantage. People say, oh, you know, the advantage being this, that, or the other. But the solid axle has a massively increased steering lock compared to an IFS car. IFS is usually around about that sort of 30, 33 degrees, where a solid axle can be anything up to 50 degrees of steering lock.
That is wonderful driving right there.
That was amazing to see him back up, take another stab at that, and get up that climb. That is so hard to do.
Sorry, James. I'm not.
No. It's absolutely fine, mate. I'm glued to this.
No, where he just did right. That was an area that I expected winching to happen, and he just drove that clean, really clean.
Yeah, I was anticipating. I had full plans to winch in full height.
This one's difficult. This one's a potential. So the line here is up and then fall off to the right. But if you don't get far enough up, you can fall back down. It can roll back down.
It looks like they're going to make the call right
They're doing
here
the winch
to get
right
a
there.
co-driver out and get. They made it up as far as they can get. They're going to winch from here. But Josh Blyler's already cleared this section. He is gone. The question is, where is the next driver on course? We should see Jason Shearer at some point in time.
Yeah, I'm showing Jason Shearer stopped in remote pit right now.
Obviously, I was
So then it would be Cody Miller and Casey Curry, but I'm showing them.
Well, I'm showing Casey Curry stopped somewhere where he shouldn't be stopped, and I am showing Cody Miller as moving. So I'm guessing that the next car we're going to see is Cody Miller.
Yeah, that's Cody right there coming down
Yeah, there
the
we go.
neutral.
That's Cody. So my tracker is a little bit lacking because my tracker doesn't even show him into Bigfoot yet. So the question is, can we see Casey anywhere around him? And I don't.
I've never driven Bigfoot. Is it just...
It's steep, but it's got two waterfalls in it. Neither one of them are harder than like Ballerina Rock or anything. It's not that big, but they're the kind that if you don't ride down both sides and try to center cut it with a tire, you'll roll off of it.
Okay.
Not difficult, but I also didn't want to send you down the same trail as everybody going down Big Johnson.
Right. Now, well, let's make this relative, because Dave, you wheel out here all the time. So what your idea of not difficult and everybody sitting at home's idea of not difficult are two very different things.
I think full of hate is difficult. We're talking. I'm openly. It's difficult, and Bigfoot would be difficult going up.
Going up would be.
Yeah. But they're going down. It's
and
gravity wins.
Nobody's had super big trouble going down it. They've all got through it. It looked like big rocks, but good drivers are getting through it.
Yep. It's challenging. It makes you think about it.
Well, and like you said, nobody got to pre-run it, so that was their first time. The good drivers are going to be able to read it, drive it, get through it.
The more interesting thing to watch, Lauren, was actually not necessarily that. It was the section of the course that we were watching everyone go through earlier that no one had driven through, and we had in-car with Kyle, and it was just fun to watch them because there was no burned-in line. There was no obvious section, and you could see them they were using the whole canyon looking for the way through, because that's just what you do in that case. You're just kind of dancing around.
Right, so the next spot that JP and Josh are going to get into, that's the make or breaker, in my opinion.
Well, there's nobody behind Casey Curry.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that right now.
I'm still showing Casey Curry stopped for some reason, and he's stopped where he's well outside of remote pit, and he's just sitting on the side of the trail. So
yeah, but he's 2 trails and 40 miles ahead of the guy behind him, Justin Wicks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Justin Wicks is just now getting to the military base. Sorry about that.
No problem. There's our, once again, we're back on screen with our current race leader. That is JP Gomez. He's
dropping into Chocolate Thunder. Here you come, all the fans on the front straightaway. Here comes your leader.
You'll have coverage in Bloody Mary. We'll be able to see.
Yes,
exactly
we have
how
cameras.
that goes.
We have cameras and drones in Bloody Mary.
Man, I was looking forward to that.
It's going to be.
It's going to be wild.
All right, you can see over the top of that ridge, all the spectators there lined up, waiting to see our racers get into this section of trail. And right now, that is on screen. JP Gomez, your current race leader here at the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance.
Yeah, JP Gomez making his way down the descent, and he'll be heading into Chocolate Thunder. And then it'll be idle issues and her problem. And then into Lazenut Alley as he makes his way down. And just check this out as you see all the spectators here. How many rows of vehicles do you reckon are up there, Dave?
Well, when you're in front of Lazenut Alley, there are about 25 20 rows deep on the first level, and there's a second level that's got a row of people across a ridge that are looking down over the top. It's pretty rad.
So here we go. This is the waterfall at Chocolate Thunder. Makes it down there with no problems whatsoever. Heading into that loose sand.
How did Jack go for the rest of the cars? Like, did it?
Barely broke in there, and then Paul broke in next to him.
So not well.
And then it.
And then they got, once they started getting the flow next to it, that cleared out. But the two top 10 people that went in there and didn't come out were Bailey and Paul.
Wow.
All right, so right here, this is JP Gomez. He's made the turn up, idle issues.
I got my butt kicked in there too. That's where Wolf caught me and got around me.
You see Brad almost rolling the stock race?
I didn't.
He, from about right there, it's like he caught neutral and rolled back. Well, he started rolling, grabbed reverse, and it just basically bounced back, 50 feet downhill on two wheels.
Oh.
And rode it out and settled it down.
Good job, Brad.
So here we go. This is our race leader. This is JP Gomez at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance.
Idle issues over to her problems. Come down, and it'll be right down in front of the
oh, look at this. Look at this.
Josh is making the pass on the rocks, the hard rocks. That's an open line. And just made up 20 seconds.
That's
just like that. We have wheel to wheel for the lead right here on the front straightaway.
I was looking down at my tracker right when that happened. I was like, wait a minute, I got Josh Blyler really close for some reason, and there he is. This is so now let's talk time. Let's talk who's got time on who on this one, Jim?
Yeah, no, I can tell you that. That's a very easy one. So JP Gomez started in 10th position, and Josh Byler was our third place solid axle car starting in 18th. So quick math there, 4 minutes.
So 4 minutes of time there, and he's just got to sit on his bumper, but we got a long way to go.
Stick on his bumper. That's never going to happen.
He's going to put a big dent in the back of his rear bumper in a second. And he's going to do that because, the Gomez brothers have that coming a little bit. They've earned that bump. You've been bumped by a Gomez brother, haven't you?
I have not.
Really?
Who gets close to the back of Lauren?
So here we are, amazing wheel-to-wheel action right here in Johnson Valley, coming to you live from the 2025 Optima King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance. And
He's pulling over. He's pulling over.
Yeah, he's letting him by. He's letting him
pass
by
for the lead right there.
Okay, here we go.
New leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing it here. Our new race leader at the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance, is Josh Byler.
Where's Cheney?
He's got to be around behind somewhere. Oh, look at this, alternate lines.
Yeah, JP's taking the high line, and he will make the pass here back.
Back, yeah.
So here we go.
That was strategic by JP. He let him by, then didn't show him the line. Now he's going to drop it in front of him. He's dropping it in front of him. Whoa.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, he's high-centered.
Oh, he's going to be all right, though. He was able to grab reverse and get it up. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Door-to-door action. Tons of racing going on, but this is battle for the lead of the 2025 King of the Hammers. Here we go.
This is why we love hammers. This is why we love 4400. Just check this out. Josh Byler going head-to-head with last year's winner, JP Gomez, and in your shot right now. After nearly 5.5 hours of racing, two kings are battling for the top place.
Super cool of JP to move over and let him make
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
I mean, that's professional racing.
That's what we love to see, isn't it? I mean, he's been caught. He knows he's done on adjusted time.
Yep.
He's already, let's be honest, he's probably in comms with his team as well. So he's very professional racing. And if you're watching out there, don't jackrabbit. Be a JP Gomez.
I'm gonna give you a counterpoint to that. I really think JP tried to bait.
Oh, do you?
I think he tried to get him off
he
the
was
line.
moving over to let Josh
He was
around.
baiting him. That line was faster, and Josh's line's the line that everybody rolled off of. if you can get in Josh's head right there, I mean, Josh powered out down, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't that far from rolling over right in front of him.
I'm going with JP was being a pro.
Now, Lauren, that's a very good question because we saw you earlier. You gave Paul Wolf a pull back off an obstacle.
Yep.
Now, when you did that, did you know that he possibly had a non-functioning winch and that's why he needed your help?
His whole car was dead.
Okay.
He was being a professional as well. We pulled up to the back of him. He's like, "Get me out of this obstacle so you can get going." He could have sat there and just
plugged it.
and plugged up the race for me. No, Paul was very same thing, professional. Let's keep the race moving.
Yeah.
Get your winch on me. Get me out of this, and then you guys can go around.
Yeah, because we knew that his winch wasn't functioning, but his
Whole
whole
car
car was
wasn't.
gone.
Whole car
Okay,
was
yeah.
dead. Yep.
So there we go. All right, so that was it. We just saw a physical change of lead in the race. But, Jim, I want to know, where's Kyle Cheney?
Yeah, now let's have a look back in our trackers and check that out.
Because they were just getting out to winch.
The way I'm seeing it is that Kyle Cheney is moving right now and should be coming through Chocolate Thunder.
And that's Casey moving?
And that's Casey Curry moving right there.
Now, but the big story for me is none of those things. The big story for me is Jason Shearer still Satan in remote pit.
Yeah, I saw that ping up there earlier. Let's see if Tiffany can get us an update on that. But I saw that earlier when we were watching that action in Bigfoot that Jason was still sitting up in remote pit.
So Casey's getting ready to get in full of hate with a really big car.
That is a big car.
It's a big girl.
I don't see him making that Pinchrock turn. I don't think that car can do that.
We're going to see here in about a few minutes.
We are about to find out for sure, yes. But we just saw tons. All honesty, this is the best part about that is that happened right in front of rows and rows and rows of spectators up there in that section of desert. That makes it even better for everyone that saw it live.
They are awesome spectators. So that's where I broke the 4600 yesterday, and we changed an axle shaft there with the spectators all hooting and hollering and signing autographs and giving us waters, and it was phenomenal interacting with them, and they're like just having a blast.
That is awesome to hear.
Dave, is giving waters from the spectators outside assistance, or that's just safety is fine?
I feel safe.
I would say it's safety. I
Well,
mean, especially.
They were offering other stuff, and I'm like, I'll take your waters, but that's.
If you could take 10 gallons of water.
And put it in your radiator, I was putting it in my body.
Yeah, then you should do that.
I was sweating quite hard, changing an axle shaft.
How much fun was that changing an axle shaft up there in the dirt?
It's not fun. No, it's not.
I was gonna say that's not a quick and easy
No,
job.
CV grease from elbow to eyebrows.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, what do we got?
That is Raul, is it?
Yep.
Yep. So that's Raul Gomez right there, and now we're back with Casey Curry.
Did we find Cheney?
Yeah, Cheney's, he should be right now in idle issues.
Okay.
So I believe we should be seeing him any moment now.
There's Josh and JP going through Tumbleweed. So there's another spectator over there. What they're getting at, they're going to be heading over now up to Winner's Choice. Then you take the bypass past Jack.
Okay, I'm getting some news. I'm getting some news that Shearer possibly has radiator issues.
They had a radiator pre-running too. He told me about it at the Ford media shoot.
Break out the quick steel, get jamming it in there.
Maybe they jammed too much.
Maybe.
Can we watch Casey Curry go up full of hate?
We're going to watch Casey Curry go up full of hate. We're going to watch Kyle Cheney come across Laser Nut. We're going to get both those shots.
Nice.
And I
Kyle
just got
Cheney should be-
confirmation that we also have some footage coming. We'll have cameras ready when the leaders get to Whiskey and Rocks and Bloody Mary.
Nice.
Yeah, we should be seeing right now, Kyle Cheney should already be in idle issues, but that is our current race leader. That is Josh Byler. Oh, look at the pace. It's like he's on lap 1 pace here.
I think he's trying to put some space between himself and JP Gomez, who was right behind him.
Well, he needs to be careful there. Then there is Kyle Cheney.
We've been waiting to see this. So there's Kyle Cheney. So a little bit of gap between Kyle and our first, second cars, but we still have a pile of racing to do as we jump back out to our current race leader right here. This is Josh Byler.
Now, I'm just pulling back out and just having a look at who and is doing where. I can tell you now that Robbie Gordon has started lap 3. Chase Capera is also on the desert part of lap 3. Justin Wicks is on lap 3. Waylon Campbell is broken, but apparently he has got parts being on their way out to him with another competitor. Jaff Wagner is actually catching Tom Ways, but Tom Ways looks like he will be the next person to be coming round to the rocks on the mystery lap 3.
All right, and this is where we just saw this pass happen in this section of rock trail. So now we have Kyle Cheney up into this section of rocks where we just had our race lead change right now. And now this is our physical third on course.
That was if that's what we call a controlled crash landing. But Kyle Cheney in this unique UTV, specially built for 4400 class, 37-inch tires.
Did you see the high line across there?
The high line?
The high line.
The
one,
high?
High.
I took JP's line. I didn't know that. Look at another one above it.
From where JP was at, when you get to where you turn down, turn left.
Yeah.
And stay on top of it, and you'll drop out to the upper VCP and never come down.
Really?
However, the exposure is pretty big. The
Yeah.
exposure's get big to get up there, and you get in like inside of like a little false ridge, and then you're like in a slot car track. But you got to get there.
That would have been nice.
Now you know.
Because that uphill was tough. It was loose.
Yeah, mate, you go up the uphill at the beginning, and then just come across to that VCP.
Yep.
All right, so right here we're watching Kyle Cheney make his way through. This is where we just saw our leaders come through, but there is a good gap between first, second, and third. First and second are literally right on top of each other further into our course.
You know where my boy Vaughn's at?
He was in Aftershock with AK Watley.
Yes. So they combined parts out of both those cars and got Vaughn running. So I was curious if Vaughn is moving again.
That was what we had heard, that's what they were trying to do. We can jump in here and take a quick look.
25 has left the chat in Aftershock, so that means he's moved on.
Yeah, I don't see him in there anymore. That's fine.
So this is Kyle Cheney making his way through the rocks here at Lazenat Alley.
I got him moving down in lap 2, headed out. He's getting close-ish to Chocolate Thunder.
Okay.
Okay, Dave, so this is our current race leader. This is Josh Byler. Where will this be?
He's going up Winner's Choice. We're coming into Winner's Choice, and then he'll be dropping down Wrecking Ball and going across Bender Alley. I've got to get a... From where he was at Tumbleweed, he goes over, goes up Winner's Choice, come down Wrecking Ball for about 100 yards, and then turns left on Bender Alley. That looked like Winner's Choice to me still. And that's Kyle moving across the desert.
All right, so once again, as Jim said, this is our current race leader. This is Josh Blighter. Now, a few seconds ago, we saw the JP right. Oh, there he is. I was about to say, where's JP? But he was right behind him because there he is. He is right behind him. So these two are going to be basically wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door through this lap as they go. And this will be a great, but we're jumping back in here with Kyle again as he makes his way through these rocks in that UTV.
No, this is Cody Miller.
Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. That's Cody Miller. Oh,
yes.
And our lead has changed again. So it looks like JP made a pass on Josh.
That's Bender Alley. You can see Krusty's plaque right there on the big rock entering Bender Alley. So they're both going up Bender Alley. This is going to be fairly comfortable for both of these guys. You guys have raced through Bender Alley, Jack North 100 times.
Yeah, we drove the stock truck. That was the stock bypass yesterday.
They're on the stock bypass from yesterday to avoid the jackhammer stuff. So this is not terribly difficult. They're regrouping, getting ready.
One spot in Jack North is tough.
That's true. Yeah, as soon as you turn left and come up out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So where did JP make the pass? Because it looked like Josh was really checking out. So I do wonder if he got high-centered somewhere.
He made the pass right at the bottom of Bender Alley, right when we saw Josh, and then I was wondering where JP was. He popped into screen and then just jumped right around him.
That was Casey Curry's spotter out of the car winching on Full of Hate. We just saw for a second. Here's Kyle.
Dropping down Tumbleweed.
Dropping down Tumbleweed, yes, sir. That's correct. Going up Bender Alley. So the Bender Alley actually goes to the left right there. That's upper Bender Alley. There's no tracks there because there's only about nobody that's ever driven it. I've heard myth that Easy Rick did it in like 1987 or something. But
Really?
That's the only person that I've ever claimed tell that they drove it.
Kevin Carroll, none of those guys?
Uh-uh.
Wow.
That I'm aware of. I mean,
should put out a challenge to all the, like, McKinley and all Dickey and all those guys. Tell them come do it.
they probably do it in their sleep. Did you see the X-Rocks competition?
I followed a little bit of it.
It was fun.
Brett,
so
Brett won again. That kid can drive.
Yep. Yeah.
He's impressive.
Fearless.
Yeah.
And incredibly confident. That's Cody Miller making the last climb up out of. And there's Cole Johnson there. Looks like he's still trying to recover his vehicle. Congratulations to Cole's dad last night. Brandon became our first military class finisher in the history of our race.
Very cool.
But the story right now is all about JP and Josh leading this race. And as it is right now, if I'm just looking at the tracker, they have a good amount of distance between the next car on track, Jim. Who's going to be the next person to catch up to them, if possible?
Next car on track will be Kyle Cheney. And I'm just looking right now, and I can see that Cody Miller is showing at 0 mile an hour near Lazenut Alley. So we'll keep you fresh on that.
Cody Miller was just showing at 17 miles an hour on the video.
And he was just
so it's okay.
on one of these other screens.
He was making a backup of that 0. The thing that's going to come into play, so now they are coming across through the upper mailbox area sledge jack. In the next 3 minutes, the leaders are going to be dropping into Bloody Mary, into upper Bloody Mary, and then driving down into the to the pivot point where it goes back up. I think they call it Whiskey and Rocks, and neither of those trails have much traffic, and we've never raced there before. I would think that both JP and Josh can drive up Whiskey and the Rocks. I think it's drivable, but it's on the edge of drivable.
Yeah.
Have you been up there before?
I've hiked through it.
In the last 3 days?
Maybe.
I was about to ask, why, Lauren?
Then, Lauren, why don't you give me your synopsis of Whiskey and the Rocks?
It's gnarly. I did ask Ben Napier. I said, hey, I know there's no pre-running, but if I was at the top of that area and walked around up there's my boy Vaughn.
I was going to say, there's some good news for you, Lauren. Vaughn is moving again. There he is down in that section that we were just watching.
And Ben said, yeah, the rock crawlers always get to walk their course. I don't see a problem with you walking around up there.
So how much?
And just
how
like
many
that, we
did
have a
you
new
walk?
conspiracy theory and a whole new.
Right, I got the special treatment.
That's how the internet works.
Right.
So
Yeah.
how much of that lap 3 did you walk?
That's it.
Just that.
That was
one?
the only thing that I
didn't know.
That I didn't know.
Yeah.
And I did see quite a few other drivers out on random hikes in the middle of the desert as well. So.
Well, it's important to get your steps in before
Yeah,
the
I
race,
mean, you
right?
need your
wanna be-
cardio.
I mean, Jason does CrossFit.
Right.
It should be allowed to exercise, so yeah. All right, but there you go. There you go, Lauren. It's good to see Vaughn back running again. Battling troubles with that car all day long. Brakes, now then steering rack, but it looks like they got it working again, and now they're back on course.
It's amazing, isn't it? You've been pre-running that car now for a few weeks, ironing out the bugs, sorting everything out, and then all of a sudden, come race day, boom, 2 problems.
Yeah, my guess is that the brake valve got closed and he mashed on the brakes with the brake valve and bent the master cylinder rods, and so that was the brake problem they had to fix.
That's a VCP right there.
The steering.
I know that.
I think he hit something.
Did he hit it?
really hard.
Hit something that just basically shock loaded the rack type of thing. So, all right.
So, Dave, just talk us through that. You were just saying that you think he might have missed a VCP or an RCP?
I just know there's one right there. I don't know how close. I mean, okay. He looked like he was within 49 feet, possibly. I don't know. I'm just saying that.
That's why we have race ops and Ben and computers and backups on top of backups that they'll go through when these guys get back into Hammertown.
Yeah, and it's worth noting if you're watching on the yellow brick tracking, even though the trackers only ping between 1 and 2 minutes on our live tracking, what they're doing is capturing an entire packet of data as they're traveling down the trail. And so when they come back, they download that data so they can see literally millimeter perfect through the trails where these cars have been exactly.
They're coming down Bloody Mary right there, aren't we?
No, that's Second Canyon sledge.
Yeah, there's if the tracker's
They're
being
getting real
true,
close.
they're
That's
not
Second
in the
Canyon
Bloody
Stretch. Yeah,
Mary
that's
yet,
the
Dave.
sand hill. They got to come up there.
And then they're dropping in Bloody Mary.
Yep. That camera drone perspective is probably halfway between them and the trailhead. and if you turned around, they turned around, you'd see the downhill Bloody Mary. If we can do that production, if we can get a the leaders will come right up that hill. That's them coming to you. Then they're going to go straight past this camera and drop down Bloody Mary, and it's really big rocks and big sand dunes.
And so what you're watching on screen right here is your current race leader, and
that's JP stopped.
That's JP stopped and letting Josh go by.
He wants Josh to lead him through it.
I
wants Josh to lead him through it.
I was thinking the exact same thing. That's exactly
And
what
there
I
they
was
go.
thinking. And
There
it's an
they-
incredibly smart way to do it.
It's not. JP might have just lost the race, and I'm talking out my butt by saying this, but this is a perspective to think about. If JP was in front of Josh going into here and he had to winch, Josh could not get by him. He had Josh parked behind him while he had to winch.
Yep.
If JP has to get out of the car and winch now, Josh is driving away from him.
Josh checks out. That's a very good point.
And
Dave,
also,
yeah.
Josh does have adjusted time on JP.
Give or take.
Whoa, Josh is left.
Yeah,
there we go. He's getting into some nasty.
That's a first drop off right there. And that is
that's
massive.
bad.
No, he's got it. He's got it. Because the right front's going to pull on that rock. It'll level out just fine. Just keep turning right.
Oh my!
There we go.
Yep.
All right, there
now,
we are.
JP can actually turn left, but it's side hill. If you go, he can go all the way across there and coming down to the right. But it's really sketch side hill. This is one of those trails that if you guys got to pre-run this, it would be a dirt road. Like you guys would be coming in off that ledge.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, look at that front wheel. It's got to be at least 4 foot off the ground.
Drops in. Yep, drive it out. He's got to drive it out. And
good job, JP.
there we go.
Great driving.
That was excellent. Yeah.
Got to be careful
But
here.
just like Dave said, look at this. Josh is he's gone. Any backups and he's just out.
I mean, that's the difference in a solid X car and in real rocks.
And if his plan was like you thought he was to follow him through, there's no one to follow now.
No,
now
there's
going to
be tire tracks. But that was the toughest part of this trail for the most part, right? There's
that was
one
the
or
toughest
two-
part. And now we're going to come down. You see the sand hill down there. They'll get down to the bottom of that and turn left and come back up the next canyon.
Yep.
And then it gets real again.
It's going to get real when he turns left.
So
and there's lots of exposure through here. There's not a known or set line to make this turn. I mean, if there's 100 people that have driven Whiskey and Racks total,
Yeah.
This part of the valley doesn't get much traffic.
So right now, what you're watching on your screen, that is Josh Blyler, current race leader. We saw him make a pass on JP Gomez. We can only surmise why. It could be just to get past him. Maybe he wanted to follow him. But there's definitely a gap between the two of them in this canyon as Josh pushes away, leading this race right now, coming through this section of our new section of trail.
Indeed it is, and if you're just joining us, welcome to Johnson Valley, California. This is the 2025 Optima Batteries King of the Hammers, powered by Ford Performance, and we are here for the big dogs. We are here for the 4500, the Race of Kings, and right now we're watching our current race leader. That is none other than one-time king Josh Byler. Just behind him is JP Gomez, and then around about 10 minutes behind them is Carl Cheney, and then behind them is Cody Miller, and I'm showing stationary still as we speak. That is Casey Curry.
Is he still in full of hate?
Yes, he is,
Yeah. I dig the fact that there was no tire tracks there.
Oh, that's a big bind up on that left front. There we go, punched free. All right.
Josh is putting that Miller frame to work here as he puts it through here.
Look at them fight the angle of that sandhill, just pulling that car down. You could see it before, just trying to use all the power to keep it up out of the rocks on that sand.
So that canyon up to on the right-hand corner of the screen is where he's going to.
And what's more important right here to me is I don't see JP in the screen at all.
Not
and
at
as we
all.
go around here, we're not seeing any glimpses of that car.
Yeah, I don't know if he made it where he was hung up right there. He was
Yeah.
still backing up and trying to get squared up.
Yeah, that's the one thing about the Gomez cars. They're long cars. They're a big
And
car.
they're wide.
It's a wide car. It's a big car. That wheelbase has shown itself to be a benefit in some spots in this race, but he could be in a spot where it's might be a detriment to him.
Now, Josh will
gotta
be
go
watching
left.
the GPS here. He's trying to work out exactly where it
Yeah,
changes.
so the line's down there in the bottom of the canyon.
And as he works his way back over, I'm trying to see if I see any sand flying from JP on those side hills, and I do not.
So I planned on having a co-driver out here to hike this trail, kind of giving me direction.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. You could do that, could you, Lauren? You may actually run it faster if you kick the co-driver out, get in front of me, get some eyes on my tires, and get me moving through this section.
Yeah, because these rocks are going to get real big in here.
When I drove this to pre-run it, it was the first time I drove it. It was instantly became one of my favorite trails of the Hammers.
What did you drive it in, Dave?
The Bomber.
Oh, it's a great car to have. I have one, too.
Did you go through that spot right there, Dave?
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Now, Josh, he's got to be careful here. He's getting himself dug up underneath.
Dug underneath that. But I think, oh, there we go. Excellent. Popped out that front end over that rock.
Is that where you drove, Dave? Do you know?
I did, yes. And I crossed over left to right there, and that was the hardest part of the trail.
Okay, now this is very difficult indeed.
He's in a really tough spot right there.
He's in a very tough spot.
I would be getting my
winching,
driver out,
yes.
sucking line somewhere.
Yeah,
right
I'd be winching off that rock that's 60 feet to his left and just pull left and go.
And for a second, it looked like that's what he was doing.
Don't break the car.
For a second, I thought maybe he was. We're seeing the co-driver looks like he's dropping his belts. Yeah, so the co-driver's getting out right now.
So the only way I was able to clear that is he's turned like 90 right in the trail. The front left was on that slab rock on the left, and it kind of walked up
out
it.
to the left. Oh, you went straight
up
it.
Drove the crack, but that's a Trail Bomber.
Trail Bomber, not a race car.
Nope.
All right, as we pan back to see if we can see JP. But this trail is doing exactly what we said it was going to do. It's not just about knowing where the trail is. It's not just about knowing where the race course is. You're running a trail that no one's run before or you haven't raced before. So a lot of this is just when do you get out of the car, how do you pick your line, all that kind of stuff.
That's why my plan was to have Jesse out and be telling me don't come up here, go over there or something, because he couldn't see what was up around that corner, and now he's in a spot that's really, really tough.
Yeah, and although
he could have stayed a little left of that boulder and went up and around it to the left, and that.
And in your head, I think you're thinking, oh, that's going to be so much slower to get my co-driver out to walk it. But the reality is it would be smoother, which would be faster in the long run because you'd have another set of eyes out on your car.
That was our plan. We didn't get there.
I'm sorry, Lord.
Implement it.
Next year.
I say that a lot. Next year.
Oh,
You've
all
got
right.
to say this year twice, though. And
yeah.
There's only a few people that have done that.
Right.
But probably more important, now this could just be a tracker ping. I'm seeing Josh at the turn, but I'm seeing JP Gomez pinged at 0 miles an hour. So he could still be where we saw him at the beginning of that rock trail.
Yes, and Kyle Cheney is in. We just saw him come. We saw Cody Miller coming down winner's choice, but Kyle is moving through Bender Alley onto Jack North right now.
I take that back. There's JP right there moving down that trail right now. So that is JP moving again. So when he gets down to the bottom, we'll see if Josh has been able to recover from where he got jammed up underneath that rock.
Josh Blyler, JP Gomez, Kyle Cheney, Cody Miller. Casey Curry is 7 trails behind that.
Still in full hate.
He's cleared full. Casey's cleared full of hate, and he's been going the wrong way on race course. He is going backwards on lap 2 from that perspective, because he would have come up full of hate.
And he took the left to the top of full hate.
Took the left to the top of full hate, but he's get that tracker update.
So this is Kyle Cheney right here. So that is physical 3rd on course. And right now our leaders are in this section of one of the new sections of lap 3. We have Josh Blyler, who we were watching. This is Raul Gomez. This is where we just saw Josh come through fighting that sand that was pulling him down. And you can see JP dropping down in the same section. And as we come back here, we'll be able to see, has Josh been able to clear where he was stuck? This is where we saw Josh fighting with the sand before. And just in a few seconds, we should see the turn, and then we should see if Josh has made it out from where he was stuck. I saw the same thing you did, Lauren. I saw that right front not pulling. I'm hoping that was just a...
He has not made it. It's in the same spot, back down into that rock.
There he is, yep. And there's JP in that sand section right there, but he's made the... He did the exact same thing that Josh had stopped, tried to back up a little bit, but now I think he's doing the same thing that Josh did, ended up just having to commit to that forward line.
So Casey Curry got himself righted. He's coming down Blanco Tortuga now. He's in 5th place. 6th place is all the way back just on the Emerson Ridge Trail. It's Tom Ways. Jeff Wagner passed the lap 3 turnoff on top of Emerson Ridge, and he's at the bottom of Emerson Ridge now.
Dang it, Jeff.
There is a valley. He can turn right there and go up, and he wouldn't miss any VCPs. We'll see what he does. And then going back, I mean, that's 6th and 7th on lap 3.
All right, well, we're watching. This is current physical second on course. This is JP Gomez. Josh is up at the top of your screen right now. He is still in the same location that he was before when the co-driver got out to winch. Hopefully, it's just a matter of getting the winch set. But as Lauren pointed out, when we were watching them try to pivot around that rock, it looked like that front stopped pulling.
Yeah,
for some
I
reason.
see a line to the left to me right there, like cross the valley and the left through those 2 boulders.
Yeah, I see that as well, going up to that rock, which would be where he'd want to be.
Oh, look at this. JP's getting out.
Oh, JP getting out for...
Beer break.
Preemptively
Yeah, so what's he getting off? Yeah, it looks like he's mooking.
He's got a flat front right.
Yeah, jack.
If that's the only tire that would be flat, would be that right front. Maybe that's what stopped him in that section we saw. Yep, getting the jack down.
Bring that drone around, maybe we'll see that front right.
And at the top of your screen, you've got Josh still trying to recover that car.
That's 1st and 2nd.
It's full of drama here as we continue to watch the 2025 Ultima Batteries King of the Hammers powered by Ford Performance. And this is the 4400 Race of Kings. And this is 1st and 2nd. We're just watching 2nd place here. JP Gomez.
I want to say thank you to James Masters, Chris Lundy, Corey and Nate up here on the guests. I see Tiffany Stone there. Every single person that's made this production happen, that's them getting a drone on a trail that no one's gone on, and now they're watching 1st and 2nd do laborious things.
It's so rad. Like as soon as I got out of the car, I'm like, all right, it's time to go watch the show.
Thanks for being here, Lauren. Having your perspective here has helped us a great deal. So thanks for sticking around.
You know, I love being a fan. These are all my friends. I want to see them do well.
And that's worth saying. We are all fans. We are massive fans.
When back to it, when JP passed through Vaughn and AK, all 4 crew members, all the 4 co-drivers that were there, all stopped working and high-five JP as he went by.
That's awesome.
Now, this is interesting because this is Carl Cheney, and he is making his way down the same trail.
So he squeezed through the boulders to the left.
So he's coming on down through, and it's not going to be very long until he comes out the bottom of the sand wash, and he will be able to see JP changing a tyre. And as he comes up around the top of that, he will see our race leader, Josh Byler.
And with the left-hand line open.
Oh my word, it's all drama here.
And they have no idea they're down there. They can't see that.
No, they don't know. Unless they're crew Starlink Communications. They might know. I mean, with the apps to talk to the phone.
I'm going to talk to you about that. Yep. How much information do you want when you're in the car? Do you want that kind of information?
Lap 3, I want all the information I can get. Where I'm at. Last year, there was a little perspective that I burned the car down at, and I didn't need to. So I want as much information of what's going on around me as I can get.
Yes. We're getting a little update here. We're waiting for the drone to get back up, but we're hearing that Josh Byler out of the car, helmet off. That's never a good thing. So
I heard the first person in there wasn't coming out. I think that was out of Mr. Cole's mouth.
Well, you know, it makes a good point. We both said that, Lauren. We were watching him. We saw him get pivoted sideways, and he was bouncing that car, and he was under that boulder, undercut a lot. And you said, don't break the car. And we both saw the same thing. That right front tire was not pulling. But what we're watching right now is third place. This is Kyle Cheney making his way down through this trail. Now, just in a few seconds, we should see him drop down into the Sandy Wash area where we saw him, where we saw both JP and Blyler fight on that Sandy Wash. And but now they're both stopped at the bottom. One's fixing a flat.
So
we don't know why the other one is stopped.
He has elected to stay high, and I can tell you that if he did that, coming back into the trail is not terribly fun. That's why we didn't put VCPs there, because once you got out of it, you still had to find a way back in eventually, and it got worse and worse as it went down.
Right. He's back down at the bottom now, I think.
He's there now, yes.
All right, so now he's down in, and that's the sandy section right in front of us, where we saw both first and second basically fighting, just gravity pulling them down into the bottom of that canyon. So in a second, he's going to see JP probably still changing a tire, and we're assuming Josh. Unfortunately, might be assuming broken on that one section of race course.
Hopefully they can get a winch line, get moving forward, but it looked like a pretty bad shock load to me when he was trying to get out of there.
Now, when you're in this kind of situation and you don't know where to navigate to, it's very tempting to follow those tire tracks.
Also, that brand new loose sand is absolutely no fun to be in either. It just sucks all the power out of the car. You forget, when all the other trails, the sand's been packed down over decades of wheeling, but when you get in that loose sand, pulls all the horsepower out of the car.
Right. And they've still got a lot of rocks to do, even when they get out of this trail.
That's the same spot those guys were trying to back up into.
Now, I'm wondering if they're backing up.
They want to shoot high around the sand. That's what Cheney wants to do.
Okay, I've got some news as well. I can see that Casey Curry is off course right now. It looks like he's trying to make his way back to town. So I think Casey Curry has exited this race. So
That's your
tough
fifth
right there
That's
for
your
Casey.
fifth on the road, by the way. Fifth on the road, just checked out.
I was first on the road, checked out. Without plans of it.
So right now, our top 4 cars, because I can tell you that Cody Miller is also in the same trail.
And behind Cody, there's nobody for a while.
Behind Cody, there is nobody. No. The next nearest car is the 321 of Tom Ways, who's all the way back down towards
Here
Fisher.
we go. Now,
sorry, Emerson.
This is where we are. So top of your screen, first place, Josh Blyler. Middle of your screen to the right, that's JP Gomez. And this is the only car that's physically moving on course right now. That is Mr. Kyle Cheney. Now, the question will be, Dave, is there a line around Josh?
There is a line around Josh, but Josh's co-driver was just walking down the hill. So I would assume they're not